When you drop into a new Minecraft world, it feels untouched. It's just you, some blocky trees, and maybe a village off in the distance where the locals are busy staring at walls. But eventually, if you wander far enough, you stumble onto something else entirely. A ruin poking out of the ground, a mine shaft cutting straight through a mountain. A jungle temple so overgrown with vines that you almost walk right past it. Most of us just see a chest to loot and keep moving, but if you actually stopped to think what you're looking at, it's honestly a bit creepy. Someone built that, and it definitely wasn't you. It wasn't the villagers either. Those guys can't even put up a fence. Whoever built these places actually knew what they were doing. They were architects. They were engineers. They knew redstone. They knew how to design traps. Real ones, like the tripwire systems inside jungle temples that connect to arrow dispensers hidden behind the vines. You don't even see them until you're already taking damage. Then you've got the ocean monuments, perfectly symmetrical palaces built underwater, or the strongholds buried deep in the dark, housing portals to literal other dimensions. This is where the ancient builders theory comes in. It's been made famous by creators like MatPat over at Game Theory, and it's basically become the unofficial official lore for most players. The idea is simple. Before you ever clicked Create World, there were people here. Real, intelligent, advanced people who built everything you're finding the ruins of. The mine shafts, the dungeons, the temples, the strongholds. All of it belonged to them. And then something went very, very wrong. What happened to them? If they were so smart, well, where did they go? Why is the world littered with their blueprints but completely empty of their faces? You're walking through a graveyard of a civilization that was way more advanced than you were when you start. That is the story Minecraft has been quietly telling you the whole time. Everything else is just filling in the details. When you start your new world, you just appear. You're standing in the middle of a random biome with empty hands and no idea where you are. And somehow, for years, that's never bothered anyone. We just start punching some trees and moved on with our day. But the ancient builders theory, the one the community and game theory have been piecing together for years, suggests that Steve isn't just some random guy. He is a ghost. He's the last surviving echo of a civilization that once owned every inch of this world. A descendant of an advanced civilization that once built the jungle temples, the ocean monuments, the strongholds buried hundreds of blocks underground. These people knew what they were doing. They were everywhere, and then they weren't. The theory most people agree on is that they got too ambitious. They started messing around with soul sand, which is already disturbing if you look at the faces pressed up against the surface and the open mouths. They tried to use souls to create life, but they ended up with the Wither. It was a disaster. The Wither tore through their world, forcing them to flee. They went underground, then into the Nether, and finally through a portal they'd built but never actually tested. The end. They escaped the Wither, but the end did something worse to them. With nothing to eat but the chorus fruit, they started to change. Over generations, the builders became Endermen. They became tall, dark, teleported out of instinct, and started picking up blocks for reasons they can't articulate anymore. If you reverse the audio of an Enderman, you hear fragmented human speech underneath. Hello, what's up? Look for the eyes. Whatever they used to be is still in there, buried under something they can't dig back out of. That leaves us with Steve. He is the one who got left behind. He wakes up with a total blank slate, but his hands, they remember everything. He doesn't know why he knows how to build a furnace or navigate the nether. It changes the way you look at the final objective. The game doesn't tell you to kill the boss or beat the game. The advancement is called free the end. Once you realize your ancestors are trapped in those tall, dark bodies, that word hits different. The cobblestone, that gray, chunky, slightly aggressive little texture, you've all seen it so many times it stopped registering years ago. It's the first thing most people ever mine, the foundation of every starter base, every early game tool, every accidental hole in the ground. In terms of sheer screen time, it might be the most looked at texture in gaming history. Well, Notch didn't make it for Minecraft. Before Minecraft existed, he was building something called Ruby Dung, a strategy sandbox he was designing as a more approachable version of Dwarf Fortress. It had an isometric view, 3D textures, the whole thing. It never went anywhere. By mid-2009, it was already shelved and quietly abandoned when Notch came across a different game called Infiniminer and started wondering what Ruby Dung might feel like from a first-person perspective. That experiment became Cave Game, and Cave Game became Minecraft. When he spun up that first build, he didn't start from nothing. The Ruby Dung codebase came with him, and so did the textures, including the grass block and the cobblestone that had been sitting unused in a dead project's files. Placeholders, basically. Something to look at while the actual game got figured out. The actual game, though, never replaced them. That cobblestone texture predates Minecraft entirely. It survived alpha, beta, 15 plus years of updates, new dimensions, new biomes, and a multi-million-dollar acquisition. Nobody swapped it out, partly because by the time anyone thought about it, the texture had become so embedded in what Minecraft felt like that changing it would have seemed wrong. Hey, really quick, subscribe if you're not sleeping yet. It is one button. You've done harder things today. Anyway, Minecraft was built in 6 days. Notch could never really pin down the exact date he started. Somewhere around May 10th or May 11th, 2009, he opened a new project and started writing code for something he was calling Cave Game. By May 16th, the prototype was done. The following day, he posted it to the TIG source forums. 6 days beginning to end. We know a tech test existed by May 13th because he uploaded a video of it. But even that build couldn't place blocks yet. It was just a world you could stand in and look at. 3 days later, it was something you could actually interact with. The first release had no crafting, no survival mechanics, and nothing resembling an inventory. What it had was procedurally generated terrain made of grass and cobblestone, and the ability to place and remove blocks. That was the whole thing. Apparently, that was enough. The game crawled through classic, survival test, index, infdev, alpha, and beta before finally hitting version 1.0 on November 18th, 2011. It has since sold over 300 million copies across what feels like every platform that has ever existed. Minecraft became the best-selling video game ever made by a wide margin. One guy, 1 week, he probably couldn't fully reconstruct from memory even if he tried, and a blocky world with almost nothing in it. In 2012, a Minecraft developer named Dinnerbone posted on Reddit that he was working on a block that holds a book, a stand for written books, somewhere to put them down so players could read them. A simple enough idea. He kept coming back to it over the years. A few attempts, nothing that made it over the line. The idea sat in some folder somewhere, half finished, while the rest of the game kept growing around it. New biomes, new dimensions, new mobs, new mechanics. an entirely new dimension built around floating islands and a giant dragon. The bookstand waited. It finally shipped on April 23rd, 2019, in the Village and Pillage update, 7 years after Dinnerbone first mentioned it. Mojang acknowledged the whole thing to themselves in their official 10 Things You Probably Didn't Know About Minecraft video, saying it took 6 years from the original idea to actually getting lecterns into the game, and describing them completely deadpan as the hardest feature to add to a video game. For context, this is the same studio that built the Nether, that wrote a world generation system capable of producing realistic mountain ranges, open floors, cave networks, and biomes so visually distinct they feel like separate games. They did all of that, and somewhere in the middle of it, a furniture block that holds one book defeated them for a decade. Notch didn't have modeling software. He built every model in the game by typing coordinates and dimensions directly into a text editor in raw numbers. So in August of 2009, when he was trying to make a pig, he got the X and Y axes mixed up. The body ended up stretched vertically instead of horizontally. It was too tall and too thin, had 4 little legs bunched at the bottom, nothing where the arms should be. Any other developer would have fixed the typo and moved on. Notch looked at whatever this thing was and decided it was a great idea to keep it. He painted it green using a texture pulled straight from the game's leaf blocks, gave it an aggressive AI, and one job: get close to the player and explode. The creeper was added on September 1st, 2009, in version 0.24_survival_test, and it was the first hostile mob Minecraft ever had. Notch told the story himself in the 2012 documentary, describing the accident plainly. He made them tall instead of long, saw the result, and, well, that was that. Early creepers didn't even behave the way they do now. The first version used melee attacks and only exploded on death. The silent approach, the hiss, the explosion mid-contact, that came later, after Notch decided the original wasn't dangerous enough. The silence is really what makes it work. Zombies groan, skeletons rattle, spiders make that sound. The creeper has no idle noise at all, not even unique footstep sounds. You get no warning till the hiss, and by then, it's already over. The face eventually got carved into the A of the official Minecraft logo, and now it appears on more merchandise than any other mob in the game. Notch later said he imagines creepers as being made of leaves, that they'd feel crunchy to the touch, which is why the green texture came from the leaf block in the first place. He also said he has no idea why they explode. The person who created them never figured out a reason. They just do, and somehow that feels completely appropriate for how this game came together. Let's talk about Steve. Steve, the default guy. The guy with the cyan shirt and the dark blue jeans and that goatee that got removed in 2009 to make the character more gender neutral, and then quietly brought back. Steve, the face of the game. Except Notch never actually named him Steve. For years, the default character had no name at all. He was listed in the code as human, then just the player. Notch's position was basically that he's a blank vessel, a generic human stand-in, not a character with a backstory or an identity. Naming him would have implied something Notch wasn't interested in implying. The name came from a tweet. In 2010, the Minecraft character appeared as an unlockable guest in Super Meat Boy, where he was listed inside the game as Mr. Minecraft. When Notch saw it, he posted a video on November 3rd with the caption @SuperMeatBoy, Steve. That question mark wasn't a reveal. It was genuine uncertainty. He was floating the name, not announcing it. He confirmed this a few weeks later, writing that he had no idea what the character's name was, and that he'd been putting a question mark after Steve every time he wrote it because he wasn't sure himself. The internet read the original tweet as confirmation and ran with it anyway. For a while after that, Notch would still write it as Steve, question mark included, as if he was still deciding. Almost nobody knows where the face came from. Notch mentioned it casually on Twitter in May of 2022. Steve's face was inspired by the character skin from Quake, a 1996 shooter. He said he wasn't sure why he found it so funny. The model itself doesn't originate in Minecraft either. Notch built it for a different project in 2009, an unreleased game called Zombie Town that never came out. The model just carried over. So, Steve is a recycled model from a cancelled game with a face traced back to a 90s shooter given a name that was originally a question Notch wasn't sure the answer to. And he became the most recognizable video game character of an entire decade. Every time you load Minecraft on Java Edition, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance the logo at the top of the main menu reads Minecraft, and Notch put it there. It was hidden in the code for the 1.0 release, a tiny flag that quietly swaps 2 letters at random, roughly once every 10,000 launches. He told nobody. For a while, he was the only person alive who knew it existed. And at some point, he went on Reddit and teased the community that there was a secret in the game they hadn't found yet. Then sat back and watched them go looking. They did not find it, and he loved it. When it eventually came out, he wrote about it in a post called Minecraft, a post-mortem, describing the obscure bit of code he'd buried in the title screen and saying that for once, he knew something about the game the players didn't. Given how thoroughly the Minecraft community has picked apart every texture, sound file, and line of code over the years, that is not a small thing. The odds are calibrated perfectly for the joke to work. 1 in 10,000 is rare enough that if you actually caught it, you'd probably assume you misread it, glance back at the screen, see Minecraft, and forget about it. The game was banking on exactly that reaction. There's also another one. If your game crashes, the crash log has a chance to display the message, "You should try our sister game, Minecraft." Buried inside Minecraft's Java Edition game files is a text file called splashes.txt. Open it and you'll find hundreds of lines, Easter egg references, inside jokes, random declarations that flash on the main menu every time you boot the game. Scroll long enough and you'll find one that reads, "This message will never appear on the splash screen. Isn't that weird?" And it won't. The code doesn't just give it low odds or bury it behind some unlikely random role. It actively filters it out. Every time the game loads the main menu, it picks a splash from the list, checks whether it's that specific line, and if it is, throws it back and picks again. There's one more layer to it. If you go into splashes.txt, delete every other line and leave only that one, the game freezes. It loops endlessly looking for a splash that isn't the excluded one, finding only the excluded one, going back and finding it again. It can't show it and it can't move past it. The joke, pushed to its logical conclusion, breaks the menu entirely. That hollow, mournful wail that rolls across the lava sea right before a fireball comes at your head. That is a cat being woken up. Specifically, it's C418's cat, Daniel Rosenfeld, who made all of Minecraft's original music and sound design, explained it in a Reddit AMA. His cat made a strangely human noise when disturbed while sleeping. A microphone happened to be nearby, and whatever came out of him that day became, after some processing, the defining sound of the Nether. Rosenfeld's name, C418, is less mysterious than people want it to be. He's been asked enough times to have a consistent answer. His brother went by C818. He adjusted it, and that was that. He's described it himself as really cryptic and doesn't actually mean anything. What he did hide deliberately is his signature inside of Disk 11. In 2012, someone took the audio file for Disk 11 and ran it through a spectrogram. A spectrogram is a software that converts sound into a visual image by mapping frequency data. And what came out of that static at the end wasn't noise. It was a face that was blocky and pixelated. Most people think it's Steve, though there's still debate about that. And a string of numbers, 1, 2, 4, 1, 8. In hexadecimal, 12 translates to a C. So 12418 reads as C418. Rosenfeld had encoded his own signature into the audio, sitting inside the static, visible only to someone who knew to look and had the software to do it. What makes the timeline strange is the tweet. On September 29th, 2011, the same day Disk 11 was released, a full year before anyone ran it through a spectrogram, Rosenfeld posted, "Yes, I now imagine C418 being a weird monster that occasionally records songs from strangers and then dies in 11." He was describing himself as the monster inside the recording on the day it dropped, while the signature was still being undiscovered in the static. The community had no idea the disk contained anything at all. The spectrogram came a year later. The signature had been there the whole time. Mojang eventually confirmed that the Warden, the blind cave mob added in the Caves and Cliffs update, was based on the creature sounds at the end of Disk 11. If you've spent any real time underground in Minecraft, you know those cave sounds. They just appear without warning or pattern, and they've been unsettling players since the early days, and they still work. Cave Sound 14 is one of the worst ones. It's low, resonant, and just structured enough to feel deliberate without even being identifiable. Players have been instinctively uncomfortable around it for years, without knowing exactly why. Samuel Auberg, one of the sound designers behind Minecraft's ambiance, built Cave Sound 14 using a spectrogram program, the same kind of tool that converts audio into a visual map of its frequencies. Usually that software gets used for analysis. Auberg used it to compose. When someone eventually ran Cave 14 through a spectrogram, the same technique people had used on Disk 11, a creeper face, came up in the frequency data. You don't accidentally compose a creeper face into ambient audio using spectrogram software. It got there because someone put it there. Most players will never know it exists. It doesn't affect gameplay, doesn't trigger anything, and unlocks no secret. It just sits inside a sound that plays in the dark while you're trying to stay alive, completely invisible to anyone who doesn't know to go looking for it. Every other music disc in the game has a straightforward way to obtain it. Most drop from creepers killed by skeletons, others turn up in dungeon chests, but Disc 5 doesn't work like that. It comes from 9 fragments, each one sitting in a loot chest scattered across different rooms of an ancient city. To collect them all, you have to move through the entire structure, past the skulk sensors, past the shriekers, and the warden, potentially one loud footstep away. Then bring everything to a crafting table. Most players hear a shrieker go off and leave immediately. The disc exists for the ones who don't. What you hear when you play it is footsteps moving through what sounds like a cave. Deep slate sounds, strange noises that build and cut off abruptly. A heartbeat, a skulk sensor clicking. Then the warden roars, and the roar warps and slows until the disc ends. Toward the end, there's a portal sound, which is worth noting given that the ancient cities have a large, broken portal structure at their center, its frame shaped like the warden's head. The theory most of the community has settled on is that Disc 5 is a recording from the final moments of whoever used to live in these cities. The sounds line up closely enough with the environment that it is difficult to dismiss. Whether people who built the ancient cities accidentally opened something they shouldn't have, or whether the warden was always their own creation that eventually turned on them, the disc doesn't say. It just ends. It was sitting in the ruins the whole time, waiting for someone to piece it back together. There are faces on the surface, compressed, open-mouthed faces pushed up against the top of the block, like something is pressing on them from underneath. They kind of look like people mid-scream. The block is called Soul Sand. The Soul Sand Valley is an entire nether biome built from this stuff. Thousands of blocks of it in every direction. Blue soul fire burning across the surface. It's not really a landscape, it's a gravesite. Whatever happened to whoever used to live in the nether, they're still in the ground, faces up, mouths open. There's a mechanical explanation for the slowing effect. Soul sand isn't a full height block, so you sink into it slightly and your movement drops. The game explains it with block properties and leaves it there. The other explanation, the one that's harder to shake once you've actually looked at the texture, is that there's something down there grabbing your feet, that the souls can feel you walking over them, and slowing you down is the only thing they can still do. Mojang never elaborated on any of it. The name, the texture, and the biome are just sitting there. Either you notice, or you don't. The Ghast. They're ominous, float, and exist only in the nether, and cry constantly. Have no apparent biology, they don't eat, or sleep, or hold territory. Nothing about its behavior suggests a creature that evolved anywhere, or has any reason to exist. The community theory is that ghasts aren't creatures at all. They're what happens when soul energy builds up and overflows, an extension of what's already happening in the ground beneath them. Except instead of faces pressed into the sand, it's grief that somehow got a body. The crying fits this better than anything else does. Other nether mobs are aggressive, territorial, and reactive. The ghast just wails. It sounds like something that doesn't know how to be a creature because it fundamentally isn't one. What the game actually confirms is strange enough on its own. Ghasts are not classified as undead mobs. Despite everything about their appearance, massive, pale, floating, seemingly hollow, The game treats them as living entities. They can drown, they're affected by poison. The Wither, which specifically targets undead mobs, ignores them completely. Whatever a ghast is, the game insists it's alive, and it spends its entire existence drifting over a valley full of compressed souls, crying for reasons nobody at Mojang has ever thought to explain. You already know beds explode in the Nether. Most players find this out the hard way, usually on their first trip, usually with their entire inventory on them. What's worth knowing is that this was never a glitch. Notch implemented the explosion as the simplest possible solution to stop players from setting easy respawn points in other dimensions. The Nether has no day-night cycle. Beds exist to skip the night, so rather than adding a quiet error message, he made them explode. Mojang eventually acknowledged this was a heavy-handed fix, and added the respawn anchor as a proper dimension-specific mechanic years later. The explosions stayed anyway. If a bed does kill you, the death message reads, "Player was killed by intentional game design." That's not a placeholder they forgot to replace. That is the actual final message. The blast power is 5, stronger than TNT, which sits at 4. Players noticed this and started using it. The current technique for mining ancient debris, the material required for netherite, involves crouching behind a solid block, placing a bed against the wall, clicking to activate it, and letting the explosion clear the pocket. Cheaper than TNT, renewable through basic farming, and strong enough to do the job. Mojang could have simply blocked bed placement in other dimensions entirely. Instead, they made it explode harder than TNT, wrote a sarcastic death message for it, added a proper respawn mechanic years later, and still left the explosion in. At some point, that stops being an oversight and becomes a deliberate stance on something. Though what exactly that stance is, they've never fully explained. To summon the Wither, you build it. 4 blocks of soul sand in a T-shape, 3 Wither skeleton skulls placed across the top, and the moment that last skull goes down, it comes to life. The construction logic is identical to building an iron golem. Assemble the right shape, place the final piece, and something that shouldn't be alive suddenly is. That parallel is where the theory starts. The community reading goes like this. The ancient builders already knew how to animate inert materials. Iron golems proved it worked. Give iron and carved stone the right shape, and something sparks inside it. So when they reached the Nether and understood what soul sand actually was, ground packed with the dead, faces pressed against the surface, someone made a logical leap. If you could build an iron golem from iron, why not from soul sand? If the sand holds the souls of people who died, and if the same construction principle could coax something into life, maybe applying it here could do something different. Maybe it could give those souls back. The Wither was the result. 3 skulls from the dimension's dead, 4 blocks of compressed grief, assembled in the same configuration that produces a golem. What came out wasn't resurrection. It was the opposite. Something that exists only to destroy, that spreads a wasting sickness through everything it touches, that leaves wither roses where living things used to be. Mojang has never confirmed any of this. The ancient builders theory remains community built, not officially endorsed, but the crafting recipe uses the same logic as the golems, draws from the same material that holds the dead, and the implication sits there in plain sight once you've noticed it. Wither skeletons are taller than normal skeletons. burned black and live exclusively inside nether fortresses. Get hit by one and you get the wither effect. Your health bar turns black and drains steadily. Unlike poison, which bottoms out and leaves you alive, the wither effect will finish the job if nothing stops it. They also drop the skulls. 3 of them combined with soul sand is how you summon the wither. Most people know the mechanic and leave it there. The surface level explanation the game implies is that they're regular skeletons warped by prolonged exposure to the nether, scorched by the environment, changed by a dimension that corrodes everything that stays in it long enough. Reasonable enough, but normal skeletons are undead humans from the overworld. So why are the nether variants specifically burned black? Why do they carry the wither disease inside them, transmitting it through every strike? What process turns an undead human into that, and not something else? The community theory is that builders who died in the nether didn't follow the normal undead pattern. The dimension corrupted their remains differently, charred them, saturated them with the wither curse that was already spreading through everything. The resulting skeletons aren't just undead, they're walking wither in skeletal form. The disease made physical, which puts the skull mechanic in a different light entirely. To summon the wither, you need 3 skulls from creatures that are, under this reading, the remains of people the wither already killed. You collect 3 heads from its victims and use them to rebuild the thing that killed them. In the early days of Minecraft, a community member going by Zophobia designed the original zombie pigman skin and published it on DeviantArt. Notch used it. The mob went into the game wearing a Zophobia's texture. As a thank you, Notch wrote something into the texture file itself, in an unused section of the image that never renders during normal gameplay. He wrote, "Thanks, Zophobia." The only way to find it is to open the game files and look at the raw image directly. It stayed there until the 1.14 texture update replaced the old file entirely. It's gone from the current game, which means most of Minecraft's life it was sitting there unnoticed. Once you see this one, you can't unsee it. Every chiseled stone variant in the game has a face carved into it, and the face always belongs to the dominant mob associated with wherever that block comes from. Chiseled sandstone has a creeper face. Chiseled redstone has a wither. Chiseled nether bricks show a wither skeleton skull. Chiseled polished blackstone, found deep in piglin territory, inside Bastion remnants, carries a piglin snout. Chiseled deep slate, which generates naturally in ancient caves, shows the face the developers said was designed to trigger pareidolia in the player. Most read it as the Warden. Chiseled quartz shows an Elder Guardian. Chiseled tuff bears the spiral of the breeze. Chiseled resin bricks show a creaking, every single one. The pattern has been there since sandstone was first added, and has been quietly maintained through every update since. New biomes get a chiseled block. That block gets the face of whatever rules that biome. It's consistent enough and deliberate enough that it's clearly a design philosophy rather than a coincidence. The developers have just never drawn attention to it. Most players handle these blocks for years and think of them as decorative texture variants. They are that, but they're also a portrait gallery of the game's most dangerous inhabitants, pressed into stone and left sitting in plain sight for anyone who stops long enough to actually look at what they're building with. Every painting you hang on a wall in Minecraft, those small decorative canvases most players cycle through until they find one that fits the space, is based on a real oil painting by a real artist. Christopher Zetterstrand is a Swedish artist whose work sits at the intersection of classical painting and pixelated computer graphics. In 2010, Notch asked him if he could contribute some pixel art for what Zetterstrand later described as Notch's, quote, weird little indie hobby game. His method was simple. He shrunk down photos of his existing oil paintings, adjusted them, and sent the file over. Those became the paintings in the game. Notch asked him specifically because Zetterstrand is his former brother-in-law. The art hanging in millions of Minecraft bases worldwide came from a family connection, and what was essentially a casual request between two people who knew each other. The originals are on Zetterstrand's website, full-size oil canvases that the in-game versions were compressed from. Seeing them at actual resolution after years of squinting at pixelated thumbnails is a genuinely strange experience. The Wither painting wasn't made by Zetterstrand. It was painted by Jens Bergensten, who confirmed on Reddit that because the other paintings were downscaled from real oils, they had a particular soft, anti-aliased quality to them. When he created the Wither painting from scratch, he had to deliberately use a soft brush tool to replicate that same look, since he had no original canvas to shrink down. The game never mentions any of this. The paintings just appear in the crafting menu, and most players never think twice about where they come from. The symbols floating across your enchanting table aren't invented for the game. They're the standard galactic alphabet, a writing system created by game designer Tom Hall for the Commander Keen series of DOS platforms, which ran from 1990 to 2001. Notch liked Commander Keen enough that rather than designing his own mysterious script, he borrowed Hall's. It's a straightforward substitution cipher. Every symbol maps directly to a Latin letter, one for one. You can learn all 26 characters in an afternoon and read every enchanting table in the game from that point forward. Here's the thing though, the words displayed have no relationship to the enchantment you are about to receive. The table pulls randomly from a fixed list, 3 to 5 words at a time. Decode them and you'll find things like curse, destroy, elder, demon, mixed in with references to Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos, a nod to the Elder Scrolls lawsuit Bethesda once brought against Mojang, and the word baguette. That last one is in there, in the enchanting table permanently. So Mojang borrowed a real alphabet from a 1990 DOS game, used it to display randomly selected words that include both a Lovecraft prayer and a bread reference, made the whole thing fully translatable by anyone willing to learn it, and attached none of it to any actual in-game outcome. Learning to read it tells you nothing useful about the item you are enchanting. The cipher rewards the effort with gibberish and a baguette. It's been there since 2011. When Mojang launched its public bug tracker in 2012, reports were assigned numbers in order: MC1, MC2, MC3. The fourth bug ever logged was MC4, and as of 2026, it's still open. The bug itself is a client-server disagreement. When an item loads precisely on the edge of a block, your game and the server running the world don't agree on where it is. Your screen might show the item falling off the edge, while the server believes it's still sitting on top. Two systems looking at the same object, seeing different things. It doesn't crash the game or corrupt saves. In the broader landscape of Minecraft's bugs, it is relatively minor, which is probably a large part of why it has survived this long. Never severe enough to jump to the top of the priority list. Never simple enough to fix cleanly without touching the underlying client-server sync systems. that the entire game is built on. As of 2023, MC4 is the only single-digit bug report still open on the tracker. Everything around it has been fixed, closed, or marked as intentional. MC4 just sits there, reported, acknowledged, unresolved, and exactly as it has been since the tracker opened. Every large piece of software has something like this. The bug that's been known since the beginning, that survived every major refractor and every engine overhaul, that nobody has managed to quietly pull out from the bottom of the pile without disturbing everything sitting above it. Minecraft's version just so happens to be publicly numbered and sitting right at the top of the list where anyone can go and look at it. Spiders can scale almost any surface in the game. Stone walls, wooden towers, glass. Building a base that actually keeps spiders out requires deliberate overhangs on every external wall, which is a design constraint most players learn the hard way at some point. The climbing mechanic works because Jeb programmed spiders to treat the sides of solid blocks like ladders. Any block with a solid face can be climbed. The list of exceptions is short. Spiders cannot climb ice, packed ice, or blue ice. Those three blocks share specific movement properties that the climbing code doesn't register the same way as standard solid surfaces. And the result is that a spider which would scale a sheer stone wall without hesitation simply fails to grip an ice face. A few other blocks are worth mentioning for accuracy. Glazed terracotta looks like it should stop them. Slime blocks can't stick to it. Sticky pistons can't pull it. But spiders can currently climb it anyway. Something the community has flagged as an inconsistency for years. Honey blocks slow spiders down, but don't stop the climb entirely. So the practical spider-proofing material, if you'd rather not build overhangs on everything, is ice. A wall capped with a single layer of packed ice is one of the few surfaces that reliably stops them. The game never tells you this anywhere. It's just a property sitting in the block data, found only by players who thought to test it. Cats spawn in villages. Most players notice this within their first few hours and think nothing more of it. What almost nobody notices is that one specific variant has a condition attached to it that the game never mentions anywhere. Black cats may only spawn during a full moon. On both Java and Bedrock Edition, roughly half the cats that spawn during that phase will be black. Any other night, black isn't in the spawning pool at all. The only exception being witches' swamp huts, where a black cat spawns as a part of the structure, regardless of the moon's phase. The moon in Minecraft isn't decoration. Slimes spawn more frequently in swamps as the moon gets fuller and stop appearing entirely during the new moon. Skeleton and zombie equipment probabilities shift with the lunar cycle. Spider buff chances change with it too. The game is quietly tracking an 8-phase lunar cycle calendar and applying it to mob behavior in ways that most players never consciously register. One complete lunar cycle takes about 2 hours and 40 minutes of playtime, so the full moon comes around roughly 9 times per real-world day of play. The black cat window isn't exactly rare. You just have to know to look for it, which requires knowing it exists in the first place. So if you're watching this, well, I guess lucky you. If you accidentally shoot yourself, tamed wolves that aren't sitting will attack any mob or player that injures their owner. That's the mechanic as written. The wolves detect damage happening to you and respond to whatever caused it. The problem is they don't read context. They only know you got hurt. So when the damage source is you, an arrow that curves back, a splash potion of harming thrown too close, fall damage near an open pit, the wolves run the same threat assessment they always do, and reach the same conclusion they always would. If something hurt you, find it, deal with it. There's nothing else nearby, there's only you. Older versions had the self-arrow version of this clearly documented. Shoot yourself with a bow, and your wolves would turn on you immediately. Mojang has adjusted wolf behavior across multiple updates, but the underlying logic hasn't changed. The wolves respond to damage on their own, and when you're the one causing that damage, the system has no way to tell you as victim apart from you as attacker. The loyalty that makes wolves teleport to your side when you walk too far, that sends them charging at anything threatening you, that follows you across dimensions, it all runs the same check regardless of what the answer comes back as. They don't know you hit yourself. The code doesn't ask. It just finds a damage source and moves toward it. When lightning strikes within 4 blocks of a pig, it converts into a zombified piglin instantly. Baby pigs become baby zombified piglins. The saddle vanishes, whatever was standing there a moment ago is gone, and something from the nether is in its place. Notch announced this when he added it in April of 2011 with, quote, "Mwahaha, pigs that get hit by lightning turn into zombie pigmen, winky face." The transformation runs in both directions. Piglins that enter the overworld or the end convert into zombified piglins after 15 seconds. Their biology apparently incompatible with dimensions outside the nether. The connection between pigs and piglins isn't just implied by the lightning mechanic. The game encodes it from both ends. The community reading of this is hard to dismiss once you've seen it. If piglins are descended from ancient builders who spent generations in the nether until the dimension changed them, bipedal, gold-obsessed, pig-faced, then pigs and piglins share biological roots somewhere far back. The lightning conversion is the only direct demonstration of that link in the game, a pathway between the two that bypasses all the evolutionary distance in between, which puts the pigs in a different light. The passive oinking animals you've been farming for pork chops since the first day of every world, the most unremarkable food source in the game. Under the right atmospheric conditions with one bolt of electricity, one of them becomes a nether mob. In 2014, while developer Ryan Holtz was building the rabbit mob, a player going by Zyzen420 decided to reach out on Reddit and Twitter asking if he could add a skin resembling his girlfriend's rabbit, Toast, who had gone missing that week. Holtz agreed and built a unique variant into the game, accessible only by naming any rabbit Toast with a name tag. The Toast skin gives the rabbit the appearance of a black Dutch rabbit, a large black and white patch across the body, more black fur around the face than any naturally spawning variant. It doesn't appear in the world, it can't be bred into offspring. The only way to see it is to name a rabbit Toast, which means you have to already know it exists. Toast, the real rabbit, was never found. The Easter egg is case sensitive. Lowercase Toast does nothing. It has to be exactly right, which means almost everyone who triggers it did so on purpose, knowing exactly why the skin looks the way it does. People who stumble onto it without knowing the story behind it are probably rarer than the variant itself. There's a straightforward way to read this. A developer added a small memorial to a player's lost pet because someone asked, and because it was a decent thing to do. In a game played by hundreds of millions of people across 3 decades, that rabbit is still in there, named, specific, going about its rabbit business in whatever world someone decided to put it in. The tuxedo cat variant in Minecraft was modeled on Jeb's personal cat, Newton, who died on May 12, 2014. Jeb confirmed it on Twitter that day, writing that Newton had once been his model for the Minecraft cat, and now she was gone. Newton had been in the game for years before that, modeled on the cat Jeb was living with at the time that he built the variant, and after she died, the tuxedo cat kept wandering through Minecraft villages, available for players to tame and name and keep as a companion, with no indication of what they were actually looking at. The Jelly variant came later. Good Times with Scar's cat, Jelly, won a community vote at Minecon Earth 2018 to become an official Minecraft cat skin. Jelly, the real cat, outlived the vote by years, long enough to become a beloved figure in the Minecraft community alongside her owner. She died on February 4th, 2024. Both cats are gone now, and both of them are still in the game. The glow squid didn't originate in the main game. It came from Minecraft Earth, the augmented reality mobile game, where it existed long before anyone could find one underwater in a survival world. In October of 2020, Mojang held a mob vote during Minecraft Live where players chose between 3 candidates from spin-off titles to be added to the base game: the Moo Bloom, the Ice Logger, and the Glow Squid, and Glow Squid won. Minecraft Earth shut down on June 30th, 2021, and the timing matters. Players voted to bring it to the main game before Earth was gone. By the time Earth actually closed, the Glow Squid was already added to Java and Bedrock, swimming in the deep water of every world generated since the Caves and Cliffs update. It got out before the door closed. It's the first mob from a spin-off game to make it to the base game. The Woolly Cow also came from Minecraft Earth and survived in Minecraft Dungeons. But the Glow Squid is the one that ended up in the game people actually play every day, in survival worlds, on servers, in every new world generated on every platform. Piglins are pig-faced humanoids who live in the Nether, trade gold, hunt hoglins for food, and organize into functioning social groups. They have their own economy, their own behaviors, and a specific fear of soulfire that goes unexplained. They're not animals, they're a civilization, or whatever's left of one. The in-game evidence is scattered, but consistent. Hoglins are biologically related to pigs. Regular overworld pigs transform into zombified piglins when struck by lightning, and piglins brought out of the Nether zombify after 15 seconds, following the same degradation pattern. The connection between pigs and piglins runs through the game's code at a mechanical level, not just visually. The community theory goes like this. Piglins are descended from ancient builders who fled into the Nether during the overworld's collapse. Over generations, the dimension changed them. Their pigs changed too, becoming hoglins. Their obsession with gold, cultural, ritualistic, instinctual in a way that goes beyond simple resource hoarding, could be the remnant of a civilization that used gold as currency long before they understood why. A behavior that outlasted whatever originally caused it. Mojang has never confirmed any of this. The official framing positions piglins as Nether natives, added to give the dimension more life. but the mechanical links between pigs and piglins, the abandoned netherwort farms inside fortresses, the Hoglin stables in bastions, the ruins of structures that imply organization and intent, together they build a picture of something that used to be far more advanced than what's there now. Whatever happened to them, what's left is a society rebuilding around gold it can't stop wanting, and a food animal it brought with it from somewhere else. Igloos are strange. They sit alone in frozen tundra, small and quiet, and exactly half of them hide a trapdoor under the third carpet from the door. Pull it up, and there's a ladder shaft dropping into a stone brick basement. Down there, a brewing stand already loaded with a splash potion of weakness, a cauldron, a chest with a golden apple, a flower pot with a cactus, and 2 iron bar cages built into the far wall. One cage holds a villager, the other holds a zombie villager. They're separated by a wall with signs and arrows pointing at each of them. Why would anyone build that? Because someone was trying to fix something. The theory is that the zombie plague that collapsed the ancient builders' civilization wasn't a random feature of the world. It spread. You die to a zombie, you become one. A slow biological disaster eating through an entire civilization from the inside. The survivors fled. Frozen tundra, remote islands, underground, anywhere the infection hadn't reached yet. And in all those places, they set up research stations and got to work. The cure they found is still in the game. Splash potion of weakness, then a golden apple. Someone figured that out in a basement under a snowfield while the world fell apart around them. It works, and it still works. The igloos are what is left of those people, not monuments or cities, just small stone rooms under the ice, stocked with exactly the tools needed to save one more villager. The experiment is still running. The subject is still in the cage. Whoever built it never came back to finish the job. They left it for whoever found the trapdoor next. Illagers were villagers who remember. And the official lore on this is darker than most people realize. According to the Minecraft Mobstiary, Illagers weren't just cast out for being different. They were expelled specifically because of their unspeakable activities. The villagers didn't exile innocent people. They exiled people who were already doing something the rest of them wanted no part of. What that something was, the game never says. After the exile, they ended up in deep forests and built woodland mansions, massive, sprawling structures that no current villager civilization comes anywhere close to matching. The people who cast them out live in small, procedurally generated towns. The people they expelled built manor houses with secret rooms and altar chambers. Evokers, the most powerful illagers, don't fight with weapons. They summon vexes, small, phasing spirits that pass through solid walls, through some process the game never explains, but clearly treats as deliberate and practiced. The woodland mansion's interior is full of rooms that serve no obvious functional purpose. Dark alcoves, shrine-like arrangements, spaces that feel devotional rather than practical. The theory is that the unspeakable activities that got them expelled are exactly what they're still doing in the mansion. They were studying something. The villagers wanted it stopped. They refused, got thrown out, and kept going in isolation, away from anyone who might interfere. The villagers who exiled them became the passive, trading-focused mobs we see today. No magic, no curiosity, no apparent memory of whatever knowledge their ancestors decided was too dangerous to keep. The illagers lost their home, but they kept everything else. Iron golems exist to protect villages. That's the whole job. Patrol, defend, attack anything hostile. Simple enough. But there's a strange detail buried in the aggression list. Iron golems will attack skeletons. They'll walk across a village to engage one, and skeletons are passive toward villagers. Villagers don't flee from them. Skeletons have no interest in hunting them under normal circumstances. A stray arrow might clip a villager, but that's incidental. Skeletons aren't a villager threat, so you have a protection system that treats something as a danger that the thing it's protecting has never recognized as one. The full aggression list makes this stranger. Iron golems attack every hostile mob except creepers. Zombies, husks, drowned, pillagers, ravagers, vindicators, vexes, evokers, those make sense. Villagers flee from most of them, but skeletons, spiders, cave spiders, the golem hunts all of them, and none of them are on the villager threat list. The theory is that the golem's aggression settings weren't written by villagers. They were inherited from whoever originally designed the construct. People for whom every undead mob was a genuine danger, because they were living through an undead collapse and couldn't afford to make exceptions. The villagers at some point rediscovered the Iron Golem blueprint, built one, and got a protector calibrated for a war they have no memory of. The golem is still fighting that war. It attacks skeletons on sight, not because the villagers need it to, but because whoever wrote its instructions did, and those instructions have never been updated, because nobody left alive knows how they work. In 2019, Minecraft.net published a piece called Visit the Nether, written as a jokey travel guide. The kind of thing Mojang does when they want to say something real while keeping it light. Buried inside it is a passage about blazes that stops being funny fairly quickly. The article describes blazes as sentient beings made of pure lava, theorizing that they were created as guards by the original inhabitants of the Nether Fortress, engineered, built to protect the place, automated defenders for whoever once lived there. Then comes the part that matters. The article speculates that the builders lost control over their creations and as a result were destroyed by them. It's framed carefully, theorized, speculate, because Mojang rarely hands you clean answers. But those words are doing exactly what they look like they're doing. The fortresses are empty. The blazes are still there. The official Minecraft.net article offers exactly one explanation for why, and it's that the things built to guard the place killed the people who built them. So what's left is a structure nobody lives in anymore, filled with creatures who are still executing orders nobody is alive to give. They don't know the war ended. They don't know it ended because of them. They're still at their posts, attacking anything that walks through the door, doing the job they were made to do, with a loyalty that outlasted everyone who ever wanted it. The blaze rod in your inventory came from one of them. The item that unlocks potions, crafts Eyes of Ender, that gates the entire late game. It drops from a creature that, according to Mojang's own published lore, killed the civilization that created it. Skulk has a mechanic that people tend to overlook. It doesn't just sit there. When a mob dies near a Skulk catalyst, the catalyst blooms, converting the dying mob's experience into Skulk charges, which spread outward and replace surrounding blocks with more Skulk. Soul particles drift off the catalyst when it activates. The whole thing looks and feels like something feeding. Death goes in, Skulk comes out. Now look at what is inside the ancient city. At the center of every single one sits a large frame structure built from reinforced deep slate, a block that cannot be destroyed by the Wither, the Ender Dragon, or any explosion. No evidence remains of how the builders made it. The recipe appears to be completely lost. According to the developer who added it, its purpose is to add mystery. Mojang won't say any more than that. So there's a civilization who engineered one of the most indestructible materials in the game, placed it at the heart of a city, now completely consumed by a death-feeding organism, and then disappeared without a trace. The community theory is that the ancient builders invited Skulk into their cities, deliberately, cultivating it as a weapon against the Wither, whose power runs on souls and the undead. Something that consumes death at a scale would be exactly the tool you'd want against something that runs on it. The reinforced deep slate frame at the center, wither-proof and inexplicable, would be the containment structure, and then it stopped being contained. The Skulk is still there, the builders aren't. The wool carpet laid across the city floors, which dampens vibrations, which is the one thing that keeps the warden from waking, suggests whoever lived there understood exactly what they'd built. They weren't careless, they just couldn't keep up with it. The name Skulk wasn't an accident. The developer King Bee Dogs confirmed that Skulk was named following the process Jeb used for shulkers. He liked the word lurker, but rearranged it. Skulk is one letter off from skulk with a K, meaning to keep out of sight, typically with a sinister or cowardly motive. That's the word Mojang landed on. Not a made-up fantasy term, not a random syllable that sounded right. A real word with a specific meaning, changed by exactly one letter. The organism spreading through the deepest caves in the game, the one that feeds on death and grows in the dark and alerts a blind predator to your presence, is named for the act of hiding with bad intentions. The blocks built around it follow the same logic. A Minecraft.net post described the Skulk sensor as something that, quote, can hear you loud and clear. Officially, it detects vibrations, but the language Mojang keeps reaching for when talking about it is the language of listening. The Skulk Shrieker screams. The Warden, the thing the whole system exists to summon, is completely blind and hunts entirely by sound. The entire ecosystem is built around the act of being heard. The naming goes one level deeper. Skulk follows the same pattern as shulker, lurker, bent into something new. Both names mean the same thing. Both describe something that hides, waits, and responds when you get too close. Whatever is down there in the deep dark was named to tell you exactly what it's doing. It's been skulking the whole time. Every ancient city has the same thing at its center. You walk the long corridors, step carefully over the wool and carpet laid down to muffle sound, navigate past the Skulk Shriekers, and eventually you get there. A large frame built above a pit of blue soul flames, shaped like the eyeless face of the Warden. The structure resembles early design iterations of the mob. The reinforced deep slate, indestructible, unobtainable, and found nowhere else in the game, lines what functions as the mouth and face, specifically the face of the blind creature that lives in the dark around it. Whoever built the ancient city constructed a massive portrait of the Warden at the center of their civilization. The thing that patrols the halls, hunts by sound, and will kill you before you can react. They put its face on their most prominent structure, above everything else they built. The theory that follows fits the geometry. The builders may not have feared the Warden the way you do. They may have created it, cultivated it as a guardian, built the city around it and its network of skulk sensors, designed the wool-carpeted floors specifically to move through without triggering what they themselves had put there. The face at the center isn't a warning about the warden, it's a declaration. This city belongs to it. That was always the arrangement. Underneath that central frame sits a series of hidden basements with naturally generating redstone circuitry, something the builders left running, still functional, still waiting for input for someone who never came back. The face stares out over an empty city. Whatever agreement existed between the builders and what lives here, only one side of it is still honoring it. The Warden is the most dangerous mob Mojang has ever added to the game. It's completely blind, navigates entirely by vibration, and absolutely capable of killing a player in full netherite armor in 2 strikes. Developer Brandon Pierce described it as a force of nature. When a tornado is coming toward you, you don't try to fight it, you get out of the way. The intended response has never been combat, it's retreat. Now look at what's inside it. Pierce confirmed in a tweet that the souls in the Warden's chest are incredibly important to its lore. Souls, plural. You can see them if you look closely. A faint blue glow pulsing behind the ribcage, synchronized with the darkness effect it inflicts on nearby players. The closer the Warden gets to finding you, the faster the heartbeat. The faster the heartbeat, the faster your own probably is. Mojang said these souls matter to the lore and then stopped talking. Much about the Warden is intentionally kept obscure. Pierce has said as much directly. So what's left is the shape of the question rather than any answer. There are souls inside the chest of a creature that guards an abandoned city. The city's central structure is built in the shape of the Warden's face. The floors are carpeted in wool specifically to muffle footsteps, meaning whoever designed this place built it around the problem of not making noise. They understood the Warden at a level that goes well beyond encountering it by accident. Whether they created it, worshipped it, were eventually destroyed by it, or something else entirely, Mojang hasn't said and may never say. The souls are confirmed. Everything else is what you make of them in the dark. Mojang has confirmed that the Warden and the Skulk were inspired by Lovecraftian horror, the way developers wanted to create something scary in a mysterious and unknown way, rather than relying on jump scares or conventional threat design. That's a specific philosophy, and it shows in every decision they made. The Warden doesn't roar and charge the moment it detects you. It can't see you. It listens, sniffs, and moves toward whatever source of vibration seems most suspicious, getting progressively more agitated the more it picks up, its heartbeat accelerating in sync with your own panic. Brandon Pierce, as we said, called it an unstoppable force of nature, a challenge players had to approach in ways Minecraft had never asked of them before. The Lovecraft connection explains why it works. Lovecraftian horror isn't about monsters that are dangerous. It's about things that are so wrong, so far outside normal categories, that the standard responses don't apply. You don't fight a Lovecraftian entity, you survive it, if you're careful and fortunate, and then you leave. The Warden is mechanically identical to that premise. Killing it is technically possible, but the game is quiet and constantly telling you that this isn't what you should be doing here. Pierce also noted that horror has always been a part of Minecraft's DNA. The feeling of descending into a dark cave for the first time, hearing bones and groaning somewhere below, not knowing how far down it goes. The Warden is that feeling given a body, placed at the bottom of the deepest biome in the game, in a city that no one lives in anymore. Mojang put Lovecraftian design principles into a game with a recommended age of 7, then hid the result underground so you'd have to go looking for it. On July 26, 2011, Notch posted a screenshot showing several dark, tall, thin, and new distant figures. When the image hit Reddit, users immediately compared the unnamed mobs to Slenderman, the internet horror figure that was everywhere that year. A user named Drodenzop jokingly called them Slendermen, and Notch replied to the thread saying the official name would be Enderman, directly acknowledging the comparison. He later confirmed publicly that the Enderman was a subtle reference to Slenderman, which were tall, dark, long-limbed, and hostile when you look directly at them. The parallels were obvious enough that the name practically wrote itself. What makes the name work on 2 levels is that the end was already spoken for. The end dimension existed in Notch's plans, which meant Enderman landed simultaneously as a Slenderman reference and as the literal name for creatures from a place called the End. One word doing both jobs. And then there's the water weakness, which has a completely separate origin. According to Bernie Burns, former CEO of Rooster Teeth, the idea came from his son, JD, during a visit to Mojang's offices. The kid suggested that Enderman should be hurt by water. Mojang liked it and put it in. That's the actual origin of one of the most strategically significant mob weaknesses in the game. A child visiting an office and saying something offhand, and the developers thought it was worth keeping. Take the idle sounds Endermen make, reverse them, slow them down, pitch them up, and what comes out sounds unmistakably like human voices. Fragments of casual speech twisted into something wrong. Players have decoded phrases like here, hiya, and what's up, buried inside audio that in its unprocessed form is among the most unsettling ambient sounds in any game. There's even a Bedrock Edition loading screen tip that states outright the Enderman language is actually English in reverse. Mojang has also officially stated that the belief that Enderman sounds are reversed human speech is just speculation. They put a loading tip in the game saying the language is English backwards, and then separately said the reversed speech interpretation is unconfirmed. Both things were true at the same time. Make of that what you will. What isn't in dispute is what the sound feels like. Whether the audio was deliberately designed as reversed human speech, or whether players are finding patterns in distortion, the effect lands the same either way. Hearing those low, warped vocalizations in the dark, knowing there's something in there that sounds like a person trying to say hello, it doesn't matter much whether Mojang planned it or whether our brains are doing the work for them. The theory that it's an echo of what Endermen used to be, people who once greeted each other, now stripped of almost everything except the reflex, is fan lore, not canon. But it fits a creature that's humanoid in shape, responds to eye contact the way a startled person does, and lives in a dimension that looks like the world had everything warm drained out of it. Something in there still sounds like it's trying to say hello. Mojang won't confirm whether that was the point, but maybe that is the point. Endermen are the builders, and the argument goes like this. The ancient builders fled the overworld when everything collapsed. Some of them activated the end portal in the strongholds, stepped through, and found themselves in a dimension they didn't understand with no obvious way back. Over generations, exposed to a place with no water, no sky, no normal food source, eating chorus fruit to survive, they changed. Chorus fruit causes teleportation when eaten. That is its confirmed in-game mechanic. The theory is that sustained consumption over millennia would eventually alter the beings eating it at a biological level, limbs elongating in low gravity, skin darkening, eyes shifting to the deep purple of the void surrounding them. Endermen are the only mobs that spawn naturally in all three dimensions, the overworld, the nether, and the end. Every other mob belongs somewhere specific. Endermen belong everywhere, which only makes sense if they came from a civilization that had already traveled between all three. They also pick up blocks, carry them around, and set them down somewhere else. There's no survival explanation for this behavior. Predators don't do it, prey animals don't do it. A creature whose deep memory includes building might do it the way a person hums a song they can't remember learning. None of this is canon, but it does all fit. Mojang has left enough gaps in the lore that the theory doesn't break against anything official. It just sits in the silence between confirmed facts, the same way everything else in the game does, waiting for whoever comes along and thinks to look. In Java Edition, Spectator Mode lets you possess any mob and see through its eyes. Different mobs get different visual filters, creepers see everything green, spiders get a fragmented multi-lens view, endermen invert the world, everything flips. So what happens when you look through an enderman's eyes at the end is genuinely strange. The end appears as a grayish-purple cobblestone island under a white sky, with white pillars and a white ender dragon with green eyes. The reason is almost too neat. Endstone's texture is an inversion of cobblestone's texture. Same geometry, flipped colors. So when you apply the Enderman's inverting shader on top of that, you invert it back. And what you get looks almost exactly like cobblestone. Nobody had to plan it. It fell out of the math. Mojang made Endstone by inverting cobblestone's texture. The Enderman shader inverts the world, and the two inversions cancel each other out. The dominant block of the end dimension resolves through Enderman eyes into something that looks like the ground material of the overworld. Through Enderman eyes, they're standing on something that looks like home. Whether that was intentional or just a consequence of how the textures were made, it's there either way. Two color inversions stacked on top of each other, accidentally making the dimension the Endermen are trapped in look to them like the world they came from. In March of 2014, someone on Twitter asked Notch what a group of Endermen should be called. Dinnerbone, one of Mojang's developers, replied, "Let's call it a haunting of Endermen," and it stuck. In the third episode of Minecraft Story Mode, a player can correct other characters' grammar by specifying that the proper collective noun is a haunting of Endermen. There's also something worth noting. In the fourth Minecraft novel, The End, the collective term used by Endermen themselves is, quote, an end of Endermen. So the official materials contain two different collective nouns. A haunting, which is what humans call them, and an end, which is apparently what they call themselves. This distinction is probably unintentional, but it's sitting there in the published material. The one that landed in the culture is Dinnerbones. It fits too well to have been an accident. Endermen appear without warning in the dark, freeze and stare when you look at them, and vanish the moment you stop. The word haunting carries the weight of something that lingers, something that belongs to a place that won't leave, something that used to be something else entirely. Whatever Dinnerbone intended when he typed it, the word does more than name a group. It describes what running into one actually feels like. Chorus fruit is the only fruit that naturally exists in the end, and the only food in the game that causes teleportation when eaten. Consume one and you get displaced 8 blocks in a random direction. The algorithm used is identical to Enderman teleportation. Mojang didn't just make a food that causes teleportation, they made it work the exact way Endermen work. The ancient builder theory holds that humans fled into the End to escape the Wither, got trapped there, and slowly transformed over generations into what we now call Endermen. Whether you find that convincing or not, the mechanical detail at the center of it is worth sitting with. The only food to anything living in the End produces the defining ability of the creatures that live there. Eat nothing but teleportation food for 1,000 years, pass it to your children, pass it to theirs. At some point, does biology catch up? The game never answers that. It just places chorus fruit in the End, gives it Enderman teleportation physics, makes it the only food source in the entire dimension, and moves on without comment. The connection is either deliberate design or a coincidence so clean, it barely matters which one it is. Stand under a 2-block tall overhang when an Enderman is chasing you. Endermen need 3 full blocks of vertical clearance to teleport anywhere. It's a hard requirement built into how the mechanic works. When the game picks a teleport destination, it checks headroom first. Less than 3 blocks above the landing spot means the destination gets rejected. The moment you duck into a space with a low ceiling, every location near you becomes invalid. The Enderman has nowhere to go. What makes this so satisfying is the contrast. This is the mob that vanishes mid-fight and reappears behind you. The one that sidesteps every arrow, making bows completely useless against it. The one that can cover a massive distance in the time it takes you to spin around. All that stops the moment you dig yourself 2 blocks into the ground and crouch under the dirt. It just stands there, swinging at your feet, unable to do the one thing it was built to do. One of the most unsettling mobs in the game, and its hard counter is basic excavation. Look at what the dragon actually does when you arrive in the End. It's constantly and endlessly circling those obsidian pillars since long before you got there. Each pillar has a crystal on top that pumps health back into the dragon every time it takes damage. Whoever placed those crystals made sure this thing couldn't die. The dragon's wings and breath catch Endermen in the crossfire sometimes. They scatter. They can't really fight back. It flies and they can't reach it. Creatures that will chase you across an entire biome over a glance just run in their own dimension from the thing circling above them. Then there's the path you took to get there. Eyes of Ender require blaze powder, which comes from blaze rods, which only drop from the blazes inside nether fortresses. Getting into the End means surviving the most hostile dimension in the game just to collect a single ingredient. That's not a convenient crafting chain, it's a long, dangerous, specific sequence of steps. It feels less like a recipe and more like a lock combination. The end crystals on top of those pillars aren't natural formations either. Somebody built them. The game offers no explanation of who or why. Kill the dragon, and the advancement you receive isn't Dragon Slayer or Final Boss. It's called Free the End, a description of what just happened to them. Scattered across the outer islands of the End, reachable only after the dragon is dead, are End cities. Towers of purple block and end stone, sometimes hundreds of blocks tall, with floating ships docked alongside them and shulkers stationed at every doorway. Nobody lives there. Nobody has for a long time. The cities hold loot, enchanted armor, weapons, the elytra, but no inhabitants, no signs of recent use, and no explanation for why any of it exists. Whoever built these structures is gone. The only mob in the entire game that can pick up and move blocks is the Enderman. Every other creature interacts with the world but never reshapes it. Endermen do. They carry things, they place things. In a game built around construction, they're the only other entity that builds. The cities are made entirely from materials found in the end, purpur and endstone, because those are the only materials available there. The ships look like vessels from a civilization that once had somewhere to go. The banners on the towers suggest someone who cared about marking what they'd made. And now, those towers stand empty, shulkers drifting through the corridors, while outside them the Endermen wander the islands, picking up random blocks and putting them down somewhere else, as if still practicing something they've long since forgotten the point of. Every hostile mob in Minecraft hunts. Zombies walk toward you, skeletons back up and shoot, creepers close the distance, Endermen teleport across the room to chase you down. Shulkers just wait. When something gets within 16 blocks, a shulker opens and fires a homing projectile that track their target along strict axes in clean, deliberate lines. If nothing comes near, they stay shut, camouflaged against the purple walls, indistinguishable from the building itself. They don't wander, they don't explore, they have no territory to patrol because they aren't patrolling. They're stationed. The levitation effect their bullets inflict is particularly well suited to the end specifically. Anywhere else, floating upward for 10 seconds is an inconvenience. In the end, with the void directly below every island, it's a death sentence if your timing is off when the effect drops. There's one detail that tends to get overlooked. When the game files were introduced in 1.9, the shulker's internal texture file wasn't called shulker.png, it was called endergolem.png. Golem, the same word Minecraft used for constructed, purpose-built protectors. Nobody at Mojang has confirmed what shulkers are or where they came from, but something built the end cities. Something stocked them with gear that can't be found anywhere else in the game, and something left these immovable, camouflaged, homing sentinels stationed at every doorway, still firing, still waiting, long after whatever put them there is gone. The Ender Dragon tears through almost everything she flies into, like stone, wood, and dirt. The list of blocks she genuinely cannot destroy is short and mostly obvious. Bedrock, obsidian, endstone, and portal frames. Iron bars are on that list too. She passes straight through them without breaking a single one. The reason is right there on the central island if you look for it. 2 of the obsidian pillars have iron bar cages built around their end crystals. These cages are part of the arena itself, placed by the game when the dragon spawns. When you resummon her, the explosions that reset the pillars also rebuild those cages from scratch. She can't destroy them because they're part of her own structure. Mojang tagged iron bars as dragon immune for the same reason endstone and obsidian are immune. They're materials the arena is built from, and the fight itself would break otherwise. The knock-on effect is what makes it interesting. Strongholds use iron bars throughout their construction. The prison cell rooms, the windows, the corridors. Whatever built those strongholds used the one overworld material that the dragon specifically cannot touch. Whether that's deliberate world building or just a side effect of the immunity tag, Mojang has never said either way. Minecraft doesn't do gender. Cows, pigs, chickens, every mob in the game is referred to as it. The game engine doesn't track sex. Even the wiki has had long arguments about this. The Ender Dragon is the exception. Mojang's staff have consistently used female pronouns for her across official materials, and the Bedrock Edition tutorial describes her directly. She's a fierce and powerful enemy. Not it, not the dragon, but she. There's no announcement attached to this. No developer blog post, no lore document explaining the decision. Just a quiet, consistent choice that runs against how every other mob in the game gets handled. The end poem, written by Irish author Julian Goh and placed immediately after the dragon's death, is worth reading carefully. It never names or describes the dragon. What it does is spend 9 minutes asking you to reconsider everything you just did, moving through ideas about dreams, creation, and the nature of players and worlds. The dragon barely appears in it at all, and yet it's what you read the moment the only explicitly female mob in the base game is gone. A piece of writing about imagination and existence, delivered right after you kill her. Mojang hasn't explained why she's the exception, she just is. After defeating the Ender Dragon for the first time, a dragon egg appears on top of the exit portal. 1 per world. Walk up and punch it, and it teleports. Try TNT, and it also teleports. The game is very consistent about this. Getting it into your inventory requires working around its mechanics rather than through them. Push it with a piston, and it drops as an item. Or dig out the block below it, place a torch in the gap, and when the egg falls onto the torch, it can't settle as a solid block and converts into something you can pick up. Neither method is something most players would find without looking it up first. The game offers no hints, no advancement, nothing pointing you toward it. The egg just sits there, punishing any attempt to interact with it directly. Once you have it, it does nothing. It emits a light level of 1, barely perceptible. It can't be hatched. It has no crafting use. A Mojang developer once mentioned experimenting with letting it set the world spawn point, but said there were no plans to implement that in vanilla. It exists as a trophy and nothing else. The other detail worth noting is the dragon egg is not immune to the dragon herself. The one entity in the game you'd expect to have some relationship with it is the one thing that can actually destroy it. 1 per world, teleports when approached, produced by a creature that can destroy it. No function beyond existing. Every end portal frame block has a 10% chance of generating with an eye already in it. There are 12 frame blocks, and the chance of all 12 rolling that 10% independently is 0.1 to the power of 12. 1 in a trillion. Most portals generate with 1 eye already placed, which is actually the single most likely outcome at 38%. 0 eyes comes in second at 28%. 5 or more eyes total is under 0.5%. 12 is 1 in a trillion. Here's where it gets interesting though. There are over 280 trillion possible seeds in Java Edition's 48-bit seed space, and with 3 strongholds per world, each containing a portal, the math works out to over 8 million Java Edition seeds that generate a fully completed portal. Seed hunters have documented them. You can look them up. Seed -45306345556500121041 in Java 1.16 is one confirmed example. What that means in practice is load that world, follow the Eyes of Ender to the stronghold, walk into the portal room, and it's already open. No nether trip, no blaze rods, no enderman farming. The entire intended progression to gather materials, fill the portal, fight the dragon, collapses into find the stronghold and walk in. Nobody speedruns this way because the community has its own categories and rules. But the portal is there, filled, waiting from the moment the world generates. The game built an ending before you even started. The Farlands, the famous terrain generation failure that turned Minecraft's world into walls of twisted stone at extreme distances, were patched out of Java Edition in 2011. Bedrock had its own version and removed those too. That chapter is closed, but at 16,777,216 blocks from the world center, something starts happening in Bedrock Edition, something that was never patched and still exists to this day. It's called the Stripe Lands. See, Bedrock uses 32-bit floating point numbers for location calculations, where Java uses 64-bit. The difference matters because 32-bit floats have less precision. 23 bits dedicated to the fractional part versus 52 in Java's format. At extreme distances, that precision erodes. The Stripe Lands aren't a terrain failure, they're an artifact of the game's rendering and block hitbox calculations. Coordinates become offset by up to a full block, blocks snap to wrong positions visually, and every second block stops rendering. What remains looks like a grid of floating stripes. It compounds the further out you go. Past plus or minus 33,554,432, all blocks render as flat, two-dimensional textures with no depth. At each doubling of distance, the gaps between rendered blocks double again. By around 1 billion blocks out, neighboring slices of terrain are 128 blocks apart, with nothing visible between them. Near plus or minus 2 billion, the game crashes. The 32-bit integer limit, hard wall, or end of the road. The hitboxes break down alongside the visuals. At extreme coordinates, small entity hitboxes shrink to a width of 0, and those entities can fall through the edges of solid blocks. The math that defines where you are and the math that defines what you can stand on start disagreeing with each other entirely. None of this is reachable in normal play. You'd need to teleport out there deliberately. Mojang has marked the relevant bug reports as won't fix. A world that presents itself as boundless, running quiet math failures at distances nobody is ever supposed to reach. Still there, breaking, just far enough away that most players will never know. There are two different things called the Void in Minecraft, and the game keeps them carefully separate. The first is the empty space below bedrock, infinite black nothing. Fall into it, and your health depletes by roughly 4 points every half second, killing you in about 2.5 seconds. Armor doesn't help, totems don't trigger, it's the game telling you you've left the world. The second is a biome, officially named the Void. Biome ID 127, the last slot in the old numerical biome system, sitting at the end of the list after every ocean, every jungle, every plains variation. Java Edition only. Bedrock doesn't have it. The Void biome isn't what's below your world. It's a world type you can select when creating a super flat world. Choose it, and the game generates a single 33 by 33 platform of cobblestone floating in empty sky, and nothing else. No terrain, no structures, no naturally spawning mobs, except phantoms and pillager patrols. Rain is cued, but nothing arrives. The sky darkens for weather events that never happen. The practical use is for redstone builders and map makers who want a completely blank environment with no interface, and it is genuinely useful for that. Mojang gave it a biome ID and put it in the same taxonomy as cherry blossom groves and mangrove swamps. Technically, the void still sits in the same classification system as every other ecological region in the game. It has the last number, it's defined as a place. It just happens to be a place where almost nothing can exist, listed alongside everywhere that can. Here's the situation in October of 2011. Minecraft is about to officially launch. Notch has been working on it for 2.5 years. It sold hundreds of thousands of copies in alpha and beta. There's a launch event planned in Las Vegas. The game is almost ready, except it has no ending. When you defeat the Ender Dragon, what happens? He didn't know. He didn't have anything. The game needed something to play, some kind of conclusion, a moment that acknowledged what the player had done. But Notch, in his own words, wasn't a word guy. So he posted on Twitter to his followers, "Are you a talented writer, famous is a plus, who wants to write a silly, over-the-top, out-of-nowhere text for when you win Minecraft?" A few people knew both Notch and an Irish writer named Julian Go, who had won the 2007 National Short Story Award, and had a reputation for writing strange, philosophical, playful prose. They recommended him. Notch reached out. Go agreed, played Minecraft, which was a substantial undertaking, actually completing it in survival mode, and then wrote what we now call the end poem. He wrote it without revisions, one draft. Notch received it and didn't cut a single word. The poem is a 1,500-word dialogue between two unnamed entities, sometimes interpreted as Endermen, sometimes as the universe itself, who discusses what the player has done. It talks about the player's atoms having been formed in stars. It talks about Minecraft as a dream, and the player waking from it. It ends with the line, "You are the player, and the universe said I love you, because you are love." And the game was over, and the player woke up from the dream. And the player began a new dream, and the player dreamed again, dreamed better. Go said that around halfway through writing it, he felt like his hand was moving faster than his thoughts, the way he was watching the words appear rather than consciously choosing them. He called it taking dictation from the universe. He later said that 2 psychedelic experiences with psilocybin helped him understand that the universe had actually written the latter part of the poem through him, and that his understanding led him to eventually release the poem into public domain in 2022. The Christian blog, the Baron Call, cited the end poem as theologically problematic because it appears to equate the player with God. Actual religious websites were writing about a Minecraft text. The poem makes people cry. Not everyone, plenty of people just skip it, but for a certain kind of player who had invested hundreds of hours into survival mode and actually managed to get to the credits. Seeing that text come up, having 2 cosmic voices discuss what you did, tell you that your atoms were made in stars, tell you that the universe loves you. It hits differently than any video game ending has a right to hit, and Mojang didn't own it. When you kill the Ender Dragon and step through the portal, the game gives you 9 minutes of scrolling text before the credits. Most people skip it. The ones who don't tend to remember it for a long time afterward. The end poem was written by Irish author Julian Go in 2011, after Notch put out a public call on Twitter looking for a writer. Go wrote it, Notch loved it, and Mojang paid him £20,000 for the work. They sent him a contract asking him to sign over essentially all the rights to the poem. He read it and refused, not over the money he'd already been paid, but over terms he felt didn't respect his authorship. There was no formal agreement, just an informal understanding that Mojang could use it. The poem shipped in the game anyway. 3 years later, in 2014, Mojang was about to be sold to Microsoft for $2.5 billion. They needed the paperwork clean. They contacted Go again and asked him to sign. He refused again. Microsoft bought Mojang, the poem was included in the transaction, and Go retained the copyright to a piece of text sitting inside the best-selling video game in history. In 2022, he wrote publicly about the whole situation. He said Microsoft's continued use of the poem was technically copyright infringement and that he didn't want a legal fight. What he described wanting was harder to put into words. He'd spent years feeling hurt, not by the corporate machinery, but by Notch specifically, who had become a billionaire while Go walked away with $20,000 and a contract he couldn't sign. He wrote that he'd made something for a friend, and in the end, the friend hadn't treated him like one. After 2 experiences with psilocybin, something shifted. He released the end poem into the public domain under a CC0 license, free for anyone, forever, for any purpose. No corporation could ever own it, and Microsoft declined to comment. Around halfway through writing the end poem, something changed. Go described his hand moving faster than his thoughts, watching words appear without knowing what would come next, almost like floating back and observing himself from a slight distance. The last third of the poem he left almost entirely unchanged from the first draft, not because he'd planned it that way, but because he was satisfied with what that state produced. By the end of it, he felt like he was taking dictation from the universe. He said this plainly in a 2012 interview, then immediately added that he was sure there were many ways of interpreting the experience that didn't require cosmic voices, but it genuinely felt that way regardless. That caveat matters. He's not presenting himself as a prophet. He's describing something subjective and acknowledging it could be read multiple ways, while still insisting it felt real. Years later, after 2 experiences with psilocybin in the Netherlands, he came back to the poem differently. He described what he called a conversation with the universe, which he believes was the poem's true author, about the situation with Minecraft and Microsoft. That experience was part of what moved him to release the poem to public domain. What he felt had been given to him, he gave away. The poem at the end of the world's most played game, the one that quietly tells children their atoms were made in stars, that the universe loves them, that they are the player, and the story and the universe, all at once, was written by a man who still believes he didn't write it alone. The end poem is a conversation. 2 voices, colors on a screen, dark aqua and dark green, talking about someone who just defeated a dragon and walked through a portal, talking about what that person built, what they dreamed, what they lost and rebuilt and lost again. The poem never pauses to explain who's speaking. It doesn't need to. Go has described the writing process as something that got away from him partway through, his hand moving faster than his thoughts, words appearing rather than being chosen. By the end, he described himself as taking action from the universe. So when people ask what the 2 voices are supposed to represent, that is the answer he's given: the universe. Whatever underlies reality, whatever is actually there beneath the surface of everything, if something is. The voices watch the player the way you'd watch someone you've known a long time. They describe Minecraft as a dream, shelter, sunlight, hunger, stone, the deep logic of survival reduced to blocks and torchlight. and they treat that dream as something that mattered. The thousands of deaths weren't nothing. The dirt house on the first night wasn't nothing. They saw all of it. Then the poem ends. After 9 minutes of this quiet, enormous conversation about dreaming and building and what it means to exist inside a story, it lands on 7 words. You are the player, wake up. The name Wake Up actually circulated for a while before end poem stuck, because those final words are the whole thing compressed into one instruction. The poem spent 9 minutes blurring the line between the player and the person at the keyboard, and then it tells that person, specifically, directly, to come back. The dream is over, the world is still here when you return, but right now, wake up. Buried in the middle of the end poem is a line most people read straight through without catching what it actually says. One of the voices remarks that the player played well, that it did not give up. Did not give up. The poem isn't calling the player exceptional or chosen or destined. It's saying that the player finished, and that finishing was worth noting specifically because others didn't. The phrasing only carries weight if giving up was something other players actually did, which means there were other players who came this far or close to it, and then stopped, walked away, and left the dream unfinished. Go didn't put that line in to be encouraging. He put it in because it's true within the world the poem is building. The voices have watched before. They've seen attempts. They've known what it looks like when someone doesn't make it all the way through. And then you did. 4 words carrying the whole weight of that history. Every abandoned world, every player who built a dirt house on the first night and never came back. Every half-finished mineshaft going nowhere. Every bed placed once and never slept in again. The game doesn't show you any of that. The empty strongholds don't explain themselves. The ruins don't have plaques, but the poem knows. The voices know. They've been watching long enough to recognize failure, so when they see someone finish, they say something about it. Not a celebration, just quiet acknowledgement from whatever's been keeping count. It did not give up. In 2009, someone posted a story on a Minecraft forum, a version of Steve with no pupils, just flat white eyes appearing on the edge of renders, standing in the fog, vanishing when you look directly at him. That post spread. Screenshots circulated, people reported sightings in their own worlds. Herobrine became the first genuine mythology the game ever produced, built entirely by the community from nothing, spreading through early YouTube and forum culture the way ghost stories spread at a campfire, each retelling something new. Mojang confirmed more than once that Herobrine was never in the game. No code, no behavior, no texture tucked away somewhere, waiting to activate. The sightings were pareidolia, edited screenshots, and people deliberately scaring each other. But then, Mojang did something that turned a denial into something stranger. They started writing removed Herobrine into official patch notes, not flagged as a joke, not in a separate section, sitting right there in the changelog alongside real bug fixes and genuine updates, formatted identically, indistinguishable at a glance from everything around it. They've done it across dozens of versions spanning years. New players have read those changelogs and concluded that Herobrine was once a real feature, something that existed, caused problems, and was eventually patched out, which is precisely what the joke was designed to make them think. The mythology started as a community ghost story and ended up incorporated into the game's official record. Herobrine never existed, and yet there is documented proof across years of patch notes that he kept being removed. Mojang never fully winks at the camera. The joke works because it's delivered completely straight every time in a document that is otherwise entirely factual. a ghost invented by strangers on the internet, now lives permanently in the official history of the most popular game ever made. Every update that removes him confirms he was never there. Every confirmation makes him slightly more real. Buried in Minecraft's player entity code for years was a single conditional check. If the username matched Notch, death would trigger one additional item drop alongside whatever was in the inventory. One apple. The feature was there from InfoDev early in 2010 all the way through version 1.3.1, sitting quietly in the code the entire time, waiting for the right person to die in the right circumstance. Players who decompiled the game's files eventually found it and posted the raw code on forums, which is how most people learned it existed at all. The check was exactly what you'd expect, a single line testing the username, and if it matched, drop the apple. There's a wrinkle the story usually glosses over. It worked in single player, it never actually functioned in multiplayer. A technical limitation meant the check didn't carry over to server play, and when single player was eventually converted to run on an internal server in 2012, the whole thing broke entirely and was left as dead code. The bug report filed about it stayed open for years. Mojang never officially fixed or restored it. The Apple connection traces back to an unofficial crafting guide that circulated in the early community, a joke about apples being a Notch exclusive drop. Notch apparently read it and built the joke directly into the game's source code as a quiet acknowledgement of something the community had invented about him. So the sequence of events is this. Players joked that you had to kill Notch to get apples. Notch responded by making that actually true, shipping it in the game without telling anyone, where it sat in the player entity class for 2.5 years until someone decompiling the code found it. The joke was for single player, the legend was for multiplayer. Neither version is quite what people remember, but both are better than a straightforward Easter egg. A developer finding a community joke about himself and quietly deciding to make it real. The yellow text spinning on Minecraft's menu has said a lot of things over the years. Game references, inside jokes, quotes from nowhere. One of them, sitting in the rotation with everything else, is a straightforward recommendation to go play a game many people consider to be Minecraft's closest rival. Also Try Terraria has been in the splash list since the early days, written into the same plain text file as everything else. Terraria returned the favor, booted up, and there's a chance the window title reads, "Also try Minecraft." The two games have been quietly pointing players at each other for years, the kind of thing that happens when the people making games actually like games. Notch publicly praised Terraria on release, congratulated the developers as it hit sales milestones, and said at one point that he was glad to have it as competition. The splash was an extension of that, not a marketing calculation, just someone who thought something was good and said so in the only place he had to say it. The story gets slightly more complicated after Minecraft's acquisition. In February of 2019, Also Try Terraria was quietly removed from Bedrock Edition, alongside a number of other splashes with no explanation given. The timing wasn't lost on people. Java Edition kept it, so depending on which version you're playing, the splash will either load or not. And nobody from Microsoft has ever explained why one version of the game no longer recommends the competition. What remains is a small piece of early indie culture still sitting in Java Edition's splash rotation. Minecraft has hundreds of millions of players, a dedicated education edition, merchandise, films, and a Microsoft infrastructure behind it. The text file still has a line that just says another game is worth your time. The end poem doesn't reach for vague cosmic language when it gets to this part. It gives you a number. 7 billion atoms, it says, in the player's body, created long before the game in the heart of a star. The average human body, weighing around 70 kilograms, contains approximately 7 times 10 to the 27th atoms, or 7 billion. Julian Go got the number right, and those atoms did not come from Earth. The carbon in your body and the oxygen you breathe were fused inside earlier generations of stars. The calcium in your bones and the iron in your blood were made by advanced burning stages, or in supernova explosions. Earth is nowhere near large enough or hot enough to manufacture any of it. Nuclear fusion reactions in stellar cores create elements up to and including iron and nickel in the most massive stars, and the products remain trapped until ejected through stellar winds and explosions. When those stars died, some of them, in events that briefly outshone entire galaxies, they scattered everything outward. That material drifted through space for billions of years, and slowly clumping under gravity, eventually becoming solar systems, planets, oceans, and after a few billion years of chemistry, things that could look up at the night sky and feel something about it. You are one of those things. The atoms that make up your hand right now have been through at least one star, possibly more. They have been supernova debris, they've been interstellar gas. They've spent some time as a protoplanetary cloud before Earth existed. Then they became rock, then ocean, then single-celled organisms, then fish, then something that walked out of the water, then eventually someone's mother who ate and drank and breathed and assembled you. The poem knows this. It traces the whole chain explicitly, from star to scattered atoms, to a woman who gathered them, to the player who woke up in the long dream and started punching trees. The science is there, properly. Go didn't ride around it or soften it into a metaphor. He just followed the atoms backward to where they actually came from. Minecraft is a game about moving through a world, pulling material out of it, and making things. You break what exists and build something new from the pieces. So is everything else. The carbon cycle, the water cycle, the whole slow recycling of matter that has been running since the first stars collapsed. It all operates on the same logic. Nothing is made from nothing. Everything is made from something that was something else first.
Back in 2009, Minecraft was supposed to have a much longer name. What's even crazier is that Notch, the genius behind this iconic game, took inspiration from a webcomic about stick figures. Yeah, before the game was just called Minecraft, Notch considered naming it Minecraft Order of the Stone. In his May 2009 blog post, he explained that the name came from chat discussions on TIG Source IRC, where someone suggested it because it sounded like Order of the Stick, which is a stick figure fantasy webcomic he personally loved. He almost kept the name, but later felt Minecraft stood stronger on its own. Years later, Order of the Stone was reused in Minecraft Story Mode as the main hero group's title. It's funny to think that one of gaming's biggest titles almost borrowed inspiration from a webcomic pun. Just another case of Minecraft history being shaped by casual chat suggestions and lucky name choices. But this is only the beginning of Notch's crazy run, and he didn't know that in a span of a week, he would have taken the first steps towards being a legend. Marcus Notch Pearson built the first working version of Minecraft in about a week during May 2009. While still working a regular job at J-Album, he had been experimenting with a project called Ruby Dung when he discovered Infiniminer, a block-based mining game that heavily inspired Minecraft's core idea. Notch quickly hacked together a rough prototype, combining simple terrain, block placement, and digging. On the 17th of May 2009, he posted the first public build on TIG Source forums, treating it more like a hobby experiment than the start of a phenomenon. The prototype was crude, but the gameplay loop was already addictive. From that 1 week of rapid prototyping, Minecraft grew feature by feature, with community feedback guiding most of its early direction. It is still one of the clearest examples of how a small side project can become a global hit. That week-long sprint needed a soundtrack, and Notch found his composer in the same indie forums. Composer Daniel Rosenfield, or C418, met Marcus Notch Pearson on the TIG Source Indie Game forums, a place where small game developers shared projects. C418 posted his experimental music tracks, and Notch was sharing early development versions of Minecraft. When Notch asked if C418 wanted to make music for the game, he agreed immediately, without any formal plan, contract, or guidelines. Notch gave him full creative freedom, which led to Minecraft's iconic ambient music style. C418's minimalist piano and soft synth tracks became central to Minecraft's relaxing atmosphere. It all started from two creators casually talking on an indie forum. Years later, when Jeb got married, he brought that same creative spirit into the game itself. Jeb didn't just add random flowers to Minecraft, he literally put his wedding flowers inside the game. The peonia wasn't some artistic choice, it was the exact flower used at his real-life wedding ceremony. He even admitted it on Twitter, like, "Yeah, I added my wedding flowers into Minecraft, deal with it." For years, the original flower texture just hung out in the files, even after Mojang switched it to a taller version. Players ran past it in flower forests, having absolutely no idea they were trampling over Jeb's romantic memories. It's honestly one of the sweetest developer Easter eggs, like slipping your wedding photos into a video game, but making it look stylish. Not every Minecraft feature came from fan votes or deep lore. Sometimes it's just love, screenshots, and a flower Mojang thought looked cute. While flowers made it in, another item almost did too, before being scrapped at the last second. Dinnerbone got deep into making quivers a real thing. He worked on textures, made UI slots, even posted mysterious encrypted images on Twitter to tease the community. Players thought Minecraft Archery was about to get an upgrade. Then, one fine day, Dinnerbone casually tweeted, "I'm removing quivers again. Arrows in the offhand just feel better." Years of hype gone in a single tweet. The quiver texture still sits in the files like an abandoned dream, reminding us of what could have been. The new offhand system ended up being more useful anyway, but the Minecraft community still mourns the legendary item that never fully existed. It's like ordering a pizza, seeing it delivered on the app, and then being told, "Actually, we gave you garlic bread instead." Useful, yeah, but it still hurts. Speaking of hidden signatures, developers found other sneaky ways to leave their mark. Some developers leave hidden messages in code. Minecraft devs, they hide their names inside textures like ancient hieroglyphs. When Sarge created the armor stand, he secretly left his username in a tiny black box on the bottom right of the texture. Nobody could see it in-game, but texture explorers eventually dug it up, like archaeologists discovering a lost civilization. Then texture artist Japper came along during the texture update and added his own name to it. No speech, no ceremony, just two signatures sitting quietly in a pixel cave. These names don't do anything, and never show up unless you go digging. It's basically Minecraft's version of I was here. No flashy dev credits, just sneaky pixel graffiti buried in the files. And sometimes those signatures came with mischief, like a texture that never meant anything at all. In December 2012, Dinnerbone gave players Christmas chests as a cute holiday surprise, but because he is a professional troll, he also dropped a random file called skis.png in the game textures. Data miners saw it, and within minutes the internet exploded with theories about skiing in Minecraft, snow updates, ice slopes, ski mobs, official winter sports. People really thought it was real. Turns out, Dinnerbone put it there just to mess with the community. The skis never existed, never had a purpose, and were never meant to. It was pure chaos fuel. The texture just sat there, doing nothing but causing confusion and heartbreak. It's like Mojang's way of saying, "We see you, data miners, and we're watching." While texture trolling entertained data miners, actual mobs were getting secret animations nobody expected. Piglins are not just gold-loving gremlins, They actually have a built-in celebration dance, but you'll barely ever see it. During a Minecraft Live AMA, developer N confirmed that piglins will literally throw a victory dance if they successfully beat hoglins in battle. They'll cheer, hop around, and basically flex their win. But the conditions are ridiculous. The piglins have to outnumber and defeat hoglins naturally, without player involvement. That means no help, no interference, just genuine piglin battle tactics. There's even a reverse rule. If hoglins are stronger, piglins panic and run for their lives. So yeah, Mojang basically coded an entire mini-war simulator in the Nether, and almost nobody noticed. Players were too busy speedrunning or stealing gold while these mobs were secretly vibing and dancing in the background. And speaking of technical nightmares, some features looked simple, but nearly broke everything. Players see water pools in caves and think, nice touch. Developer N sees pain, chaos, and thousands of tiny water calculations. During an AMA, he admitted that making water sit at different heights in caves was incredibly difficult. Each block had to decide if it should have water, how deep it should be, and whether it should flow or not. It looked simple in-game, but almost melted the dev team's brains. The system caused massive performance issues, forcing tons of optimization just to stop cave generation from exploding. All of that, just so the caves didn't look like random flooded messes. It's one of those features players never think about, but took ages of testing and tweaking to make it look naturally random. Minecraft water looks peaceful, causes chaos. Even developer names had stories behind them, starting with one very upside-down friendship. Dinnerbone's name isn't some fancy gamertag, it's literally a tribute to his friend named T-Bone. He flipped the name upside down just for fun, and then accidentally created one of the most iconic developer usernames ever. His online avatar is always upside down too, and Mojang eventually turned that into an Easter egg. Name any mob Dinnerbone or Grum, and it gets flipped upside down. Cows, horses, even the Ender Dragon. Minecraft does not care. The game just flips it like it's been hit by a gravity spell. Millions of players have laughed at upside-down sheep without realizing that it all started from a friend's nickname. It's one of those tiny, personal jokes that spiraled into Minecraft history. And now, somewhere in the world, there's probably an upside-down pig named Dinnerbone living his best life. That same philosophical approach shaped how new mobs fit into the existing ecosystem. When Minecraft added camels, they didn't want to break the ecosystem. Gameplay designer Olraf explained that camels were made to stand out without making horses, llamas, or donkeys useless. So camels got two cool abilities. First, they let two players ride at once, which is perfect for traveling and chaos. Second, they have a dash move that can jump over ravines without touching zombie hands. But Mojang refused to let camels carry storage because that would make donkeys and llamas pointless. It shows how every new mob has to feel unique, but not overpowered. They aren't just dropping in new animals like their trading cards. They actually have to fit into Minecraft's desert soap opera. But before camels, there was a coordinate system accident that somehow fixed itself. Minecraft's entire coordinate system is kind of wrong, and it's all because of one very old mistake. Developer Sarge once admitted that he mixed up the X and Z axes whilst building the world generator. Walking forward was actually walking right, and back was somehow left. Nobody noticed because he accidentally swapped them back again later in a different part of the code, so the mistake cancelled itself out. This is also why Minecraft uses Y for vertical height, instead of the more common Z. The weird system has been baked in for so long that fixing it now would probably break every world, mob and survival guide ever made. Minecraft is literally built on a happy accident, and now coordinates are just vibes. Coordinates weren't the only thing hiding secrets, as some audio files had messages you needed special tools to see. Music Disc 11 is Minecraft's creepiest soundtrack. It starts off sounding like someone jogging through a cave with a broken tape recorder, then ends with static that feels like the audio equivalent of a jump scare. But when players dragged it into a spectrogram analyzer, they uncovered a hidden image of Steve's face and the numbers 12418. That number is actually C418's name in code. The letter C is 12 in hexadecimal, so it becomes C418. Sneaky and genius. Suddenly, this creepy disk turned into a full detective case. Players started connecting it to lost miners, Herobrine sightings, and mystery cave events. Mojang basically dropped an ARG into a music disc and walked away. It's one of those things you don't unsee once you find it. And that creepy disc wasn't alone, because cave sounds were hiding faces too. Ambient Sound 14 is one of those creepy noises that plays when you're mining in silence and suddenly think something is watching you. Turns out, maybe something actually is. When players ran this cave sound for a spectrogram, a giant creeper face showed up. The sound designer, Samuel Aberg, admitted he intentionally hid it there. So Minecraft literally has creepers lurking inside the audio. These cave sounds trigger when the game thinks you're scared enough, thanks to a mood system that tracks how long you've been in darkness. The moment that mood meter peaks, the game plays a creepy sound. And now that we know there is an actual creeper face hiding in it, the paranoia just got real. Minecraft did not just make spooky noises, it made spooky noises that stared at you silently in code. But the creepiest sound message came in just one word, hidden in Morse code. Minecraft's Ambient Sound 21 seems like ordinary creepy static until you throw it into an audio spectrogram. That is when players noticed Morse code hidden inside it. The message spelled just one single word, behind. It was added during the Never update, when cave noises were redesigned to be eerier and more atmospheric. The sound does not play often, and the mood system only triggers when you've been standing in darkness for too long, without fighting or exploring. Knowing Mojang, this is probably just a spooky Easter egg, but it somehow makes mining alone in complete silence feel way more intense. It's like Mojang quietly whispered, "We know you're paranoid, so here, take this." And now, every player who knows about it definitely checks behind them when mining at night. From audio secrets to self-aware messages, the devs just keep giving the game so much depth. Most games crash with boring messages like error code 54321 or process terminated. Minecraft? It goes full comedy mode. When your game crashes and you check the output log, the second to last line reads, "Someone is closing me," followed by the crash report. It's Minecraft's version of a dramatic exit, like the game is yelling, "No, don't turn me off," on its way out. There are other crash messages too, like, "You should try our sister game, Minecraft. It does not fix your world, but at least it tries to make you laugh before you cry." Most players never notice, because they immediately rage quit or restart. But if you scroll through the logs, Minecraft is secretly having a meltdown with personality. While crashes were revealing Easter eggs, the debug screen had a hidden feature most players never discovered. Everyone knows F3 shows Minecraft's super nerdy debug screen, with like 50 lines of stats nobody fully understands. But here's the secret. Pressing F3 and F6 opens a hidden customization menu that lets you control exactly what shows up on that screen. You can toggle more than 30 different stats like biome info, light level, FPS, chunk borders, or even RAM usage. Each setting can be turned to off, only in F3, or always on. So you can basically build your own personalized debug display and remove the clutter that you never look at. It has been hiding in snapshots and quietly sitting in the game without most players ever noticing. Minecraft gave us a feature that turns the debug screen into a clean, personalized HUD, and most people are still out there squinting at random text. While F3 showed coordinates, some textures hid entire backstories in transparent pixels. When Alex was added to Minecraft, she did not just arrive with slimmer arms and a ponytail. Hidden inside her skin texture was an invisible layer that only shows up if you disable transparency in an image editor. That invisible pixel layer reveals Alex wearing round glasses, which is actually a nod to Jeb, the Minecraft developer known for wearing glasses. The hidden texture also shows leftover Steve-style arms, proving Alex was built using Steve's base model before being redesigned. Most players never see it because the transparency is set to 0, meaning it is basically Minecraft's version of a ghost signature. It's not visible in-game, but it is sitting quietly inside your Minecraft files, just vibing with secret nerd glasses. Developers really love hiding their footprints in the code, even when you cannot see them. Now, let's talk about the first ever variant of a different world type. Winter mode was Minecraft's first experiment with world types before biomes became a thing. When generating a new world, there was a 25% chance you'd spawn in a completely snow-covered environment, with constant snowfall, frozen lakes that instantly re-iced when broken, and almost no animal spawns. Survival was noticeably harder, especially when food sources were extremely limited. There were 4 different snowflake patterns, and everything had a chilly, lonely atmosphere. The mode didn't last long, because Mojang replaced it with proper biome systems in Alpha 1.2.0, including Tundra as a snowy replacement that wasn't so extreme. Winter mode was basically Minecraft testing what a fully frozen world would feel like, and it became the foundation for future snowy biomes. Early mobs had their own strange quirks too, including one very explosive death animation. In early Minecraft, ghasts had an animation where their bodies expanded before firing fireballs, kind of like how creepers swell before exploding. It was meant to be a visual warning, and it actually looks pretty good. But the animation used an aggression timer that didn't sync properly between clients and servers. In multiplayer, the expansion didn't show correctly, or sometimes didn't trigger at all. When single-player switched to an internal server model in version 1.3.1, the animation system broke even more. Instead of fixing it, Mojang removed it entirely in Snapshot 14W06A for version 1.8. After that, ghasts just floated silently and immediately shot fireballs with no build-up or warning. It wasn't removed because it looked bad, but simply because the technical timing system never worked correctly. And hidden in the files were paintings that existed for a decade before anyone could use them. Minecraft has 4 paintings representing Earth, Fire, Water and Wind that were originally added back in Pocket Edition 0.5.0 Alpha. They have existed in the game files for over a decade, but could never be placed or used normally by players. Mojang developer Helen Jabilish explained that they were created for a Minecon promotional map that was never released to the public. The artist who made them is still unknown. In 2022, they finally appeared in Java Edition Snapshot 22W16A, but even then, they couldn't be accessed without commands or custom data packs. They aren't tied to any mechanics or quests, and were never used in any official event. They're one of those assets that exist fully textured, but were never officially implemented into the gameplay experience. Some features were fully coded but removed before launch, like a musical instrument. Copper horns were fully functional instruments briefly available in Bedrock Beta. Crafted using a goat horn and copper, they came in 10 variants, and each one could play 3 different tunes depending on how it was used, making a total of 30 unique sounds. They appeared in Pillager Outpost chests, had a 4-second cooldown, and were described by developers as social items, meant for communication and roleplay rather than survival. Players really enjoyed them, but Mojang decided to remove them before the official 1.19 release. The reason was that they did not meet design goals, and the team wanted to rethink musical interactions in Minecraft. It became the first fully implemented testable Bedrock item to be completely removed before reaching full release. Even the world generation had a customization system that modern Minecraft still hasn't reached. Minecraft in dev once had a surprisingly detailed world customization system. Players could pick from 4 world themes like normal, hell, paradise and woods. Hell replaced water with lava and increased hostile mob spawns. Paradise had eternal daytime with no hostile mobs. Woods featured constant overcast skies and dense forests. You could also choose terrain types like island, floating, flat or inland, and even select world sizes. Floating made sky islands above bedrock, which looked like early versions of Skyblock. Players could customize sky, fog, and cloud colors through map file editing. The whole feature was removed when Minecraft shifted to infinite terrain generation in InfDev, since these fixed-size maps didn't fit the new system. It was an early prototype of world generation experiments before biomes and datapack world customization existed. Customization extended to the visuals too, with a 3D feature that lasted years. Minecraft used to include a video option called 3D Anaglyph, which allowed the game to be viewed using classic red and cyan 3D glasses. The game would render separate color-coded layers to create depth, without needing special hardware. It gave Minecraft a slight 3D pop, especially noticeable in caves, cliffs, and long-distance views. While not perfect, some players regularly used it for fun or accessibility reasons. Mojang removed the feature in Snapshot 17W43A during Minecraft 1.13 development, explaining that the technology was outdated and rarely used. By that time, most players had moved to proper 3D, VR, or just modern monitors. It wasn't removed because it was broken, but simply because it was old and no longer worth maintaining in the graphics system. During development, villages had their own glitchy origin story. During Pocket Edition optimization, developer Tommaso Cesci accidentally removed a terrain validation check that stopped villages from spawning on unsuitable land. Suddenly, villages started generating half on water, half on land, and sometimes directly in rivers. Instead of fixing it, Mojang realized these glitchy villages actually looked pretty cool, especially with wooden plank walkways connecting buildings across water. So, instead of dirt roads, waterfront villages got wooden bridges, docks, and became some of the most unique and scenic world generation results. Mojang officially accepted the bug as a feature and kept it in the game. What began as villages are broken turned into villages now have waterfront property. It added visual variety, made exploration more fun, and unintentionally gave villages better real estate than most players could build. The next one, however, was more of an accident than an intended feature. When Minecraft was adding crawling mechanics in 1.14, developer Henrik Knieberg designed it so players would crawl if pistons pushed blocks onto their heads. That part worked fine, but players soon discovered you could trigger crawling in a much easier way. Just place a trapdoor above your head, flip it down, and walk under it. Suddenly, you were crawling without any pistons or redstone. Originally, Mojang thought it was a side effect of hitbox changes, but instead of removing it, the developers actually loved it. Knieberg even wrote that they intentionally allowed it to stay. Today, trapdoor crawling is used in redstone circuits, secret entrances, adventure maps, and creative mobility tricks. It became a core movement mechanic, all because a bug made players duck a little too low. But not every bug was embraced. Some took a decade to finally fix. When Minecraft merged single-player and multiplayer code in version 1.3.1, it accidentally introduced a bug that lasted a decade. Normally, when you take damage, your character should lurch away from the direction of the attack. But because of this bug, players always jerked left, no matter where the damage came from. Hit from behind, left. Shot by a skeleton, left. Creeper explosion, still left. The bug was reported in 2013 as MC26678 and sat unfixed for years, occasionally marked won't fix. Eventually, Mojang corrected it in Snapshot 23W03A for version 1.19.4. Players were so used to incorrect feedback that the fix actually felt wrong at first. For 10 years, Minecraft damage direction lied to every player, making combat less informative without anyone fully realizing why. Sometimes, bugs created new strategies, like this snow and carpet combo. Powdered snow normally prevents fall damage, but you sink into it and start freezing. Carpets act like solid platforms, but technically register you as standing on the block beneath them. When players placed carpets on powdered snow, something interesting happened. They stood safely on the carpet without sinking or freezing, but still received full damage protection from the snow underneath. No other blocks were needed. This meant infinite landing pads could be created cheaply, without slime, hay, water or scaffolding. It became a popular trick for parkour maps, bases, elytra towers and emergency drop shafts. Mojang noticed the interaction, but left it in because it didn't break core mechanics. It just gave clever players a safe and simple full defense option. Now we've got bugs that became essential for performance, like entity cramming. Minecraft added the max entity cramming game rule in 1.11 to help prevent lag from large groups of mobs crowding a single block. By default, if more than 24 entities occupy the same space, the extra ones start taking suffocation damage. It was meant purely as a performance safeguard. However, players quickly figured out they could use this to build automatic mob farms. By confining animals or mobs in cramped areas, the overflowing group would begin taking damage and dropping items without needing lava, drowning or manual killing. entity cramming became a core method for automatic farms, especially for chicken, cow and pig farms, where breeding could trigger automated item collection. Something built to stop lag ended up completely changing farm mechanics, making it easier to create fully AFK systems. And then there was the self-replicating command block that could crash worlds. Developer Sarge once showed a bug where a command block using the clone command could clone both itself and a redstone block powering it into an adjacent position. The cloned version would immediately do the same, causing an infinite chain of self-replicating command blocks and redstone. This could continue forever until reaching unloaded chunks. Then, when players approached the chunks again, the chain would restart, potentially crashing the world. The bug sits in a strange place. Fixing it would break legitimate clone command setups, so Mojang left it as a system behavior rather than a broken feature. Builders have used it to experiment with infinite structure generation, redstone chain reactions, and world-scale automation. It's powerful, risky, and exists only because fixing it would remove some advanced command block capabilities. Speaking of short-lived chaos, one version literally blinded players. Alpha 1.1.1 was a Minecraft version so buggy it nearly blinded people. A debug mistake set gamma and contrast values to 0, making screens turn completely grey like a blank fog. On some systems, it got so stuck that people had to reboot their entire computer just to escape Minecraft. It went live on September 18, 2010, and Mojang pulled it just 205 minutes later, making it the shortest-lived Minecraft version ever. For over 10 years, it was considered a lost build, until a player revealed he downloaded it just 89 seconds before Mojang removed it. It is also the only Secret Saturday update, since the other hidden updates were released on Fridays. Some players still joke it was Minecraft's only version that tried to brick monitors in real life. Even basic features like dragon egg particles broke in strange ways. Originally, when a dragon egg teleported after being clicked, it left a line of particles showing the trail from where it came from to its new landing spot. That broke in snapshot 12W18A when single player was merged with the internal server system. Mojang later claimed to fix it in version 1.4.3, but the fix doesn't actually work correctly. Instead of showing where the egg moved, the particle trail points to some random location that has nothing to do with the egg's real teleport spot, so now the particles basically lie to players. The visual effect pretends the egg teleported somewhere, but is actually hiding somewhere else. The bug has been around for over a decade, but since it isn't game-breaking, Mojang never bothered to properly fix it. Most players don't even realize it's wrong. When Mojang tried fixing old bugs in 2025, the community revolted. In early 2025, Mojang decided to fix two long-standing movement bugs, diagonal crouching being 40% faster, MC271065, and movement axis cancellation that made advanced bridging and speedrunning tricks possible, MC241951. Technically, these were bugs, but after players spent over a decade mastering these mechanics, they had become part of Minecraft's skill expression. When Mojang removed them, the community reacted hard, especially parkour, PvP, and speedrun players who depended on these techniques. The backlash was so strong that Mojang reversed the fixes within days, saying they caused too many negative side effects. This proved an unusual reality in game development. Sometimes bugs become essential gameplay. Fixing them can actually break the experience more than leaving them in. Mojang admitted it and rolled back both changes. Hardware could cause bugs too, especially on newer Apple chips. On Apple M1 and M2 processors, all Minecraft versions up to 1.5.2 display completely inverted colors, turning the game into a trippy photo negative. Grass appears magenta, water turns neon yellow, and everything looks like Minecraft's acid trip mode. The bug happens because older versions of Minecraft rely on outdated OpenGL calls that don't fully work with Apple's ARM-based graphics system. There are no in-game fixes, and it affects modded and vanilla versions alike. The only solution is to play Minecraft 1.6.1 or newer, where rendering was updated. It's a rare example of a bug where hardware, not the game itself, causes the issue. Players using M1 or M2 Max simply cannot play old Minecraft versions normally, unless they enjoy living inside a reversed color palette. But the most notorious update was when single player became multiplayer under the hood. Minecraft 1.3.1 merged single player and multiplayer by making single player worlds run on a local internal server. It made mod development easier and allowed LAN worlds, but performance took a major hit. Players who used to run at 30 to 40 FPS suddenly dropped to 10 to 18 FPS, even on identical settings. Lag spikes, chunk stuttering, and input delay became common, especially when mining or opening chests. Monster spawners also got their activation height increased by 2 blocks, which broke some farms. Many players considered 1.3.1 one of the worst performing versions of the game. Some even refused to update and stayed on 1.2.5, calling it Minecraft's golden age. The update made sense for development, but it unintentionally made single player feel like playing on a laggy server, and if you tried optimizing with Optifine, your worlds might secretly change. Optifine's fast math setting replaces Minecraft's default trigonometric lookup table of 65,536 values with a smaller one containing only 4,096 values. It speeds up performance slightly, but it also changes how world generation works. Cave tunnels, ravines, and terrain angles are calculated differently, creating world shapes that don't match vanilla results, even when using the same seed. Players might think they're in the same world, but it's actually a slightly different version with altered landforms. That means if someone shares a seed, and you generate it with fast math enabled, your world will never match theirs exactly. The setting seems harmless, but it quietly changes terrain shape, seed accuracy, and cave structure. Many players never realize their optimization setting is actually altering world generation behind the scenes. Boats had their own persistent physics problem that lasted nearly a decade. Bug MC96198 has been in Minecraft since 2016 and still hasn't been properly fixed. It affects boats when they fall from small heights onto shallow water. Instead of stopping on water, they sometimes phase through the ground and fall into blocks underneath. The issue comes from entity.setPosition not handling transitions from in water to on block correctly when updating motion. It's especially noticeable in waterfalls, boat elevators, and high-speed drops. Players sometimes get stuck underground or pass through terrain they shouldn't. Despite being reported for 9 years with hundreds of votes, Mojang hasn't fixed it. Boat physics are notoriously complex, and every small fix risks breaking other mechanics. So, the glitch remains, making boats occasionally feel like ghost vehicles that ignore solid blocks when landing too fast. But speaking of ghosts, even after the servers died, their stories remained hidden in the files. Even when Minecraft servers die, their world files still hide stories. Reddit user WorldSeed, Matt B, created bookreader.jar and signreader.jar, tools that scan server map files to extract every written book and sign, complete with coordinates. He originally wanted to find a chest of 64 diamonds from a legendary 2011 Aperture Games server, but instead uncovered emotional messages like memorials for deceased friends, love letters, survival journals, server history logs, and even a buried chicken diary. He started the Minecraft data mining subreddit, gathering volunteers to recover data from abandoned servers, sometimes extracting between 20,000 to 450,000 documents from a single world. These tools turned forgotten Minecraft servers into digital archaeology sites, preserving personal stories players thought were gone forever. It showed Minecraft doesn't just generate terrain, it quietly stores human history in text files and block coordinates. The most famous discovery was finding the exact location of Minecraft's title screen. For years, the blurred mountain panorama seen on Minecraft's title screen from 2011 to 2018 was just a mystery. Nobody knew where it was or what seed generated it. In 2020, Reddit user Tom Lacko and a group of researchers used cloud shapes, block angles, sun direction, tree placement, and coordinate estimates to narrow down possible locations. The Minecraft at Home project turned it into a distributed computing effort, compressing about 93 days of processing into 24 hours using over 54.5 exaflops of power. They discovered 2 working seeds generating the exact world: 215190, 155396, 8352745, and 809.186.7987.4933.26313 at coordinates x equals 61.48, y equals 75, z equals minus 68.73. Due to how older versions only use 48 bits of the 64-bit seed space, there are actually 65,536 seeds that generate identical terrain. It was the first time the community mathematically solved the origin of Minecraft's most recognizable screenshot. Another iconic image got the same treatment months later. pack.png, the iconic image used as Minecraft's default server icon for years, came from a real Minecraft world, but nobody knew which one. YouTuber SalC1 began the search in 2020. The community used AI upscaling, cloud and cliff shape analysis, dirt block thickness, and even waterfall pixel measurements to estimate terrain forms. With over 3,700 volunteers using Minecraft at home computing, they brute forced nearly 700,000 candidate seeds. The correct seed, 3257840388504953787, was found in the final 5% of the search at coordinates x49z0. The discovery confirmed that even tiny pixel details in Minecraft screenshots could mathematically point back to a specific seed. It was one of the earliest major seed hunting successes using distributed computing and image analysis. After 10 years, pack.png finally had a home. That search revealed something deeper about how Minecraft worlds work. In 2020, players discovered that every Minecraft Java Edition seed actually has shadow seeds that produce identical biome layouts, even though the seed numbers are completely different. This happens because the biome generator uses a 64-bit RNG, while terrain generation uses a Java random class that only reads the lower 48 bits. That means many seeds generate the same biome patterns, but with variations in tree placement, decorations, and structures. The title screen panorama is an example, which had 2 known working seeds. In reality, there are 65,536 seeds that generate nearly identical terrain layouts for any given world. This discovery surprised even experienced technical players, because it means Minecraft worlds are less unique than previously thought. Terrain may look the same, but small features make each seed feel different. Even unreleased seasons could have their seeds cracked from trailers. Before Hermitcraft Season 11 even launched, a fan named Andrew discovered the world seed from just a teaser video posted by CubanFan135. By analyzing the video frame by frame, he compared biome colors, mountain shapes, shoreline contours, and tree patterns with terrain generated from thousands of different seeds. Using terrain pattern matching and coordinate triangulation, he successfully identified the correct seed before any official announcement. The discovery showed how players can reverse engineer world seeds using minimal visual data, sometimes from just screenshots or short clips. This kind of seed hunting doesn't require hacks, but just attention to detail, biome algorithms, and block matching. It was an impressive example of community technical skill, especially since Hermitcraft wasn't trying to hide the seed, but probably didn't expect someone to solve it from a teaser video. Beyond seeds, players discovered hidden item physics that broke the rules. Regular hoppers can't pick up items through solid blocks, but minecart hoppers mysteriously can. This happens because minecarts sit slightly above their rail due to entity collision rules, which gives them just enough reach to detect and collect items sitting on solid blocks above them. The game treats their pickup radius differently from standard hoppers. Players discovered this could be used to create cleaner automatic farms, where the hopper cart stays hidden under solid blocks, still collecting drops like crops, mob loot, or TNT mining debris. It's not officially labeled as a bug, but it behaves differently from how regular hoppers work. Technical players use it to build item collectors that look clean and don't expose hoppers or minecarts. It's now a fully accepted contraption technique, even though it was never originally designed to work this way. Explosion physics also had hidden depth that speedrunners exploited. Technical Minecraft players discovered a strange hitbox quirk. Standing one block below an explosion deals significantly less damage than standing several blocks away from it horizontally. This led to the invention of bed mining for netherite. Players dig tunnels at Y level 15 in the nether, carve a small hole, place a bed, and position themselves slightly lower before triggering the explosion. Despite being close to the blast, the vertical positioning reduces damage thanks to how Minecraft calculates explosion exposure. Instead of dying instantly, players survive and expose large areas of ancient debris efficiently. It became a widely used strategy across technical Minecraft communities, proving that explosive math in Minecraft doesn't behave like real life. The official game never explains this, but players figured it out through testing, bed explosions, and lots of trial and error. Speaking of hidden details, swords went through design changes too, with crossguards hidden in the files. In Minecraft Snapshot 20W06A, the original Netherite sword texture included hidden transparent pixels that revealed an experimental crossguard design. These pixels weren't visible in-game unless someone disabled the alpha channel in a graphics editor, revealing a more elaborate hilt shape. The design was scrapped and replaced with a simpler, more readable version that looks cleaner at low resolution. Especially in PvP and inventory slots, this hidden texture gave players a rare glimpse into Mojang's design process, showing how the sword originally had more complex geometry before being simplified. It demonstrated that even simple pixel art weapons go through multiple design prototypes. These invisible pixels served no gameplay function, but they preserved a piece of Minecraft's development history inside the texture file. Debug textures served a purpose developers never explained publicly. Two textures, debug.png and debug2.png, were added in Minecraft Snapshot 15W31A and still exist in the game files today. They're not visible to normal players unless spawned using commands. The debug2 texture includes letters N, E, S, and W, standing for north, east, south, and west, placed in different orientations. These textures were created for internal testing, helping Mojang developers debug block rotations, model alignment, and direction-based placements. They were never removed, mainly because they don't affect gameplay and stay hidden unless forced into the world. Players rarely see them, since they aren't part of normal creative menus. While useless in survival, they help texture artists and model designers verify whether directional textures are rendering accurately. They're developer tools that accidentally became part of Minecraft's hidden asset collection. This one wasn't as accidental, with audio connecting Minecraft to its spin-off games. Music Disc 5, crafted from 9 disc fragments found in ancient cities, is unique because it uses audio from Minecraft dungeons, specifically from the Enderscent mob. The disc blends eerie ambient sounds, portal activation audio, heartbeat effects, and a deep cave rumbling to tell a story without words. It's one of the few direct crossovers between Minecraft Java and Minecraft Dungeons, suggesting that the deep dark biome might be connected to the lore of Dungeons' mysterious dimensions. Instead of just being a music track, Disc 5 behaves more like a contained audio story, giving clues about ancient civilizations, dimensional experiments, and possible portals under ancient cities. It was the first time Mojang intentionally used mob audio from another Minecraft game to connect lore between the different Minecraft universes. And that wasn't the only way they showed their creativity through the game's sound, because even cute mobs had surprising audio samples. Axolotls don't actually make audible noises in real life, which made it tricky for Minecraft developers to design their in-game sounds. Mojang recorded real axolotl breathing and water movement, but these alone didn't sound very expressive, so they layered in heavily edited dog sounds, adding pitch shifts, echo effects, and softer textures to create the cute vocal noises axolotls make in-game. According to Mojang's Secrets of Minecraft series, some of the squeaks and chirpy sounds you hear are actually processed dog barks and whines. This mix of real amphibian behavior and remixed dog audio helped create a believable but fictional sound profile. So while they may look like tiny aquatic salamanders, their voices come partly from man's best friend, paired with a lot of audio magic in between. While new mobs were being added, old bugs refused to die. MC4 is Minecraft's oldest active bug, reported back in October of 2012. It comes from how Minecraft handles entity positions. The server stores precise locations using 64-bit doubles, but when sending that information to the client, it compresses them into 32-bit floats to save bandwidth. This conversion causes very slight positional inaccuracies, mostly noticeable with entities jittering or slipping slightly on movement. Mojang actually knows how to fix it, but the proper fix would double network traffic and severely impact multiplayer performance, especially on slow connections. So the bug has stayed in the game for over a decade, not because it's hard to fix, but because fixing it would break more than it would help. It's one of those bugs Mojang intentionally keeps, making it a weird permanent resident of Minecraft's code. And one audio bug lasted nearly as long, creating eerie, silent walking. MC1133 was a strange audio bug that lasted over 10 years. When players stood very close to the edge of a block, just slightly off-center, the game would think they were technically airborne, even though they had not actually left the block. Since Minecraft doesn't play footstep sounds when you're in the air, your footsteps would simply go silent. Mojang knew about it for years, but since it didn't affect gameplay, it stayed. It wasn't game-breaking, just oddly quiet. Then, in Snapshot 23W18A of 2023, Mojang finally fixed it, ending more than a decade of edge-quiet walking. The bug wasn't complicated. It just sat low on the priority list because it didn't interfere with survival, redstone, or combat. Still, its long lifespan made it one of Minecraft's most famous, harmless quirks. But there was a bug that wasn't quite as harmless. MC 2025 was a notorious bug, where animals escaped fenced enclosures or suffocated inside walls after chunks reloaded. It affects passive mobs for 13 years, mainly due to collision box expansion during growth, chunk loading inconsistencies, floating point errors at high coordinates, and small gaps in fence hitboxes. Farmers struggled for years as their sheep and cows mysteriously disappeared or died when they grew up too close to fencing. Mojang fixed parts of the issue across versions 1.5, 1.9, 1.13 and 1.17, but the full fix didn't arrive until January 2025, which perfectly matched the bug's number. The Minecraft community had joked for years that it would get fixed in 2025, and somehow that ended up happening. It became one of the most fitting bug fixes in Minecraft's history. And speaking of a bug that became part of the game's history, this one ended up becoming a feature. MC55228 was a world generation bug, where chiseled sandstone spawned in Mesa biome cave entrances, instead of a red sandstone version. Rather than simply correcting the spawn code, Mojang decided that Mesa biomes should actually have their own sandstone type. This led to the creation of the entire red sandstone block family. Regular, smooth, cut and chiseled variants. Instead of treating it like a bug, Mojang treated it as a content opportunity and gave builders a whole new palette of blocks. Today, red sandstone is a major building material in desert and savanna-themed builds, all because of one simple bug report. It's one of the best examples of Mojang turning accidents into meaningful new features instead of just patch fixes. This next one is a literal bug that also made Mojang tweak the game to make it a part of its features. MC7449 was originally a simple inconsistency. Silverfish could infest regular stone bricks, but not cracked, mossy or chiseled stone bricks. Rather than blocking infestation entirely, Mojang added 3 new block variants: infested cracked stone bricks, infested mossy stone bricks, and infested chiseled stone bricks. The bug report directly resulted in 3 new block types being added to the game. It was another case of Mojang expanding the game's content instead of restricting it. This approach kept the game consistent with player expectations. If normal bricks can be infested, then every brick variant should be capable too. It helped reinforce Minecraft's philosophy of making the world feel more logical and complete. The opposite of that, however, sometimes can be unavoidable. MC9568 affected baby mobs for 8 years. When baby animals grew into adults near walls, fences or other solid blocks, their expanded hitbox overlapped into the block space, causing them to suffocate and die instantly. Players breeding animals couldn't understand why their livestock kept disappearing, especially when breeding near fences or barn walls. Entire farm setups were redesigned to prevent growth suffocation, using slabs, carpet floors or wider pens. The bug lasted through dozens of updates, before Mojang finally fixed it in version 1.17. Surprisingly, the final fix was simple, preventing mobs from expanding into solid block hitboxes. It took years to implement due to how entity bounding boxes were handled across chunk updates. Several Minecraft bugs didn't just get patched, they resulted in new blocks being added. Players reported missing block variations that logically should exist, and Mojang often responded by adding them instead of restricting functionality. MC126564 led to dead coral variants being added. MC170833 added potted crimson and warped fungi. MC214684 introduced potted azaleas. MC215847 created infested deep slate as a consistent counterpart to other infested blocks. These are examples of Mojang treating bug reports as feature suggestions. Instead of just saying, "not possible," developers expanded Minecraft's building palette. This pattern helped the game feel more complete, while giving builders more decorative options, making bug reports an unexpected source of creative additions. In the early days of Minecraft, we unintentionally got to see small clues of how those creative additions were made through the marks left by the devs. In early InfDev versions, players randomly encountered huge 2-block thick obsidian walls cutting across their world. These walls extended from bedrock to surface along the X, O, and Z, O world axes, marking cardinal directions. They weren't natural features or structures, they were developer debugging tools used to identify world center and test infinite terrain generation. They replaced all normal blocks with these coordinates, which sometimes divided villages, cut through mountains, or sliced oceans in half. Players exploring early InfDev builds thought they were mysterious world features, not internal testing tools. Mojang removed them less than a month later, once infinite terrain testing was complete. The walls left no trace, making them one of Minecraft's earliest forgotten debugging artifacts. Those weren't the only things forgotten, as some features never made it to the game's world. In 2009, C418 created 4 looping environmental sounds for Minecraft: birds for forests, ocean waves, cave chimes, and waterfall ambience. The files were stored in the sound/loops folder and intended to play dynamically based on biome or location. The idea was to make Minecraft feel more atmospheric, with natural audio cues reacting to your surroundings. C418 even showcased them in a sound test demonstration in June 2009. But despite being fully finished, these sounds were never implemented and eventually removed. Instead, Minecraft only kept random ambient cave sounds, and biome-specific ambience didn't appear until much later. These early loops showed Mojang's original plan for environmental immersion, but they were abandoned before official release. Jump 5 years later, and we have command blocks that had the potential to completely break immersion and, well, servers. In Snapshot 14W07A, dispensers could place command blocks when activated by redstone, just like they could place pumpkins or fire. This worked intentionally and made automation possible for block placement. However, developers soon realized this created massive security risks on multiplayer servers. If a non-operator player somehow obtained a command block, they could automate placing it using dispensers, potentially executing powerful commands without needing server permissions. That meant automated cheating, griefing, forced teleportation, or world corruption were all possible. Mojang quickly removed the feature in version 1.8.6, calling it too dangerous to leave in the game. It lasted only a few months before being disabled permanently, making it one of Minecraft's most short-lived but terrifying mechanics. But here's a feature that Mojang nuked fast, and for good reason. Some Minecraft seeds generate worlds where terrain features such as trees, lakes, ore veins, and decorations repeated diagonally, almost like the game copy-pasted chunks across the map at a perfect angle. Seeds 102.496, 288.339, 226, and 748.116, 782, 751.30 became the most famous examples. This happens when Java's random function generates 2 multipliers that are equal or perfect opposites during chunk calculations, causing chunk seeds to repeat on a diagonal. Technical player Matthew Bolan developed tools specifically to find these anomaly seeds and documented how they worked for the community. In these worlds, If you walk diagonally, you keep seeing the same oak tree, same cave, same pond, as if Minecraft got stuck in a loop. These seeds don't just look strange, they reveal how sensitive Minecraft's terrain engine is to tiny mathematical coincidences. This next one exposes how fragile Minecraft's terrain math really is. Seeds 1070383 808 38084 and 164 311 266 871034 generate endless repeating cave and mineshaft patterns that stretch infinitely, either along the X or Z axis. This occurs when Java's random function rolls 0 as a multiplier in chunk seed calculations, causing one coordinate to stay constant across an entire world row. As a result, Minecraft generates the same structure over and over in a straight line, creating millions of identical mineshafts linked together. These patterns can stretch across the entire 60 million block world width. Players who walk in one straight direction will find the same cave layouts, rail tracks, and wooden corridors forever. It's one of the strangest world generation quirks, and it only exists because of a very specific random number coincidence. And if you think world gen can't get weirder, just you wait. At Minecon Earth 2017, the Minecraft community voted between 4 mob concepts. Mob B, later named the Phantom, won. It introduced an insomnia mechanic. Phantoms spawn if players don't sleep for 3 in-game days, attacking from the night sky. Designer Jasper Borstra redesigned it from its original, goofy, sock puppet concept into the dark, skeletal, manta-ray creature we know today. The haunting, screeching sound of the Phantom was created from a developer's baby son screaming, edited for effect. Phantoms quickly became one of Minecraft's most controversial mobs. Some players appreciated them for encouraging sleep and pacing survival, while others saw them as a constant annoyance. They remain one of the most debated results of a Minecraft community vote. Next up shows how Minecraft's world generation hides a long-running directional mistake. When you break a block in Minecraft, the crack pattern that spreads across the block surface always starts from the north-facing side, no matter where you're standing. That means the damage pattern unintentionally acts as a built-in compass. Players can mine a block, watch where the cracks begin, and instantly find north. It works indoors, underground, and even without a compass or F3 debug screen. Most players never notice this detail, but once you know it, you can always tell which direction you're facing while building or mining. It's a visual quirk built into the damage rendering system, not an intentional feature, making it a subtle but useful survival trick. From subtle visual cues, we moved to something that looked so odd that it became a meme. When villagers were first introduced in Minecraft Beta 1.9 pre-release, their names weren't villager. Instead, every villager had the name Testificate floating above their head like a multiplayer username. The word is believed to be a playful mix of test and a Latin-style suffix, implying they were test subjects or world witnesses. Mojang later kept the name as an official splash text reading Testificate in Minecraft's title screen. Although the label disappeared by the final 1.0 release, the name stuck with the community. Some players still call villagers Testificates as a nostalgic nickname for the original placeholder. And that quirky naming choice leads into another behind-the-scenes detail of snapshots getting their now famous naming structure. Mojang began using standardized snapshot names using the format YY, W, WWN, where YY is the year, W stands for week, WW is the week number, and N is a letter, ABC, indicating multiple snapshots in the same week. For example, 24W14A means 2024, week 14, the first snapshot that week. Snapshots were originally released on Thursdays, but Mojang switched to Wednesdays after June 25, 2014, because Thursday wasn't optimal for releases, according to Dinnerbone at least. This naming system helps players immediately know when a snapshot was released and organizes versions for testing and archives. Going into the more spooky side of Minecraft, we have a mob whose design owes a lot to an early internet horror icon. Notch confirmed that the Enderman is a reference to Slenderman, the viral internet horror character from 2009. The tall, dark, lanky silhouette and teleporting movement were inspired by the eerie figure. The mechanic, where the Enderman only attacks when you look at it directly, mimics the creepy surveillance-style behavior from Slenderman videos. The water damage weakness idea was reportedly suggested by a child during a visit to Mojang headquarters. The Enderman became one of Minecraft's most iconic mobs because it blended horror elements with unique interaction mechanics. From spooky origins, we shift to a more wholesome milestone, with the first mob players were ever able to tame. Wolves were the first tameable mod added to Minecraft, introduced in Beta 1.4. They were designed to show loyalty, accompany players, and assist in combat. Jeb shared early wolf screenshots on Twitter in March 2011 to test reactions, and players immediately loved the idea of companionship. Using bones, players could tame wolves and have them follow, guard, and attack hostile mobs. This feature introduced emotion and attachment into gameplay, turning survival from a solo experience to one where having a loyal companion was possible. Wolves laid the foundation for future tameable mobs like cats, horses, parrots, foxes, and even camels. And that early era of Minecraft also shaped its music, introducing an unusual licensing deal that left full rights in the composer's hands. When Notch first approached Daniel Rosenfield, better known as C418, in 2009, they made a very unusual deal for game music. Instead of selling his work outright, C418 licensed the soundtrack while keeping full ownership of the compositions. Years later, after Minecraft bought Mojang, the company tried to purchase the rights, but his manager said the negotiations never matched their original terms. In a 2025 interview, C418 joked that working with the big guys would require a mountain of lawyers. This is why newer music is handled by composers like Lena Raine, while C418's classic tracks sit in a separate legal space. Microsoft can license them, but not control them in the same way. The result is a soundtrack that technically belongs to an independent artist, even though it defines one of the biggest games in history. Speaking of early assets, the next one uncovers how even the wolf's texture quietly reused parts of a different mob. The wolf textures in Minecraft have a hidden secret buried in their transparent pixels. If you disable the alpha channel and look closely, you can see that the wolf texture was built on top of the cow texture template. The body layout, shading hints, and overall UV structure match the cow underneath the fur and details. This applies to all wolf states: wild, tamed, angry, and even the collar layer. It shows how Mojang often reused existing mob textures and models as starting points instead of building every creature completely from scratch. By painting over the cow template, artists could save time aligning faces, legs, and body parts to the model. Players never see the original cow remnants in normal gameplay, but they quietly live inside the file as evidence of the game's iterative art process. And that wasn't the only case, because the bat's texture hides another reused mob model. The bat texture in Minecraft looks simple on the surface, but its files hide some interesting leftovers. When you remove transparency from the bat's texture image, you can see part of the spider's head and an unused face texture positioned under the wings. This reveals that the bat was originally created using the spider texture as a base template. Developers repurposed the spider's UV layout, then painted the bat details over it instead of starting from nothing. It's a practical way to build new mobs quickly while maintaining correct alignment on existing models. In-game, bats and spiders feel like completely different creatures, but in the texture file, bats are basically reskinned spiders with wings. It is a small reminder that Minecraft's art pipeline leans heavily on reuse and clever editing. From reused textures to hidden jokes, did you know that there's a creeper face secretly embedded in the clouds? In Snapshot 25W21A, players digging into the game files found a fun Easter egg hiding in the clouds.png texture. When the texture is viewed against a dark background and transparency is turned off, the negative space between cloud chunks form a recognizable creeper face. The two square eyes and mouth shape line up almost perfectly. With the newer cloud rendering system making clouds denser and more varied, this pattern became easier to notice once people knew to look for it. It doesn't affect gameplay at all, but it feels like the creeper is literally watching from the sky. For texture nerds, it's a perfect example of artists sneaking jokes into background assets. It's one of those details most players never discover unless someone specifically points it out. But if you think that Easter egg is weird, the next one involves an ocelot texture hiding an entire unused extra head. The original ocelot texture in Minecraft hides a bonus detail that never appears in normal gameplay. When transparency is disabled in the file, an extra head texture appears, along with orange, cat-like markings buried in the unused space. Early on, ocelots and cats were closely related in both behavior and textures, and these hidden pixels suggest the artists experimented with shared designs before separating them. When cats became their own mob in Minecraft 1.14, the ocelot texture was cleaned up and no longer included those hidden extras. The leftover head may have been an alternate pattern or an early prototype that got abandoned. For anyone digging through old versions, it is a neat little snapshot of development history, showing how Mojang iterated on feline mobs before finalizing their current designs. From unused details in mobs, we shift to a tiny leftover pixel error buried in the boat texture. The boat item texture in Minecraft looks perfectly normal in-game, but its file hides a small leftover from the editing process. When you disable the alpha channel and view the texture against a solid background, you can see a second, thicker line of pixels along the top edge that never appears on screen. These pixels are likely artifacts from an earlier draft of the icon, where the artist adjusted shading or outline thickness and then set parts to full transparency instead of deleting them. Because they're fully transparent, they survived pack updates and version changes without anyone noticing. It's a tiny example of how invisible editing marks can travel through years of development, quietly sitting inside the texture file, even though no player ever sees them during normal gameplay. And just like the boat, the blaze holds an unused body texture that reveals its original planned design. The blaze texture file contains more than the floating rods and smoky face players see when in-game. When transparency is removed, an entire unused body texture becomes visible underneath. It shows an alternate blaze design, where the mob appears more solid and structured, rather than a collection of disjointed rods. At some point during development, Mojang seems to have experimented with giving the blaze a full body, before deciding that disembodied rod design looked more mysterious and recognizable. The unused body remains in the texture file, never referenced by the current model or renderer. It is a quiet example of how enemy concepts evolve, with earlier ideas left behind but technically still packaged in the game. Anyone casually browsing textures gets a behind-the-scenes peek at what blazes might have looked like. And, well, we even have the Wither borrowing visuals from the charged creeper effect. The Wither's armor overlay texture has a hidden origin that only shows up when transparency is removed. Underneath the Wither's visual effects, you can spot patterns matching the charged creeper's armor texture. Mojang appears to have used the powered creeper overlay as a base template, then modified it into the Wither's distinct armor field. This kind of reuse is common in game development, where artists borrow and reshape existing assets to save time, while keeping visual consistency. In normal gameplay, no one notices that the Wither is basically wearing a heavily edited creeper effect. But inside the texture file, the connection is obvious once you look for it. It is another example of how Minecraft's most iconic mobs often share hidden art ancestry, even when they appear completely unrelated in-game. Let's switch things up from hidden details and jump into a fake update that was so convincing that players thought it was real. Minecraft 2.0 was Mojang's 2013 April Fool's joke. Sent only to select YouTubers in 3 colored variants: red, blue, and purple. It pretended to be a full sequel before Minecraft had even reached version 1.9. The versions added diamond chickens that sometimes exploded, pink withers that encouraged growth instead of destruction, tinted glass, redstone bug mobs, and a variety of chaotic joke features. None of it was meant to be balanced or permanent. Players who received the build recorded videos showing off the absurd mechanics, confusing viewers who wondered if it was a real upcoming update. Unlike later April Fool's snapshots, Minecraft 2.0 was never added to the official launcher, making it one of the rarest versions. Its limited release and fake version number turned it into a legendary prank among longtime players. And April Fools didn't stop there. because the next snapshot doubled down with a joke update that secretly teased real features. Snapshot 15W14A, released on April 1st, 2015, was Mojang's Love and Hugs update. A full April Fool's snapshot disguised as version 1.10. It replaced health and hunger with a love meter, turned creepers into friendly mobs that exploded into flowers, and renamed TNT to love bombs. Lava became liquid cheese, hostile mobs acted silly instead of dangerous, and combat was essentially removed from the game. Hidden in the snow patterns near coordinates 00 was a QR code that, when scanned, revealed the real upcoming update name, Minecraft 1.9, the Combat Update. So while the snapshot was a joke, it also secretly leaked the next major update theme months early. Players who looked closely realized they were literally walking on top of a coded teaser, without knowing at first, accidentally. From joke snapshots, we moved to experimental snapshots that tried to rewrite Minecraft combat from the ground up. Between 2019 and 2020, Mojang released a series of experimental combat test snapshots, labeled Combat Test 1 through 8C, outside of the regular launcher. These builds were forks of 1.14, 1.15 and 1.16 that focused entirely on combat changes rather than new blocks or biomes. They introduced ideas like adjustable attack reach as an attribute, overcharging attacks to deal up to 200% damage, and hitting entities through partial blocks like tall grass or glass panes. The goal was to gather feedback on possible replacements for the controversial 1.9 combat system. Players tested them by downloading zip builds posted on Reddit and Mojang blogs. Many mechanics were heavily debated, and most experiments never reached the main game. The snapshots showed how careful Mojang had to be when altering core combat balance. But prior to this update, we had one that was also combat heavy and released on one of the strangest dates possible. Minecraft 1.9, the combat update, released on February 29, 2016, which already makes it unusual, since that date only appears every 4 years. It was in development for about 576 days, more than twice as long as 1.8, and 2015 became the first year without a major Java Edition release. During that stretch, Mojang pushed out 56 snapshots, the highest snapshot count for a single version so far. The update completely overhauled combat by adding attack cooldowns, shields, offhand item slots, and sweeping edge mechanics, which changed PvE and PvP forever. It also expanded the end dimension with end cities, chorus plants, and elytra. Because it landed on a leap day and took so long to finish, players still remember 1.9 as one of the most debated and carefully developed updates in Minecraft history. And speaking of odd timing decisions, this next one explains why snapshots suddenly shifted release days after years of consistency. Snapshot 14W26A released June 25, 2014, quietly changing the rhythm of Minecraft development. Before that, everyone expected new Java snapshots on Thursdays, which became a weekly ritual for technical players and content creators. Developer Dinnerbone announced on Twitter that snapshots would move to Wednesdays instead, explaining that Thursdays were not ideal for testing, bug fixing, and weekend preparation. From that snapshot forward, Wednesday became the new normal, and Mojang stuck with it permanently. The shift gave developers more time in the week to react to critical bugs before everyone went offline for the weekend. For players who followed snapshots closely, this one-day move actually mattered a lot. It changed when people recorded videos, tested farms, and updated servers, even though nothing about the in-game content of that specific snapshot was especially dramatic on its own. From scheduling changes, we dive back into technical quirks, starting with Bedrock's weird, position-locked slime chunks. In Minecraft Bedrock Edition, slime chunks work very differently from Java. Instead of using the world seed to randomly decide which chunk can spawn slimes, Bedrock uses a fixed pattern that ignores the seed completely. That means the same chunk coordinates will always be slime chunks in every Bedrock world, no matter what speed you choose. Once players discovered this, slime farming became much more predictable. You can share slime chunk coordinates online, build a farm there in any world, and it will always work. It feels strange if you come from Java, where slime chunks vary with every seed and must be found through tools or trial and error. Bedrock's approach trades randomness for consistency, which is incredibly convenient for technical builders who want reliable farm locations across all their survival worlds. And if the slime chunks confused you, Update 1.3 and above highlights a redstone bug that makes identical builds behave unpredictably. Since Minecraft Beta 1.3, redstone dust has had a deeply annoying quirk. Its update order depends on absolute world coordinates and power source position, not just the layout of your build. Bug MC11193 explains that when redstone turns on or off, the order each dust segment updates is effectively undefined. Two identical contraptions built at different coordinates can behave differently, even though every block is placed the same way. This makes some designs unreliable when copied, rotated, or moved in survival worlds. Technical players often discover that a circuit works perfectly in one test world, then breaks when rebuilt on a server slightly offset. Mojang has left this quirk in place for years, because fixing it would change countless existing builds and redstone mechanics, and might introduce new subtle bugs in return. But broken redstone isn't the only thing that gets messy, because client desync can create ghost blocks that players can use for insane launch tricks. Ghost blocks arise when the client thinks a block exists, but the server does not. Usually from desynchronization glitches. In technical Minecraft, players discovered that ghost slime blocks can be used to create absurd launches. If a player stands on a slime block that only exists client-side, the server still thinks they're falling and keeps increasing downward velocity up to terminal speed, around 3.92 blocks per tick. On the client, the player appears stationary. When the player then takes damage, the server finally syncs velocity and position, and the client applies that stored momentum in reverse using the slime's bounce. The result is a huge vertical launch, sometimes sending players hundreds of blocks into the air. It is extremely unstable and not survival friendly, but it demonstrates how powerful client-server desync glitches can become. From desync exploits, we move to the hidden mechanics that portals use to load chunks long after you've left. In Minecraft Java Edition 1.14 and later, Nether portals do more than just teleport you. When an entity goes through a portal, the game creates a portal ticket with load level 30 on the destination chunk. That level fully loads a 3x3 area of chunks around the portal, with the center chunks able to process entities and redstone, while surrounding chunks tick partially. The ticket expires after 300 game ticks, about 15 seconds. If no one uses the portal again, each new entity refreshes the timer. Technical players use this mechanic to build portal-based chunk loaders that keep farms running even when nobody is physically nearby. However, these setups are fragile. If timing or entity flow breaks, chunks stop loading and farms shut down. Understanding portal tickets became essential for advanced cross-dimensional automation. And once you understand chunk loading, it's only fair to talk about how the game deals with mob spawning. Hostile mob spawning in Minecraft Java Edition does not use a simple cube around the player, even though many people describe it that way. Instead, mobs spawn within a spherical shell between 24 and 128 blocks from the player, measured by Euclidean distance. Nothing can spawn closer than 24 blocks, and anything that wanders farther than 128 blocks from all players despawns almost immediately. Because the sphere includes blocks above and below, mobs can spawn in caves directly under you or platforms high in the sky, as long as they are inside that shell. Farm designers exploit this by building mob farms high above the ground or over oceans, reducing other valid spawn spaces inside the sphere. Understanding the spawn sphere makes it much easier to maximize rates, and explains why certain farm heights perform dramatically better. From spawning rules, we go into the update that completely shattered traditional chunk loading mechanics. Minecraft 1.14 introduced an entirely new ticket-based chunk loading system, and while it helped performance, it accidentally destroyed nearly all pre-1.14 chunk loading methods. Before this update, technical players used hopper chains, minecart loops, and block pushers to keep chunks loaded for farms and contraptions. After 1.14, those systems simply stopped working because chunks no longer cared about entity motion unless tied to a player, portal link, or spawn chunks. Redstone engineers had to rethink everything, redesigning farms to use never portal loaders, entity delays, or spawn chunk hacks. Long-distance systems like item sorters across chunk borders failed, and many iconic 1.12.2 contraptions became obsolete overnight. While portal chunk loading got better over time, the changes permanently reshaped technical gameplay and are still considered one of the most disruptive mechanical shifts in Minecraft history. And once chunk loading evolved, Mojang quietly fixed a long-standing annoyance with entities teleporting too slowly. Before 1.21.2, entities had a frustrating 15-second cooldown after traveling through another portal. This was fine for players, but terrible for technical builds. Chunk loader designs needed complicated entity dismantlers to convert mobs or minecarts into items, send them through the portal, then reconstruct them on the other side, just to bypass that cooldown. In Snapshot 24W33A, Mojang finally reduced that cooldown to just 0.5 seconds, making stable portal-based chunk loaders drastically easier to build. Now entities can loop between portals smoothly, keeping chunks loaded without gimmicks or redstone gymnastics. This update made chunk loading accessible for regular players, not just technical experts, and opened the door for compact AFK farms, cross-dimensional automation, and reliable sorting systems. It was a small number change, but a massive quality of life update for anyone who engineers Minecraft's mechanics. And after the cooldown was refined, they found a way for portal loaders to finally keep working even after logging out. From 1.14 all the way to 1.21.4, portal chunk loaders had a frustrating flaw. They stopped working when the world was exited or players logged out. When you rejoined, the loader needed to be jump-started manually, which was often done by sending a minecart or mob through the portal again. This made them unreliable on servers, and impractical for long-term automation. In version 1.21.5, Mojang finally fixed it. Portal-based chunk loading now persists across logout and world reloads. Once activated, these chunk loaders stay active until the portal stops being used. The change took 7 years to arrive, but it finally made portal chunk loaders stable, survival-friendly, and actually useful in multiplayer environments. Combined with the new cooldown changes, it transformed portal loading from a specialist trick to a mainstream mechanic. Then we dive into another shakeup that was a nightmare for Redstone engineers. The Redstone Experiments feature in Snapshot 24W33A introduced a distance-based redstone update order. The closer a wire is to a power source, the sooner it updates. But when two wires are equally distant, the update order becomes random. This randomness shocked the technical community because it breaks the long-standing predictability of Java Redstone. Builds that used to work 100% of the time could now fail half of the time, simply due to random activation order. It felt like Bedrock Edition logic creeping into Java. Many players argued it would invalidate years of Redstone engineering. Mojang left the feature as optional for testing, but never made it default. If it ever becomes standard, it would fundamentally change the nature of Java Redstone forever. From unstable Redstone, we return to mob quirks, and this time, the misunderstood spawning behavior of slimes. Slimes have always been the odd mob out. They completely ignore light level rules in slime chunks below Y40, meaning they will spawn even in brightly lit rooms covered in torches. However, slimes still obey Minecraft's universal 24-block exclusion rule, where no hostile mobs can spawn within a 24-block spherical radius of any player. This makes slime farming all about distance, not lighting. Optimal AFK spots for slime farms are usually between 24 and 32 blocks away, which was far enough to allow spawning, but close enough to keep the chunk activated. Light doesn't stop slimes, only distance does. That's why torches don't fix slime spawning in underground bases built in the wrong chunk. It's one of those mechanics that breaks the usual mob spawning rules just enough to confuse everyone. But what probably confused people more was how rare a particular biome was, a generation fluke that almost never appeared at all. The modified jungle edge biome was officially the rarest biome in Minecraft history. It only generated when a jungle biome directly bordered a swamp hills biome, which was an extremely specific and mathematically uncommon combination. Even then, a regular jungle edge would appear first, and only the second transition would become modified jungle edge. That meant this biome covered only about 0.00027% of the overworld, often appearing as a strip less than 200 blocks long, or sometimes only 10 blocks total. Players spent years searching for one, sometimes traveling millions of blocks. It was removed in 1.18 during the Caves and Cliffs World Generation overhaul, making it forever extinct in modern versions. Finding one today requires old world seeds or archived maps, and spotting one felt like discovering a Minecraft myth in the wild. But Minecraft's strangest rarities aren't limited to biomes. Some of them come from the game's structure generation rules themselves. Ocean monuments have a bizarre generation rule tied to chunk inhabited time, which tracks how long players have been in a chunk. Monuments can only generate retroactively in previously explored chunks if the chunk's inhabited time is less than 3 minutes. When this happens during terrain updates or world version upgrades, the game force generates monuments where they would exist in the current version regardless of original terrain. The result is monuments spawning in the middle of plains, inside forests, or awkwardly embedded into land, creating big square water-filled pits surrounded by dirt and trees. It looks completely wrong, but it follows the code exactly. If a chunk has too much player activity, the game refuses to generate monuments there, preserving player builds. This behavior makes monuments one of the strangest and most visually disruptive retroactive structures in Minecraft. And when it comes to structures behaving in unexpected ways, the Nether has its own generation system that breaks every rule players assume is consistent. Since Minecraft 1.16, the Nether has been split into large 432 by 432 block regions used for structure generation. Each region can only generate either one Nether fortress or one bastion remnant, but never both. Java Edition gives each structure type a probability, about 40% for fortresses and 60% for bastions. But there's a twist. In Basalt Delta's biomes, a bug introduced in 1.18.1 forces fortress generation instead of bastions whenever valid structure conditions align. That means Basalt Deltas have unusually high fortress rates compared to other biomes. Players who hunt blaze rods or wither skeleton skulls often search for fortresses in these areas, even though it wasn't intended. The bug remains, turning Basalt Deltas into unofficial fortress hotspots. But even the bizarre logic of the Nether doesn't compare to one of the most unsettling world gen failures found at the far edges of the End dimension. The End is supposed to generate outer islands in all directions, but due to bug MC159283, those outer islands fail to generate in multiple huge concentric rings. The first ring of missing terrain starts around 370,719 blocks from the center, where terrain abruptly stops instead of continuing. Then islands reappear around 524,288, disappear again at 642,111, return at 741,456, and continue in a repeated shrinking pattern all the way to the world border. These rings create strange, donut-shaped void zones, where players expect land but get nothing but abyss. The bug has existed for years, and affects every Java version, but most players never encounter it because it only appears extremely far from spawn. For anyone exploring the deep end using teleport or hacked elytra, the emptiness feels spooky and intentional, but it's pure terrain math acting up. And while that bug reshapes entire dimensions, Minecraft also has long-living issues that linger simply because fixing them would unravel the game's foundation. Bug MC4 is one of Minecraft's oldest still-open bugs, reported in October 2012, just 2 days after MC1, MC2 and MC3. It causes item drops to appear slightly offset, teleport randomly, or fall through blocks. Internally, entity positions are calculated with 64-bit precision, but when data gets transmitted between client and server, it gets compressed into 32-bit format, using only one of 32 block precision. That downgrade causes visual desync, and clients think items moved slightly, while servers think they didn't. Mojang knows exactly why this happens, but fixing it would require rewriting huge parts of Minecraft's core networking system, risking thousands of new problems. So instead, the bug quietly lives on across every version. It's harmless most of the time, but it's also a reminder that some bugs survive not because they can't be fixed, but because fixing them would break everything else. But now we've got a bug that came from the game's math itself. For years, entity positions in Minecraft were transmitted over the network using integers instead of decimals. This meant positions were rounded to the nearest one of 32 blocks, rotations to about 1.41 degrees, and velocity to 1 of 8,000 block per tick. That limited precision caused by dozens of visual glitches, like entities jittering, Z-fighting in random maps, and awkward teleporting behavior. It was also a major reason you couldn't place armor stands, mobs, or item displays with exact precision using commands. Importantly, this rounding problem was directly linked to MC4's unpredictable item location bug. In February 2017, Mojang rewrote core networking code to use floating point numbers instead, finally allowing smoother positioning and better accuracy. Fixing it required deep system changes, but it solved years of visual and mathematical inconsistencies players had simply adapted to. Now we have the devs again adapting a bug into the game with physics-defying minecarts. Minecarts behave strangely when multiple carts occupy the same space and are pushed off rails. Instead of slowing down, they retrain their speed indefinitely, sliding across flat ground with no friction, effectively creating perpetual motion. This bug allowed players to build TNT minecart cannons, instant launch propulsion systems, and even nuclear-sized explosions by stacking hundreds of TNT minecarts in one space. In Snapshot 17W49A, Mojang adjusted minecart collision so they no longer merged into one point, temporarily breaking all these contraptions. Community backlash was immediate, and Mojang eventually reintroduced aspects of the old behavior, though not fully. While technically wrong, perpetual motion minecarts became part of Minecraft's creative toolkit, enabling contraptions that defy both physics and common sense. This, however, wasn't the only time players capitalized on a bug. Item duplication in Minecraft has existed for years because the game saves world chunks and player inventory separately. When someone force crashes or closes the game at the perfect moment, the chunk save may complete, but the inventory save doesn't, or vice versa. That creates a tiny window where items can be duplicated or permanently deleted, depending on which data writes first. Snapshot 18W44A introduced safer shutdown hooks for single player, but multiplayer still relies on complex multi-threaded I/O that can be manipulated through precise timing. Fixing it entirely would require redesigning Minecraft's saving architecture from scratch. The paradox: the system that prevents world corruption is the same one that enables duplication exploits. Players have turned this into speedrun strategies, server tricks, and even reliable dupe machines. Duplicate enough mobs though, and you'll get yourself into another bug. Animals and villagers escaping fenced enclosures is one of Minecraft's most persistent bugs. It happens because mob collision hitboxes don't perfectly match fence block hitboxes, especially in corners or tight groups. When too many mobs crowd together, slight movement or chunk reloads cause their hitboxes to overlap fence boundaries, letting them phase through barriers or even suffocate in walls. This has spawned over 40 duplicate bug reports, but every attempted fix breaks something else. Adjusting collision detection affects boats, clipping, minecart movement, and pathfinding, so Mojang treats it as a low-priority issue. Players have learned to adapt using double walls, slabs, or glass blocks. Official fences don't always fence things in, but are more like polite suggestions. From a suggestion to a successful decision, the player character model is definitely something Notch does not regret reusing. Minecraft's iconic blocky character models weren't designed for Minecraft at all. Notch revealed in a 2009 blog post that Steve's original model came from a scrapped Java-based GTA-style project he was working on. The failed prototype included simple, blocky humanoid models that happened to fit perfectly with Minecraft's aesthetic. Instead of designing new characters, Notch simply reused them, an indie developer move that unintentionally gave Minecraft one of the most recognizable avatars in gaming. Those recycled low-poly figures became global icons, not because they were designed to be, but because they were available and good enough. It perfectly captures Minecraft's early development era, simple, efficient, and built with whatever was lying around. But there were other features that didn't get as lucky and were cut just hours before release. Quivers were so close to being a real Minecraft feature that Dinnerbone actually had them working in the 1.9 combat update inventory. In May 2015, he shared screenshots showing a dedicated quiver slot in both survival and creative, and the item had existed in the files since the in-dev days. Arrows were meant to live in the quiver, while bows pulled from it automatically. But once the offhand system was finalized, storing arrows there felt cleaner and more intuitive. On June 30th, 2015, Dinnerbone tweeted that he was removing quivers because arrows in the offhand made more sense. Just like that, the fully coded feature was cut hours before it could really land. The old quiver texture was then removed, leaving behind a trail of screenshots and what-ifs in the game's history. And now we've got a developer saving the entire server ecosystem in 2014. In 2014, the entire Bukkit modding scene went into panic when project leads announced Bukkit was shutting down. Servers everywhere depended on it for plugins, and it looked like the whole ecosystem might collapse. Then Dinnerbone stepped in and revealed a surprise. Mojang had actually owned Bukkit for years, ever since hiring the core developers around 2012. He tweeted that he had started Bukkit and personally promised to update it to Minecraft 1.8 himself. That meant the project was not dead, just in need of maintenance from the inside. It was an unusual moment where a big company secretly owning a community project turned out to be a good thing. Dinnerbone's intervention kept thousands of servers alive, and showed how seriously Mojang took the health of its modding community. For many server owners, that announcement felt like the world had just been uncancelled. Now let's change it up a bit and talk more about game mechanics. Sticky pistons have a strange behavior that powers half of Java Redstone wizardry. If they receive a pulse that lasts exactly one game tick, they extend, push a block, and then retract so fast they fail to pull the block back. The block gets spit out and left behind in the world. This happens because extending takes one tick of animation, while retraction is processed instantly in the update order, creating a tiny timing window where the block is no longer attached. Technical players quickly realized this was perfect for T flip-flops, flying machines, block swappers, and all kinds of compact extenders. Bedrock Edition was coded specifically to avoid this quirk, which is why many Java contraptions refuse to work there. Over time, this oddity went from bug to unofficial feature that nobody dares to remove. And some exploits became so useful, Mojang chose to keep them. TNT duplication sounds like the kind of exploit Mojang would rush to patch, but instead, it became a weirdly accepted part of high-level technical Minecraft. By abusing timing with pistons, slime blocks, and bud-like mechanics, players found setups where a TNT block both ignites and moves at the same moment. The game creates a primed TNT entity while also keeping the original block, effectively cloning TNT for free. This turned into the backbone of perimeter clearing machines, world eaters, and mega farms that require tens of thousands of explosions. In 2020, developer Michael Hedberg openly said TNT dupers fill a gameplay niche that no intended mechanics can yet replace. As long as they remain finicky and complex, Mojang has chosen to tolerate them instead of rewriting everything. It's one of the rare glitches that graduated into a semi-official tool for serious builders. And now we have a bug that lasted for more than a decade, where players could literally break block updates themselves. Update suppression was one of the most arcane exploits in Java Edition, letting players literally break how block updates processed. Minecraft handles block updates in a fixed order: west, east, down, up, north, then south. By chaining thousands of updates in specific patterns, technical players could trigger a stack overflow inside the game's recursion. The game caught the exception and kept running, but silently skipped the remaining queued updates. That allowed impossible states like sliced portals, ghost blocks, and structures that should have collapsed but did not. It felt like performing surgery on the game's brain using redstone. Snapshot 22W11A replaced the recursive system with an iterative one and added a 1 million update cap, effectively killing update suppression. The exploit disappeared, but the wild builds created with it still live on in old worlds and videos. Players who loved the technical gameplay of Minecraft still got to enjoy one particular feature involving redstone. Redstone comparators in subtraction mode quietly power some of the smartest circuits in Minecraft. Their basic rule is simple. The output signal equals the rear input minus the highest side input. But the real magic comes from timing. Comparators have a fixed 1 redstone tick delay when changing output, and in subtraction mode, they effectively ignore 1 tick side pulses while still reading stable rear input. That means a 1 tick pulse on the side can act as a clean subtracting trigger without permanently altering the main signal. Technical players use this to build ultra-compact pulse extenders, signal filters, clocks, and strength-based logic that repeaters and torches cannot replicate. Once you understand how subtraction timing works, comparators go from mysterious utility block to one of the most powerful tools in the entire redstone toolkit. And mob pathfinding wasn't random either. It followed some pretty smart calculations. Most mobs are not as dumb as they look. Minecraft actually gives every block a pain level score, and mobs choose their walking path based on which route hurts their feet the least. Lava, sweetberry bushes, magma blocks, and wither roses have high pain points, so mobs just walk around them like they saw a wet paint sign. Some blocks even have a penalty of -1, which basically means mobs stare at them and say, nope. They also refuse to walk over single carpet blocks for some reason, as if carpets are lava. When mobs are chasing you and your hiding spot is inside a block, they automatically climb up to the nearest air block, which is why zombies suddenly act like they want to be mountain goats. Once you understand this system, building mob-proof bases becomes less guessing and more actual science. From one calculation to another, the way Minecraft processes its light is also pretty genius. Minecraft is secretly running 2 different light systems at once, but it never tells you. Every block stores both sunlight brightness and block light from torches and glowstone, each with their own 0 to 15 value. Light from torches fades by 1 level for every block it travels, while skylight is affected by opacity, time of day, and even weather. The game then mixes these 2 values using a 16 by 16 light map, so torchlight looks warm and cozy, while sunlight looks clean and bright. Block faces are also lit differently to make everything look more 3-dimensional. Tops are brightest, north and south are a bit dimmer, and east and west look like they need a cup of coffee. That's why lighting feels so atmospheric, but also makes the game lag like a toaster trying to run Photoshop. Another feature that was probably meant to make the game more atmospheric was effects meant for the player's footsteps. Minecraft once had a footstep particle that was fully coded, completely textured, and totally useless. It sat in the game files for 12 whole years, from pre-classic all the way to snapshot 21W13A, and most players never saw it. Not even once. You could only summon it using commands, like some kind of ghost particle summoner, but it never appeared during normal gameplay. Then, when the flattening happened in 2017, the particle itself got removed, but the poor texture stayed hidden in the game files, like it forgot to pack its bags. It finally got deleted in 2021, probably after someone at Mojang went, "Wait, why is this still here?" It lived a long life doing nothing, seen by no one, yet somehow survived more versions than some actual features. One feature that didn't come to lasting as long though was the speech bubble for villagers. When trading was first being developed in Minecraft, villagers almost had speech bubbles like cartoon characters. One of those bubbles showed 2 raw chickens inside a little cloud, hinting at a trade that exchanged raw chicken for even more raw chicken. It was probably the least profitable trade idea ever. Jeb later explained that they tested these speech bubbles for trading, but it looked awkward and clunky, so they ditched the idea and replaced it with the trading interface we use today. The funny part is, the raw chicken fort bubble still exists in the game archives, permanently documenting Minecraft's brief dream of becoming a chicken-based economic simulator. Imagine villagers walking around thinking about discounted poultry all day. Honestly, that would have been kind of adorable. Early armor was even stranger though, because they existed but were completely non-functional. In very early Minecraft, every time you spawned a new world, you magically started with a full set of studded armor. Sounds cool until you realize you could not wear it, craft it, or use it for protection. It was basically a fashion accessory taking up inventory space. The textures were actually reused from Notch's previous game, Legend of the Chambered 2, where they did work. In Minecraft though, they were just decorative leftovers with zero purpose. When real armor mechanics arrived, Mojang quietly deleted them like they never happened. The funniest part is that Minecraft almost had medieval armor before it had working armor. It's like showing up to battle wearing cardboard and hoping nobody notices. But now, let's go through some accidental textures that caused community-wide speculation. During the development of the Buzzy Bees update, a mysterious wax block suddenly appeared in the game files in Snapshot 19W34A. It had no crafting recipe, no function, and no reason to exist. Developer Corey Cheviak later admitted on Twitter that it was never meant to be released, and it got removed just 2 days later. But those 2 days were enough to send the entire Minecraft community into full detective mode, theorizing about candles, cheese blocks, honey furniture, and even wax-based redstone circuits. None of it was true, but the hype was real. The block was just a random development asset that snuck in by accident. It vanished quickly, but the chaos it caused lasted way longer. Minecraft fans will theorize about anything, even a block that existed for 48 hours. But none of that would have been possible if it weren't for Minecraft's humble beginnings. Minecraft officially entered the world on May 17, 2009. Not with a big trailer or flashy ad, but with a simple forum post on TIG Source titled Minecraft Alpha. Notch casually said it's an alpha version, so it might crash sometimes, which was game developer language for please be patient, it's held together with tape. Within minutes, other indie devs replied with feedback, screenshots, and ideas. Notch actually responded and kept updating the game based on suggestions from that very thread. Guinness World Records even recognized it as the first ever Minecraft forum post. That tiny forum thread basically launched a global gaming phenomenon. It was Minecraft's first spark of community-driven development, proving that sometimes the biggest games start in the smallest corners of the internet. And the game we know now and love today would have been so different if the player was able to interact with a few NPCs. In Minecraft's early in-dev days, Notch tested MD3 model support by adding 4 humanoid mods designed by developer Doc, Rana, Beast Boy, Black Steve, and Steve the Mob. These characters looked like early Minecraft citizens, but moved like broken wind-up toys. They floated around in a permanent T-pose, sliding in weird circles and staring into the void. They did not build, did not fight, and honestly seemed confused about their existence. Rana even appeared briefly in the inventory UI, but never made it into full gameplay. When Doc left Mojang, these mobs were removed, marking the end of Minecraft's humanoid mob experiment. It is wild to think that Minecraft almost had people NPCs before villagers, pillagers, or even piglins. If they stayed, Minecraft might have felt way more like an RPG from the start. You might have even been able to grow and train your own Pokemon-like creature. Blue axolotls are basically Minecraft's shiny Pokemon. In version 1.17.1, Mojang made a sneaky change that stopped them from spawning naturally. From that point on, the only way to get one was through breeding, with a tiny 1 in 1,200 chance per attempt. That means even if you set up a full axolotl baby making factory, you might still never see one. Before this patch, they could randomly appear in the wild, which made them way less rare than intended. This change turned blue axolotls into true collector's treasures, giving players a real reason to build breeding farms. If you actually get one, treat it like royalty, because statistically speaking, your Minecraft fish is rarer than most people's luck in real-life lotteries. Finding this creature must have felt as dramatic as finding out in-game that enchanting tables now glow. Hidden deep in the chaos of giant caves and towering mountains, 1.18 quietly gave enchanting tables a superpower. They finally emit light in Java Edition, matching Bedrock's behavior. They give off light level 7, which is just bright enough to stop mobs from spawning nearby. With the new rule that mobs only spawn at light level 0, one enchanting table can make a small area completely mob safe. Suddenly, that cozy enchanted corner in your base became an accidental lighting system. Most players never noticed because they were too busy falling into giant caves and getting chased by goats. Mojang basically turned a decorative magic table into a fancy glowing nightlight that keeps creepers away. Stylish and functional. That is peak Minecraft design. But if we dive deep into the lowest layers of the overworld, we might just dig for a flat surface of bedrock, or so we thought. Before 1.18, bedrock at the bottom of the world was perfectly flat and predictable, generating in neat layers from Y0 to Y4. Technical players used these patterns for navigation, redstone builds, and weird nether portal tricks. But 1.18 threw that out the window by making bedrock completely random between Y-64 and Y-59. That means no more neat lines, no predictable shapes, just pure, void-fueled chaos. The update was overshadowed by the huge terrain changes, so most players had no idea it even happened. Technical builders cried, explorers got confused, and speedrunners had to adapt. Bedrock went from being a ruler straight foundation to Minecraft's version of chunky Swiss cheese. Perfect for mining, terrible for planning. But if you've been playing Minecraft for a couple of years, you'll remember that mining and planning didn't work so well in the caves. Before 1.18, mobs could spawn anywhere with light level 7 or lower, which meant caves were basically monster factories, even after torching the place. But with the massive cave overhaul, Mojang changed it so mobs only spawn at light level 0. That means complete darkness. No more creepers lurking in the slightly dim corner of your base. This simple fix totally changed mob proofing. Now, a single torch can protect way more space, and players no longer have to spam torches like they're afraid of the dark. It made giant caves actually explorable without turning into horror movies. Veteran players had to relearn old habits, but now light finally feels like light, not just less darkness. It's fitting how in the same year we even got zombies treating light differently, specifically glow ink sacs. You would not think glow ink sacs could cause a major problem, but they did. Since zombies can pick up dropped items and become persistent, players were unknowingly creating permanent zombie populations just by farming glow squids. These zombies would never despawn, clogging up mob caps and causing lag. Mojang patched it by specifically making zombies, husks, zombie villagers and drowned ignore glow ink sacs like picky toddlers avoiding vegetables. It's one of those hilarious fixes where a tiny item caused massive technical chaos. Glow ink sacs look pretty, but apparently they were accidentally building zombie armies underground. Now zombies ignore them completely, and the world is a little less laggy. Another feature that went through some changes was the bad omen effect. In 1.2.1, Minecraft completely reinvented how the bad omen effect works. Instead of instantly triggering a raid when killing a raid captain, you now get an ominous bottle that you have to drink manually. Bad omen now transforms based on your location. Near a village, it becomes raid omen, and near trial chambers, it becomes trial omen. Basically, it's no longer just raid trigger juice, it's now a flexible system tied to different adventures. Players who did not read patch notes were very confused when pillager captains stopped automatically ruining villages automatically. This change set the foundation for Minecraft's new ominous event system, giving Bad Omen way more depth and purpose. It's one of those changes that quietly redefines game design without shouting about it. And then, there's just some things that devs definitely shouldn't let the players know about. In Java Edition, slime chunks are like lottery tickets based on your world seed. Random and unique in every world, but Bedrock Edition said, nah, let's keep it simple. Slime chunks generating the exact same coordinates across every single Bedrock world, ever. That means if you find a slime chunk at XYZ in one world, that same chunk will always be slimy in every other Bedrock world. You could literally post slime farm coordinates online, and they would work for millions of players. It's like discovering cheat codes that actually work. Slime hunting in Java is detective work. In Bedrock, it's just copy and paste. Edition differences get even weirder, especially when it comes to the console edition's unique mathematical quirks. In Java, traveling 1 block in the Nether equals 8 blocks in the overworld. But console edition said, we have tiny worlds, so math needs to chill. On classic and small console worlds, the Nether ratio was 1:3. On medium, it was 1:6. Only on large worlds did it finally match Java's official 1:8. This was done because both Nether and Overworld were the same physical size on consoles. So the normal ratio would have made Nether travel feel like a cramped closet. Console players basically lived in a universe with squashed warp rules. It's one of those edition-specific quirks that disappeared when Legacy Console Edition died, taking custom world math with it. The Pocket Edition wasn't safe from game-breaking bugs either, and was once riddled with invisible fire. Early Pocket Edition was absolute chaos. In version 0.1.3, fire had no texture, which means it was completely invisible. Worse, it could spread into literally any block, even stone, ore, or dirt. Imagine your stone house catching fire for no reason, while you cannot even see the flames. To stop worlds from accidentally burning down, Mojang introduced a temporary placeholder block called Reserved 6 that replaced all fire in existing worlds. It was like putting duct tape over the entire fire system. This mysterious block stayed in the game until version 0.70, when fire was finally fixed and became visible again. Mobile Minecraft was basically survival mode with ghost fire. What would have been a helpful tool for survival players, however, were maps that told them where every structure in that overworld was. In normal gameplay, you can only get explorer maps for woodland mansions, ocean monuments, and buried treasure. But secretly, Bedrock Edition has maps for every structure in the game, including strongholds, pillager outposts, nether fortresses, end cities, ruins, mineshafts, and temples. They exist in the files, fully functional, but are only accessible through commands or inventory editing. Nether and end structure maps even display using special, dimension-colored parchment. They're labeled as unknown map, but work perfectly when used. Mojang never removed them, never used them, just left them in the code like hidden developer cheat sheets. Minecraft basically has built-in GPS for every structure, but it's locked behind developer tools. What you can do as a player though, is customize your superflat overworlds. Java lets you customize superflat with a text code. Bedrock does not let you customize superflat much at all. But Legacy Console Edition, it had a full visual editor with god-tier customization. You could choose 250 blocks, 21 biomes, control cave and ore generation, toggle lakes, trees, villages, flowers, and even define up to 128 different layers. You could even choose whether structures like temples, strongholds, and villages would spawn. Console players basically had full terrain control straight from the menu. It was more powerful than anything Java or Bedrock ever offered. Sadly, when Legacy Console Edition ended, this editor vanished forever. Superflat customization peaked in 2015, and has not been the same since. And there are just some discoveries that change the game completely, and make you go, huh, didn't think that was possible. In Minecraft's April Fool's snapshot 20W14 Infinite, Mojang hid thousands of random dimensions and secrets. But one secret went unnoticed for 2 whole years. You could actually fish up Elder Guardians from tiny ponds. In 2022, Reddit user Tidy Toad finally discovered it. Imagine peacefully fishing and suddenly a massive hostile underwater boss explodes out of your pond like it was a salmon. It's one of those weird features that was intentionally added but stayed hidden for years, proving that Mojang puts efforts into jokes that nobody even notices until much later. It's Minecraft's version of chaotic fishing. Sometimes you get a fish, sometimes an ancient underwater demon. But Minecraft's chaotic side often leads to players finding wacky discoveries. A strange bug in 2014 let players change their cape color just by placing a leaf block on their head. dead mouse ears and minecon capes that would magically tint based on biome-based leaf colors, making capes look brown, green, or even bluish. Technically, it happened because Minecraft accidentally applied block color tinting to wearable items. Servers loved it so much that they used it as a temporary cosmetic feature before Mojang patched it out. It was harmless, funny, and surprisingly stylish. Players basically discovered Minecraft's first accidental fashion filter. Some bugs break the game. This one just made you look fabulous. Now, if there was anything to be said for dedication, it's that sometimes it pays off. A dedicated player went full science mode and ran an AFK fishing test for 20 hours straight to document fishing loot. In the process, they confirmed something many players didn't know. You can actually fish ink sacs. Not just one, but sometimes bundles of 10 in a single catch. This was huge news back before squid farms were common, and before the aquatic updates made ink easier to get. It proved that fishing was not just a way to get enchanted gear, but also a sneaky method for gathering crafting materials. It is the perfect example of Minecraft players turning curiosity into actual research. Spending 20 hours fishing just to prove a point, that is elite dedication. Now for the next one, we'll go through how minecarts weren't really what they were originally. In their very first appearance, minecarts were not vehicles at all. You couldn't sit in them, ride them, or zoom around like a Minecraft cowboy. Instead, they were basically moving chests on wheels. They held 27 slots, and when you stuffed them full, you could actually see a dirt texture rise in the cart like it was filling up with junk. Right-clicking opened a GUI that literally just said minecart, like it did not even know what it wanted to be yet. Less than a week later, Notch woke up and said, "What if people could actually ride these?" and changed the entire concept. This moment turned Minecraft transportation from storage on wheels to the chaotic rollercoaster simulator we know today. After seeing how minecarts transformed from storage carts into rideable icons, the next one shows how Minecraft itself was born from a discarded idea. Before Minecraft was Minecraft, Notch was making a game called Ruby Dung, inspired by Dwarf Fortress. It had isometric camera angles, blocky textures, and little minions. At one point, Notch tried adding first-person mode so players could view the world through a worker's eyes, but he hated how pixelated and distorted it looked, so he scrapped it. Fast forward a bit and he discovered Infiniminer, a voxel-based game that embraced its pixelated style, and that is when the light bulb went off. He realized pixelated graphics were not a problem, they were the whole charm. So he repurposed Ruby Dung's textures, code, and ideas, and turned them into Minecraft's first prototype, Cave Game. Minecraft was basically born from a cancelled idea and a bad camera angle. And once Minecraft existed, its creators' development habits became a fascinating tale of inspiration and burnout. In 2011, while working on the Ender Dragon fight, Notch posted something surprisingly honest about his development process. He described 4 stages: inspiration, fun and exciting, motivation, productive and focused, stress, constant doubt and burnout, and finally, abandonment. He rated inspiration as 5 out of 5 fun, stress as 1 out of 5 fun, and abandonment as, well, inevitable. Players joked that his system perfectly described Minecraft's entire development. And honestly, it did. Just weeks after this post, Notch passed Minecraft's leadership to Jeb and officially stepped away. It is rare to see a game developer explain burnout so clearly while actively going through it. That blog was like a goodbye letter that we did not realize was a goodbye letter. Speaking of chaotic development, this next one is an exploit that turned item duplication into an accidental programming art piece. Item shadowing was not your typical item dupe exploit. It was a programming glitch masterpiece. By interrupting inventory updates with Java exceptions, players could make a single item stack in multiple slots at once. Changing one would update all of them, because they were technically the same object. It was like controlling clones using telepathy. Mojang quietly patched it over multiple versions, never mentioning it in patch notes, which naturally made the community give it a name, the Shadow Patch. Technical players were so attached to it that they created mods to bring it back, Like Carpet Shadow and Anti-Shadow Patch, it was not just a bug, it was an art form. From shadow-cloned items, we moved to a piston bug that turns normal movement into full-on sci-fi teleportation. Block 36 is Minecraft's secret moving block used when pistons push things. In Snapshot 15W37A, a bug made it hilariously broken. Instead of pushing entities normally, it warped them through the block, teleporting them to the opposite side like some kind of piston-powered wormhole. Players quickly discovered they could use it for insane contraptions, like entity launchers, elevators, and teleport systems. Developer GenomeBomb42 even joked that it was kind of cool, but said it needed to be fixed before players got too attached. Well, too late. The technical community fell in love with it, and nicknamed it Block 36 Warping. Mojang eventually patched it around 1.15, but it became legendary. Minecraft accidentally invented sci-fi transportation for a bit, and we loved every second of it. And while some glitches were futuristic, others were simple relics, like a purple arrow texture that refused to die. During Minecraft's survival test era, skeletons shot purple arrows. You could not pick them up, and they acted like normal arrows, but their bold purple color made them iconic. When Minecraft introduced new arrow textures in 1.9, the purple arrow was quietly abandoned. You would think Mojang would delete it quickly, right? Nope. That little purple arrow hid in the game files for 12 years. Untouched and unseen. It survived dozens of updates, 2 major engine overhauls, texture updates, and even the flattening. Finally, in Snapshot 21W13A, Mojang removed it for good. It became one of Minecraft's longest surviving unused textures. Purple arrows may be gone, but their legacy is pixel perfect. Now shifting from textures to mechanics, the next change silently extended the player's reach without anyone noticing. Minecraft 1.3 secretly increased how far players could reach without ever mentioning it in the changelog. Overnight, players could suddenly break blocks 5 blocks deep into a wall, dig 3 blocks down without jumping in, and even place blocks 7 blocks above their head instead of 6. Horizontal reach also stretched to about 4.2 blocks. It completely changed how building and mining felt, but nobody really knew why until players started comparing versions frame by frame. On top of that, mushrooms suddenly needed 3 blocks of coverage to be placed, instead of 1. This was one of those, the game feels different, but I can't explain why, moments that Minecraft veterans still remember. Mojang basically gave us longer arms and just didn't tell anyone. But not all surprises were helpful. One snapshot turned Minecraft into a horror show with corrupted, nightmare-fuel textures. Snapshot 13W16A accidentally turned Minecraft into a horror game. Due to a texture loading bug, player models would suddenly get replaced with cursed, stretched, or half-missing mobheads, which were mostly creepers and zombie pigmen. Suddenly, sometimes your entire body would disappear, leaving just a floating, broken head with missing facial textures. You looked like a Minecraft SCP. Even worse, it could happen at random, because even placing blocks or opening doors could trigger this nightmare. It all came from Mojang switching Java versions, Java 5 to Java 6, which broke how Minecraft handled texture memory. The very next snapshot, 13W16B, fixed it, but its short time in existence permanently placed it in the Minecraft Hall of Creepy Glitches. Glitches weren't the only silent trouble, because even tiny math mistakes, like a decimal change in drop rates, caused chaos too. In Snapshot 24W18A, Mojang accidentally nerfed Wither Skeleton Skull drop rates without telling anyone. The base drop rate dropped from 3.5% to 2.5%, making looting enchantments less effective too. Players suddenly noticed their skull farms producing way fewer drops, and technical testers discovered the mistake by checking loot tables. Mojang labeled it important and placed it in Snapshot 24W19A. It shows how even a tiny decimal change, 0.035 to 0.025, can affect hours of grinding, with players thinking they were suddenly just unlucky. Nope, the math betrayed them. And sometimes, the weirdest features weren't mistakes at all, like a hidden world gen mode that still lurks in the code today. When jungles were added in 1.2, Mojang secretly included a hidden world generation mode called Legacy Biome Init Layer. Its only job was to prevent jungles from appearing in older worlds, preserving their original terrain. It was never mentioned in changelogs, and players had no idea it existed. But oddly, this phantom world type is still buried in Minecraft's code today. Now it behaves incorrectly, making deserts rare, removing savannas, and ironically, not even stopping jungles. Players can still accidentally activate it through world file editing, creating strange biome layouts that feel like alternate versions of Minecraft. It's basically a ghost of an old world gen that forgot its purpose, but kept haunting the game. And finally, we got a major buff to the enchantment that now launches players higher than usual. In pre-release 1 of Minecraft 1.21, the Windburst enchantment secretly got a major buff, but Mojang forgot to document it. Instead of a small bounce, every enchantment level launched players 7 blocks high. So Windburst 3 launched you 21 blocks up, which was high enough to break your bones, ankles, and spirit without feather falling. Players thought it was a bug until Mojang admitted it was intentional in pre-release 3, joking that with great power comes great responsibility. Windburst went from being a fun launch enchantment to Minecraft's deadliest accidental trampoline. Even up until now, Minecraft is still being played by millions of players worldwide. What's even more insane is that these aren't the only Minecraft facts you'll find. There's more.
Did you know Minecraft's most famous face was a coding mistake? Notch swapped a pig's height and got a tall vertical creature he liked too much to delete. It's 2009. Marcus Notch Person, nobody calls him that, he's just Notch, is sitting alone, probably surrounded by empty energy drink cans, trying to add a pig to his game. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. Absolutely everything could go wrong. See, Notch didn't use modeling software. He just wrote the models directly in code. And at some point, he mixed up the height and length values. That's it. That's the whole story. In his own words from the 2012 Mojang documentary, I accidentally made them tall instead of long, so it was like a tall thing with 4 little feet, and that became the creeper, as opposed to a pig. Rather than delete it and never speak of the incident again, Notch looked at his cursed, limbless pig abomination and thought, what if it hunted people? He gave it a green texture based on the leaf block so it would blend into the environment, and then he just released it into the game. And then he made it worse because apparently one terrible decision wasn't enough. Early creepers only exploded when they were killed. Notch decided that wasn't evil enough and made the explosion their default attack. This man was not okay. And for whatever reason, creepers, the ancient destroyer of worlds, this green menace that has ended more Minecraft careers than Leg ever could, is absolutely terrified of cats and ocelots. They'll immediately start running the moment one gets within range. There's the charged creeper, which, if struck by lightning, a creeper becomes charged and explodes at twice the normal force, which is a crazy 50% more powerful than TNT. The creeper has since become one of the most widely recognized icons in all of Minecraft, plastered on t-shirts, toys, ads, and the nightmares of traumatized 10-year-olds everywhere, all because someone couldn't keep track of 2 numbers. No game appears out of thin air, and Minecraft is no exception. Before it was the best-selling game on the planet, it was a much humbler thing, a half-finished side project Notch had been poking at and not really loving. The project was called Ruby Dung, a name that means nothing because it was a placeholder. Notch slapped on a dungeon game in the Ruby Lands, a vague fantasy world that mostly lived inside his head. Ruby Dung was meant to be a base-building game, and its blueprint for it was Dwarf Fortress, a famously deep simulation by 2 brothers, Tarn and Zach Adams, that renders its entire living world in plain ASCII text and is so punishing that its unofficial motto is literally, losing is fun. It's the kind of game where one fortress spins out a 100-year saga of dwarves, grudges, floods, and a 100-year collapse. Notch wanted some of that magic. The trouble was, Ruby Dung wasn't coming together. He tried bolting on a first-person view and came away thoroughly unimpressed. And then he played Infiniminer. Infiniminer was a scrappy little multiplayer mining game by Zach Barth. Yes, a different Zach. The one who'd go on to found Zachtronics. Knocked together in his spare time and released it in 2009. It was blocky. It was first person. You dug tunnels and stacked up, and Notch took one look and, by his own account, realized it was the game I wanted to do. He didn't love all of it. He thought the chunky red and blue team-colored blocks looked terrible and that the building got dull without more variety. But the core, chunky, first-person block by block, that was the thing he'd been missing. But then, Infiniminer barely got to exist. Less than a month after the release, its source code leaked. The player base shattered into a dozen incompatible versions, and Barth pulled the plug. So Notch took RubyDung's code, grafted on a first-person block engine in the Infinitude style, kept the dwarf fortress, and sanded the whole thing down into something gentler and more welcoming than either of its parents. He reused so much of the old project that to this day, the earliest builds of Minecraft still secretly identify themselves as RubyDung in the code, with a texture file dated February 2009 still rattling around inside like a fossil. At some point, Notch got bored and sold his company, Mojang Studios, and by extension, Minecraft, for $2.5 billion. And it started with a tweet. On June 16, 2004, Notch, sick of fan hate, overwhelmed by fame, and apparently just completely done, posted publicly, "Anyone want to buy my share of Mojang so I can move on with my life? Getting hate for trying to do the right thing is not my gig." That's the tweet. A tired man venting into the void, the way all of us do, except when we do it, nothing happens. When Notch did it, Microsoft started making phone calls. In his blog post explaining the decision, Notch wrote, "It's not about the money, it's about my sanity," which is honestly one of the most relatable things a billionaire has ever said, even if most of us will never have the option to trade our sanity for $2.5 billion. 3 months after the tweet, Microsoft had outmaneuvered Activision and EA, two of the biggest gaming companies on the planet, and closed the deal. The largest gaming acquisition in Microsoft's history at the time, all because one man posted online and accidentally started a bidding war. Notch personally walked away with around $1.75 billion. He then did what any reasonable, newly minted Swedish billionaire would do. He outbid Jay-Z and Beyoncé for a $70 million Beverly Hills mansion, which, by the way, came with 15 bathrooms fitted with $5,600 toilets each, an 18-seat private cinema, iPad-controlled fountains, separate vodka and tequila bars, and a $200,000 candy room. And then he went completely miserable. Just a year after buying the candy room and now bidding Beyoncé for a house, Notch was on Twitter posting things like, "Hanging out in Ibiza with a bunch of friends and partying with famous people, able to do whatever I want, and I've never felt more isolated." He also tweeted that he'd found a great girl, but she was scared off by his lifestyle and chose a normal person instead. The man had 15 luxury toilets and couldn't get a date. Life is mysterious. The employees he'd worked so hard to protect during the sale, quote, "They all hate me now," he tweeted. He ended the whole meltdown with, "People who made sudden success are telling me this is normal and will pass. That's good to know. I guess I'll take a shower then." And then Microsoft removed his name from the Minecraft loading screen in 2019. Then didn't invite him to the game's 10th anniversary. The statement from Microsoft was that his comments and opinions do not reflect those of Microsoft or Mojang. Notch, for his part, saw someone tweet a screenshot celebrating the removal and simply replied, "And if you are really enjoying this, don't forget to hit like and subscribe." Anyway, okay, real talk. Did you even know Minecraft had an ending? Because most people don't. You spend thousands of hours punching trees, getting blown up by creepers, accidentally falling into lava, and then apparently there's a final boss called the Ender Dragon you're supposed to defeat. Yeah, nobody told me either. With about a month to go before the 2011 launch, Notch didn't have an ending. The best-selling video game in human history was just going to stop. So Notch reached out to Julian Go, an Irish novelist he'd met completely by accident at a tiny indie game jam in Berlin. At the time, Notch was just A guy in a hat working on a new game. Go had no idea. Notch had no idea. Nobody had any idea about anything. Notch gave Go complete creative freedom. He basically told him, here's the game, go cook, write something meaningful. So Go played it obsessively, figured out its soul, sat down with a pen and paper, and started writing. Around halfway through, his hand started moving faster than his thoughts. Words were appearing on the page before his brain had consciously decided to write them, and it worked. The poem scrolls across the screen for about 9 minutes after you defeat the Ender Dragon. One guy said Satan had clearly spoken through Go and then challenged him to a duel. No contract was ever actually signed, giving Mojang the rights to the end poem. Then Microsoft bought Minecraft for $2.5 million in 2014, and the contract was still unsigned. So for over a decade, one of the most widely read pieces of writing on Earth, seen by hundreds of millions of people, legally belonged to a struggling Irish novelist who got paid 20,000 euros for it. Notch, meanwhile, walked away with around $1.8 billion. For the maths fans at home, that's not the same number. Microsoft's legal team must have had a very bad day when they figured that out. Fast forward to December 2022. Go take some mushrooms in the woods in the Netherlands. This actually happened. Has what sounds like a very intense afternoon and decides what to do. He could sue Microsoft, one of the richest companies on the planet. He had leverage. He had a case. Instead, he opened his laptop and wrote what might be the most dignified burn in literary history. I wrote a story for a friend, but in the end, he didn't treat me like a friend. And I'm hurt. Then he gave it to everyone, for free, forever. It's now covered by a CC0 1.0 public domain dedication, free to use like Shakespeare and the Bible. The universe picked the right guy. Every end portal lives in a stronghold, and it's built from 12 frame blocks. When the world generates, each of those frames rolls its own 10% chance to spawn with an Eye of Ender already sitting in it. Normally, you get 1, maybe 2. A single pre-placed eye is actually the most common outcome at about 38%, with a totally empty portal right behind it, around 28%. By the time you're hoping for 3, you're down to 8%. So in a normal game, you're trekking through the nether for blaze rods, farming endermen for pearls, and crafting all 12 eyes by hand like a peasant. But for all 12 frames to hit that 10% at the same time, for you to walk in and find the thing already swirling, the odds are 0.1 to the 12th power, 1 in a trillion. There are roughly 8 billion people on Earth. In Java Minecraft, every world generates exactly 128 strongholds, so 128 portals. If every single human alive right now booted up their own world and personally inspected all 128 portals in it, we'd expect to find about 1. And because the portal activates the instant all 12 are filled, a naturally 12-eyed portal is already on when the world generates. So in that 1 in a trillion world, you could just be wandering the stronghold, turn a corner, and walk face first into a live end portal. And end portals don't do warnings. The second you touch it, you're gone, and you're standing in the end with whatever happens to be in your pockets. Imagine getting yanked to the dragon by accident. Now, technically, people have seen these. Seed hunters have data mined over 8 million Java seeds that spawn a full 12-eye portal. So if you want to stand in one, you can go look one up. But stumbling onto it for real in a fresh random world is purely by luck. That essentially never happens to anyone. People love saying you're more likely to get struck by lightning twice, and weirdly, that one's true. 2 lifetime strikes are somewhere around 1 in a couple of 100 million. This is about 1,000 times rarer than that. Sheep are everywhere in Minecraft. You basically trip over them. They're the pigeons of the overworld, which makes it easy to forget that one specific sheep is among the rarest sights in the entire game. A pink sheep spawning on its own has a 0.164% chance. That's about 1 in 610. So you can wander past whole flocks of the things, white, gray, the odd brown, for hours on end, and never once watch the dice land pink. For context, here's the full lineup. white sheep are a landslide at 81.8% of all spawns. Light gray, gray, and black each get 5%. Brown scrapes in at 3%, and then dead last, hanging on by its hooves at 0.164%, the pink sheep. And yeah, you can dye any sheep pink yourself in about 2 seconds, but you know that's cheating. A wild pink sheep coughed up unprompted is the real flex. A baby pink sheep is rarer still. Only about 5% of sheep spawn as babies, so wild pink lamb is somewhere around 1 in 12,000. The red mushroom is already a flex. That mushroom-covered cow only spawns in the mushroom fields biome, the rarest biome in the entire game. The brown mushroom is rarer still because it doesn't spawn at all, ever. The main way to get a brown mushroom is to wait for a thunderstorm and hope lightning strikes a red one, at which point it just changes color on the spot, takes 0 damage, and is now brown. There's also a 1 in 1,024 chance of breeding one from 2 reds if you enjoy suffering. And if waiting for the sky to randomly zap one specific cow sounds rough, it is. So the best move is a trident enchanted with channeling, which calls down lightning wherever it lands, which means the canonical recipe for a brown mushroom is find the rarest biome in the game, track down a red cow, and then personally chuck Thor's hammer at it. And it's completely worth the effort. A brown mushroom is a potion machine. Feed it a small flower, then milk it with a bowl, and instead of plain mushroom stew, you get suspicious stew with a status effect baked in, and it's whatever that flower codes for. Oxeye daisy gives regeneration. Dandelion gives saturation. Poppy's night vision. Azure bluette brilliantly gives blindness, so you can weaponize it too. Pick the flower, pick the buff. It's a renewable potion vending machine where the flowers are the buttons. Axolotls come in 5 colors: pink, brown, gold, cyan, and blue. 4 of them turn up naturally in lush caves. The 5th, blue, does not. The only way to get one in survival is to breed 2 axolotls. Any colors, doesn't matter, and pray. Every baby has a 1 in 1,200 shot. 0.083% of coming out blue instead of inheriting its parent's color. So players build entire dedicated breeding farms, hauling in bucket after bucket of tropical fish, the only thing axolotls will eat, because the real ones only go for live prey, cranking out babies for hours, just to chase that one blue dot. On average, it takes about 1,200 tries. Plenty of people get cursed and sail well past that. That number, 1,200, isn't random. At the time the axolotl was added, roughly 1,200 of them were estimated to be left alive in the world, hanging on in a single lake system near Mexico City. So Mojang made their rarest, most chased after creature exactly as rare as the real animal is in real life. You want the blue one? Cool. Now you've got a rough sense of how many actual axolotls are left. Mechanically, it's no stronger than any other axolotl. They all hunt your underwater enemies and hand you regeneration after a kill. Skeleton horses don't roam around like normal animals. You will never just stumble across one grazing in a meadow. In survival, there's exactly one way they show up, and it's a trap, a literal built-to-get-you trapped. During a thunderstorm, every lightning strike has a small chance to spawn a skeleton trap horse, instead of just zapping the dirt, somewhere between 0.75% on easy and about 6.75% on hard, scaling with how dangerous your area has gotten. On peaceful, it never happens. What appears is a lone horse standing out in the rain. So you do the natural thing and wander over to tame your new friend. And the instant you get within 10 blocks, that horse turns into a lightning rod. A bolt comes straight down and your free horse detonates into 4 skeleton horsemen. Skeletons in enchanted iron helmets, holding enchanted bows mounted on skeleton horses, all immune to damage for the first 3 seconds and all immediately very interested in killing you. But survive it, and there's a prize. Kill the riders, and the skeleton horses underneath can go calm and tameable. Among the fastest mounts in the game, they jump 5 blocks high, and they don't drown, so you can gallop along the ocean floor like a maniac. Hostile mobs in Minecraft can spawn already wearing armor, mostly the cheap stuff. A zombie in a sad little leather cap, a skeleton clomping around in gold boots. But the materials run all the way up the tier list, and at the very top sits the one nobody believes is real until they see it with their own eyes. A mob in a full set of diamond armor. The odds of that are about 0.04%, roughly 1 in 2,500. And there are conditions stacked underneath that. Armored mobs don't spawn on easy at all. The chance creeps up with your local difficulty, and it rises the longer you hang around one area. So the game basically has to be in a very specific mood. A couple of fun rules. The armor is never mismatched. If a mob hits the jackpot, it's diamond top to bottom. No diamond chest plate over leather trousers. And diamond is the ceiling. Mobs literally cannot spawn in netherite, so a full diamond zombie is the most decked out enemy the game will ever cough up on its own. And that armor protects them exactly like it'd protect you, so a diamond-clad zombie will shrug off hits that would instantly delete a normal one. And yes, in theory, you can loot the set. But don't get your hopes up. There's only about an 8.5% chance it drops its gear at all. And when it does drop, the gear is usually so beaten up it's one hit away from breaking. And if you want the true white whale, a baby zombie in full diamond riding a chicken. For that to happen, the game has to hit 3 insanely lucky rolls all at the same time. That's somewhere around 0.001%, one of the rarest things the game can physically produce and the absolute final boss of RNG. If you ever see it, screenshot it, because no one is going to take your word for it. Some skeletons are left-handed. It's been sitting in the game for years. You've looked straight at it hundreds of times, and you've almost certainly never once noticed. In Java Edition, there's an 11% chance a skeleton spawns holding its bow in its left hand instead of its right. And the reason nobody clocks it is pretty obvious. The only time you're close enough to notice which hand a skeleton is using, you're usually sprinting the other way with 3 arrows in your spine. My favorite part, though, is that it lands almost exactly on the real-world rate of human left-handedness, which sits around 10%. So whether Mojang did it deliberately or just happened to land there, the skeletons of the overworld are lefties at roughly the same rate you and the people around you are. And it's not even a skeleton thing, really. The left-handed flag applies to basically every mob in the game. There are left-handed zombies, left-handed endermen, left-handed piglins. You just never catch it because most of them aren't courteously holding a bow out to one side for your inspection. And being left-handed does absolutely nothing, just as in real life. Baby piglins ride baby hoglins around like tiny ponies. It even has an official name, the Hoglin Jockey. And the lovely part is that it isn't really a rare dice roll at all. It's like play behavior. Put a baby piglin near a baby hoglin and it'll trot over and clamber on, the same way a toddler makes a beeline for anything it can climb. The reason you almost never see it isn't the hopping on, it's the setup. Baby piglins are uncommon. Baby hoglins are uncommon. And getting both to spawn in the same little corner of hell at the same moment is where the rarity actually lives. If there are more baby piglins than hoglins to go around, the spares climb onto the piglin that's already riding, and then another one climbs on top of that. The game caps it at 3, so the rarest version of this is a 3-piglin totem pole balanced on a single extremely patient baby hoglin, wobbling across the netherrack. People who catch it treat it like spotting a unicorn. It's also temporary. The piglins dismount whenever they please, which somehow makes stumbling on it feel even more special. What I'm about to say is heartbreaking because adult piglins hunt hoglins as their food source. A grown piglin looks at a hoglin and sees dinner. The babies look at the exact same animal and see a best friend to ride around on. Nobody's told the kids yet. They're just out there 3 deep on a pig having the time of their tiny lives. And piglins never grow up, so those particular ones never have to find out. So A pack of piglins in the Nether decides to hunt a hoglin, their natural prey as we now know. They swarm it, they win, and then 10% of the time, one of them just starts dancing. The piglin bobs its head, jerks its body to a rhythm only it can hear, and throws both arms straight out to the sides in a full T-pose. Worth noting, the dance is hoglin exclusive. Kill anything else and they'll celebrate with sounds, but they save the actual moves for taking down their big rival. It's personal. The Evoker is one of the nastiest mobs in the game. Let me introduce you to the scariest wizard in Minecraft and his deeply embarrassing hobby. The Evoker is a gray-robed villager that haunts woodland mansions and the back half of every raid, and it is the only mob in the entire game that casts offensive spells. Its kit is mean. It summons vexes, tiny flying gremlins that phase straight through your walls to knife you, and it tears rows of snapping fangs out of the ground that ignore your shield and take 3 hearts a bite. It's got just 12 hearts itself, but it fights dirty, flees between casts so you can't pin it down, and is the only source in the game of the Totem of Undying, the item that flat out cancels your death. This thing does not play. And yet, if a blue sheep wanders within 16 blocks while the Evoker isn't actively trying to murder you, the most feared spellcaster in the overworld will drop everything, lock eyes with the sheep, throw its arms in the air, bellow a deep, throaty, puff out a little cloud of golden smoke, and turn the sheep red. It accomplishes nothing, and the setup makes it so much funnier because blue sheep don't exist in nature. Blue isn't a color sheep can spawn with. You have to craft blue dye and paint one yourself. So to ever witness this, you have to go mine lapis, brew up dye, color a sheep blue, and then personally escort that sheep into a mansion crawling with monsters to present it to a wizard, who will immediately and gleefully undo all of your work. Now, the origin, which is the best part. Yes, it's an Age of Empires reference. In that game, priest units convert enemy soldiers to your side, switching their color while chanting Wololo, one of the most legendary noises in PC gaming. But this wasn't some reverent planned tribute. According to Mojang's Jens Bergensten, when they first slapped the arm-raising cast animation on the Evoker, it just looked so funny that the whole team started making the Age of Empires priest sound at it around the studio. They enjoyed standing around going Wololo at their own monster so much that they shipped it, and since Microsoft owns both games, they grabbed the real 1997 sound file and bolted it straight in. They even drew the Evoker wearing a little monk wig for the announcement blog, purely to drive the bit home. The Vindicator is already one of the scariest things in Minecraft. It's an axe-wielding villager that stands around with its arms crossed, looking almost polite, right up until you get close, at which point it yanks out an iron axe and sprints at you. Its hit is one of the heaviest melee blows in the entire game. It ties for 4th place behind only the Iron Golem, the Warden, and the Giant. And that axe also disables your shield for 5 seconds, so you can't even turtle up and wait it out. The official lore describes the Vindicator as roughly a little smarter than a skeleton, which is to say, not smart. Now take a name tag, drop it on an anvil, and rename it exactly capital J Johnny. Slap that on a Vindicator. Congratulations, you have just created a problem for every living thing, and that very much includes you. A Johnny Vindicator goes hostile toward basically everything. Cows, pigs, sheep, villagers, iron golems, creepers, zombies. It does not discriminate. It will chase all of them down with the axe. It'll even turn on Vexes, the little flying gremlins that are technically on the villager team. The only things it spares are its fellow villagers. Evokers, pillagers, other Vindicators, and for reasons known only to Mojang, ghasts. Everything else is on the menu. Players use them as bodyguards. Players set them loose in mob farms for fun. Someone somewhere named Vindicator Johnny while it was riding a Ravager, at which point Johnny calmly began trying to assassinate his own mount, and the Ravager just stood there and took it. He's not invincible, to be clear. Most mobs fight back, so a Johnny tossed into a crowd usually goes down swinging in a pointless brawl he personally started for no reason. And the name is no accident. Johnny is a reference to The Shining, Stanley Kubrick's film, where Jack Torrance, played by Jack Nicholson, slowly loses his mind in a haunted hotel and finally hacks through a bathroom door with an axe, jams his face through the hole, and delivers the immortal, "Here's Johnny!" Say the magic word, and the Vindicator fully commits to the role. Be careful what you name things. Endermen have a strange little habit most people forget about. They pick up blocks and set them down somewhere else. Every tick, there's a 5% chance one grabs a nearby block, and a much smaller 0.05% chance it puts whatever it's holding back down. Usually it's harmless. You come home, and a chunk of your dirt path has wandered off. A flower's been relocated 3 blocks left. No big deal. But the game allows something stranger, because the blocks an Enderman can carry include the carved pumpkin, and a carved pumpkin, dropped onto the right blocks, is the exact trigger that brings a golem to life. So picture the alignment. 2 snow blocks are stacked somewhere. An Enderman happens to be carrying a carved pumpkin. It happens to be standing next to that stack. And then its tiny, set the block down roll lands the pumpkin directly on top, and a snow golem stands up, fully alive, assembled by a creature that has absolutely no idea what it just did. The wiki confirms it outright. Endermen can build golems by placing a carved pumpkin correctly. And the best variant is the iron one. Endermen can't pick up iron blocks, but they can supply the pumpkin. So if a T-shape of iron blocks is sitting around and an Enderman caps it with a carried pumpkin, it builds an iron golem, which the game treats as a player's creation, not the Enderman's. The brand new golem promptly turns around and starts beating the daylights out of the Enderman that built it. A creature spends its single accidental moment of craftsmanship constructing its own executioner, then dies baffled. Minecraft, baby. Turtles struck by lightning drop a wooden bowl. This is real. It makes no sense, and I love it. In Minecraft, a turtle killed the normal way drops a little seagrass. But if a turtle is killed by lightning, and lightning one-shots a turtle instantly, no surviving it, it does not drop seagrass. It drops a single wooden bowl. Where exactly the bowl was being stored inside the turtle is a question the game flatly refuses to answer. For years, people assumed this had to be a bug because obviously a reptile converting into kitchenware upon death is not standard mob behavior. But a Mojang developer confirmed on the bug tracker that it's fully deliberate. They even noted it's hard-coded straight into the game rather than handled through the normal loot system, which made it a pain to remove later. And the joke, once you spot it, is right there. Turtle soup. A turtle, flash-cooked by a bolt of lightning, leaves behind the bowl you'd serve it in. There's even a little official animation of the turtle becoming the bowl. Minecraft runs on a simple scale. 1 block is 1 cubic meter, which sounds harmless until you do the math on how far the world actually stretches, at which point things get stupid fast. It isn't infinite, even though it feels that way. There's an invisible wall, the world border, parked 30 million blocks out from spawn in every direction. That makes the whole thing a flat square roughly 60 million blocks on a side. And at a meter per block, that's 60,000 kilometers across. Earth's diameter, for reference, is about 12,742 kilometers. So one Minecraft world is already around 5 times wider than the entire planet. But width undersells it, because the world is a flat square, and what really counts is the area, which works out to about 3.6 billion square kilometers. Earth's total surface area, every ocean included, is roughly 510 million square kilometers. Divide one by the other, and a single Minecraft world is about 7 times the surface area of the whole Earth. Count only Earth's dry land, and it's closer to 24 times. You will never see most of it. For scale, if you crossed the world at an absolute top speed, flying with an elytra firing a riptide trident through rain, which is about the fastest a human can move in this game, it would still take roughly 5.5 real-life days of nonstop flight to get from one edge to the other. How many worlds exist is decided by the seed, a 64-bit value. which means there are 2 to the 64th power of them, about 18.4 quintillion unique worlds, each one 7 Earths large. And if you tried to fill a single world completely solid, every block position from bedrock to sky, you'd need somewhere around 1.4 quintillion blocks. That's with the current 384 block build height. Under the old 256 block limit, it was a comparatively dainty 921 quadrillion. So next time someone tells you they've explored their whole Minecraft world, they're lying. In very old Minecraft, before Beta 1.8, the world had an edge, and the edge was haunted. Walk far enough from spawn, around 12,550,821 blocks out, and the terrain stops behaving like terrain and becomes the Farlands, a colossal, spongy nightmare wall of stone, shot through with long, dark tunnels and jagged geometry, stretching all the way up to the sky limit. It looks less like a landscape and more like the game having a slow-motion seizure. Weirdly, the very top flattens out into normalish ground with trees, so there's a calm, grassy roof sitting on top of all the chaos. So why there, of all places? The game's noise generator ticks up by about 171.103 for every block you travel. Go far enough, and that running total slams 2,147,483,647, the biggest value a 32-bit integer can hold. Push one block past that, and the number overflows, wraps around, and the terrain math goes feral. And that suspiciously specific distance, 2,147,483,647 divided by 171.103 is roughly 12,550,824. The edge of the world is simply the spot where a number got too big for its box. Keep going, and it gets worse. There are farther lands, about 1 billion blocks out, and even more shredded terrain at distances measured in septillions. Mojang deliberately squashed the bug in Beta 1.8 back in 2011, and later dropped in a proper world border, so the Farlands haven't existed in normal Minecraft for over a decade. Which is precisely why one man spent 14 and a half years walking to them. In March 2011, a YouTuber named Kurt J. Mack started a series called Farlands or Bust. The premise? Load up an old beta 1.7.3 world that still had the Farlands, point yourself at them, and walk. Episode after episode, chatting about his life and science and the news like a podcast with a blocky screensaver droning along behind it. Because every newer version had deleted the Farlands, he was frozen on the old build forever, slowly trudging toward a glitch at the literal end of the world. He did it as a charity walk. And across 14 and a half years and more than 850 episodes, Farlands or Bust raised over $500,000 for charity and bagged a couple of Guinness World Records on the way, including longest journey in Minecraft. And then on October 4th, 2025, during day 69, of a charity stream, he arrived. After a decade and a half of walking, the broken floating chunks finally rose over the horizon. He climbed to the top, glanced at himself in third person, found his character rendering as a featureless black void thanks to the busted lighting out there, and yelped, "Ah, I don't exist!" Then he planted a sign marking the spot where the first Farlander set foot on the Farlands and kept playing. The show's now called Farlands and Beyond, because apparently there's even more broken world out past the broken world. The Farlands are such a fixture of Minecraft lore that they're referenced in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where Steve and Alex's entire classic mode route is titled Journey to the Farlands. Not bad for a place that was technically just a math error. An igloo is the most innocent thing in Minecraft. You find one in a frozen wasteland, duck inside, and it's a perfect little starter home. There's a bed, a furnace, a crafting table, and a single cozy redstone torch glowing on the wall. Quick aside, it's lit with a redstone torch specifically because a normal torch would melt the ice windows. The igloo is so structurally fragile that if you light the furnace to cook a steak, you partially melt your own house. Anyway, half of all igloos are lying to you. Pull up the right carpet, the third white one straight in from the door, and you uncover a wooden trapdoor, and beneath it, a ladder dropping down a long stone shaft. And the official Minecraft wiki does not call what's down there a basement. It calls it a hidden lab, because that is what it is. Waiting on the cobwebbed stone brick, a brewing stand preloaded with a splash potion of weakness, a cauldron 2/3 full of water, a loot chest that usually coughs up a golden apple, and a cactus in a flower pot. And then, behind iron bars in 2 separate cages, the main attraction. A normal villager and a zombie villager, locked side by side, staring at each other across a frozen basement. So somebody built a snow hut in the middle of nowhere, dug a lab under it, kidnapped 2 villagers, zombified one of them, set up a full alchemy station, and then left. The community has argued for years about who. The prime suspect is the witch, on the airtight logic that the room is wall-to-wall potion equipment and witches are the only mob that does alchemy. Others blame a vengeful villager. Nobody actually knows. Mojang has never said a word. The twist is that the game has handed you everything you need to fix it. Splash Potion of Weakness plus the golden apple is the exact recipe for curing a zombie villager. Hit the zombie, feed it the apple, wait a few minutes, and it reverts to a normal villager, earning you the achievement Zombie Doctor and a grateful trading partner who will hand you deep permanent discounts. The ancient city sprawls across the bottom of the world in the deep dark, a pitch-black palace of deep slate and skulk, and it's patrolled by the Warden, a blind, near-unkillable monster that hunts purely by sound and can delete a fully armored player in 2 hits. So naturally, hidden directly beneath the central altar, there's a secret room, and you'd assume it guards something worthy of all that dread. A relic, a boss, a forbidden artifact, the actual meaning of the deep dark. It teaches you redstone. Beneath the giant deep slate frame at the heart of the city sits a series of hidden basement chambers full of naturally generated redstone circuitry, and the rooms are little teaching exhibits. One demonstrates a target block circuit. One's built around a lectern. One exists just to show you that some blocks pass a redstone signal through a repeater and some don't. To open the hidden piston door, you have to trigger a skulk sensor wired into the circuit, which means you have to make a vibration. On purpose, in the one place in the entire game where making a vibration can summon a creature that kills you. The puzzle is essentially, perform the forbidden act right here next to the death monster. It's also weirdly clever. There are 3 versions of the city center. In one, you stomp near a chiseled deep slate block, which is textured to look like a little face staring at you, of course, and a pulse extender holds the door open about 9 seconds before it slams shut. In another, the circuit has a frequency filter, so jumping does nothing, and you literally have to stand there and eat food to open it. And in the third, there's a toggle. One vibration opens the door, the next one closes it. Mojang even smothered the skulk sensor in wool from most directions, so sound only reaches it from one specific spot, turning the whole thing into a tiny stealth puzzle. Every block in Minecraft has a hidden stat called blast resistance, how well it shrugs off explosions, and the spread is enormous. Dirt sits at a pathetic 0.5. A creeper sneezes and it's gone. Stone is 6. Obsidian, the stuff you build explosion-proof vaults out of, is a hefty 1,200. Bedrock? 3,600,000. The unbreakable gray floor at the bottom of the world has a blast resistance of 3,600,000. 3,000 times tougher than obsidian, the sturdiest thing most players ever bother to craft. And bedrock isn't even special within that club. Command blocks, end portal frames, barrier blocks, structure blocks, all the developer and this must never break blocks share the exact same absurd value. It's basically the number Mojang stamps on something when they mean no. And the funniest part is that the giant number is almost a red herring. People assume bedrock survives because the value is so high that you'd simply need enough TNT to grind through it, pile up 10,000, and surely you crack it. You do not ever. Because of how explosions actually work, no amount of TNT will break bedrock, or obsidian, or even a block of netherite. And it has nothing to do with how much you use. The reason is that Minecraft evaluates every explosion completely independently, and damage to a block never stacks. When a blast hits a block, the game checks that one explosion against the block's resistance and asks, did this single boom beat it? If no, the block is fine. And the next explosion starts the question over from scratch with zero memory of the last one. A single TNT can only break blocks with a resistance of about 15.5 at point-blank range. Obsidian's 1,200 laughs at that. So you can stack 1,000,000 TNT on one obsidian block and detonate the lot at once, and all 1,000,000 explosions will individually ask, can I beat 1,200? Individually answer, nope. And the block just sits there. So bedrock at 3,600,000 is comically overkill. TNT caps out around 15.5, which puts bedrock roughly 230,000 times beyond anything TNT could ever touch. And even that math is pointless, since the damage wouldn't accumulate regardless. And just to be safe, Mojang also flagged bedrock as flat-out unbreakable in survival on top of all of it. If you've played Minecraft, you know the cave sounds. You're mining in the dark, minding your own business, and out of nowhere the game plays a distant, hollow groan or a metallic clank with no source, no monster, no cause, just a noise engineered to make the hair on your neck stand up and ruin your concentration for the next 10 minutes. There are 23 of these ambient cave sounds, triggered by a hidden mood meter that quietly fills the longer you linger in the dark. Fill it all the way, and the game rewards your bravery by playing a horrible noise directly at you. Yeah, thanks for that. One of them, Cave 14, has a secret, and it's a great one. Take the audio file for Cave 14, drop it into a spectrogram, a software that turns sound into a picture of its frequencies, and a clear, unmistakable creeper face stares back out at you. Ha! And the reveal is the best part, because this wasn't a normal sound that somebody noticed, which looked a bit creepy. Mojang's sound designer, Samuel Aberg, confirmed he built it the other way around. He drew the creeper face first in a spectrogram program, and then converted that picture into audio. So the eerie noise isn't hiding a creeper, the eerie noise is a creeper. Every time Cave 14 plays in your world, you are hearing the literal sound of a drawing of a creeper's face. You've certainly heard it already. You just experienced it as, ah, why is the cave making that noise? Rather than, the mascot. Every other music disc in Minecraft is, music. Disc 11 is not. Disc 11 is 1 minute and 11 seconds long, and yes, the runtime matching the name is on purpose, of pure dread. You hear footsteps running across stone, panicked and uneven, then frantic scrambling, a cough, more running, and then something catches up to the person, a sharp, distorted noise, a kind of roar, and silence. It looks the part too. It's the only music disc in the game that shows up visibly cracked and broken in your inventory, as it got dragged out of somewhere it shouldn't have been. Quick correction to a thing people repeat though. You can absolutely get it the normal way. A creeper killed by a skeleton drops a random disc, and there's a 1 in 12 chance it's 11. It isn't forbidden or unobtainable. It just feels cursed. Around 2012, someone ran the disc's audio file through a spectrogram, a tool that converts sound into a visual image of its frequencies, and in the wall of static at the end, a face appears. A blocky, staring face, widely assumed to be Steve, though for years a lot of people were absolutely certain it was Herobrine, the game's most famous, he doesn't exist but also look at this screenshot ghost. And sitting right next to the face, the numbers 12418. The truth behind it is almost disappointingly wholesome. 12418 isn't a curse, a coordinate, or a demon's phone number. In hexadecimal, 12 is written as the letter C, so 12418 reads as C418. the stage name of Daniel Rosenfeld, the composer who scored basically the entire game. And two things make it land even harder. One, C418 himself has said he likes to imagine the monster chasing you in 11 is actually him, some weird creature that records songs of strangers and then dies. And two, Mojang has said the Warden, the blind, terrifying boss that stalks you through the pitch-black, deep dark, was inspired by the monster you hear at the end of this very disc. Endermen are already the most unsettling thing that can wander into your base after dark. They are tall, black, silent, prone to teleporting, and famously furious if you so much as glance at their faces. But the creepiest part might be the noises they make, those low, garbled, almost human grumbles and shrieks. For well over a decade, players have been convinced those sounds are human speech, distorted and played in reverse. Run the audio backwards and slowed down, and depending on the clip, people swear they hear real phrases. Hi, hello, what's up, what do you want, so is it real? This is where it gets stupid because Mojang cannot keep its story straight. On one hand, the developers have officially stated the whole backwards speech thing is just speculation, fans hearing words and noise, essentially a Minecraft Rorschach test. On the other hand, Bedrock Edition contains an actual official shipped-in-the-game loading screen tip that reads word for word, "The Enderman language is actually English in reverse." Come on! You cannot tell us it's a myth and then put the myth on the loading screen as a helpful tip. If I were to bet money, I'd bet in the middle, because the sounds were almost certainly made by mangling real voice recordings, because that's a standard trick for Inhuman monster audio, but the specific words people insist they hear are mostly your brain doing what brains do with creepy noise. So, Enderman is a confirmed Slender Man reference. And to appreciate this one, you have to remember what 2011 on the internet was like. Slender Man was everywhere. This impossibly tall, faceless, black-suited horror figure had crawled out of a forum and colonized the entire web. Creepypastas, found footage YouTube series, games, the works, and his origin is almost funnier than the character himself. Slender Man was created in 2009 by a guy named Eric Knudsen, posting as Victor Surge, as an entry in a Photoshop contest on the Something Awful forums. The brief was, make an ordinary photo look paranormal. He pasted a tall, thin figure into a couple of old black and white photos of children, added some ominous captions, and accidentally birthed one of the defining monsters of a generation. So, in July 2011, Notch posts a screenshot of a brand new Minecraft mob, tall, thin, dark, lurking in the background of the shot. And the community takes one look and immediately goes, "That's Slender Man!" And rather than deny it, Notch leaned all the way in. He confirmed the mob was a subtle reference to Slender Man, and the name he settled on, Enderman, keeps the telltale Derman right there on the end. Some players were so irritated by the obvious reference that a petition went around, championed on 4chan, demanding the mob be renamed Farlanders to scrub the Slender Man association out of the game entirely. Notch's response was to tweet about it and change absolutely nothing, which I like that. The Nether looks like a punishment. Lava oceans, screaming, flying jellyfish that snipe you from clear across the map, pigmen who hold grudges. But it is the single best fast travel system in the entire game, all because of one enormous rule. Distance in the Nether is compressed 8-1. That's the whole trick, and it's not a glitch. Mojang built it on purpose. Walk 1,000 blocks in the Nether, step back through a portal, and you emerge 8,000 blocks from where you started. 8 times the ground for the same number of steps, which is an 87.5% discount on any long trip. The one catch: it only applies sideways. Your X and Z coordinates get the 8-time multiplier, but your Y, your height, stays exactly the same across both dimensions. Your X and Z coordinates get the 8 times multiplier, but your Y, your height, stays exactly the same across both dimensions. Lining portals up is simple math. take your overworld coordinates, divide X and Z by 8, and build there. People have lost entire evenings to fumbling that division and linking themselves to the wrong portal in the middle of a lava sea. The meta move is the Blue Ice Boat Highway. Lay a track of blue ice, drop a boat onto it, and you scream along at around 70 blocks a second, which, multiplied by the 8 times ratio, comes out to roughly 560 overworld blocks per second. That's comfortably the fastest way to travel in survival Minecraft without an elytra, and arguably even with one over long distances. Serious players build these highways up on the nether roof so nothing can interrupt the commute. For a sense of how absurd this gets, remember, a Minecraft world stretches about 30 million blocks from spawn to the border. Walking there across the overworld is a multi-day nightmare. Go through the nether, and you only have to cross about 3.75 million blocks. Same destination, 1/8 the distance. Sleep is a nice mechanic in the overworld. You hop into a bed, skip the night, set your respawn point, and wake up refreshed. Try the exact same thing in the nether or the end, and the bed detonates. A real explosion, power level 5, which is stronger than a stick of TNT. Generations of players have wandered into the nether, gotten sleepy out of pure overworld habit, right-clicked a bed, and instantly converted themselves and their starter chest into a smoking crater. Now, the popular explanation you'll hear is that beds reset your spawn based on the day-night cycle. And since the nether and end don't have one, the game gets confused and explodes. Nice theory. Also not true. The real reason is gloriously lazy. According to Notch, blowing the bed up was just the easiest way to stop players from setting a spawn point in other dimensions. He didn't want to code dimension-specific respawning, so the fix was an explosion. Problem solved. Go away. And the best part is that Mojang knows precisely how this looks and chose to own it. If a bed explosion kills you, the death message reads, "Player was killed by intentional game design." That's the actual in-game text. They wrote a little label that basically says, "Yes, we meant to do that. Please stop filing bug reports." When a player joked online that it should really read, "Sorry, I was too lazy to code it," Notch replied with a single word. Players took a mechanic built to punish them and turned it into one of the strongest weapons in the game. A bed is dirt cheap. 3 wool, 3 planks, and explodes harder than TNT, so bed bombing became a go-to tactic for the hardest fights around. You set a bed next to the Wither or the Ender Dragon, duck behind a blast-resistant rock, click it, and vaporize a huge chunk of a boss's health for the price of a few sheep. A couple of well-placed beds can drop the dragon shockingly fast. If lightning strikes within 4 blocks of a villager, it transforms instantly and permanently into a witch. The friendly trader you raised is gone, and in its place stands a hunched, hostile witch who immediately starts lobbing splash potions of poison and harming you. And it gets worse, because witches don't only target you, they attack nearby villagers too. So one unlucky bolt can land in the middle of your town, spawn a witch, and kick off a chain reaction where your former citizen starts poisoning the neighbors. Villagers are the only passive, peaceful mob in the whole game that lightning flips fully hostile. Pigs become zombified piglins. Creepers get supercharged. Mushrooms swap colors. Turtles politely die and leave behind a bowl, which, psych, I already told you about. But the villager is the one who turns around and tries to murder you. The storm doing this on its own is rare. Lightning is random, with tiny per-chunk odds during a thunderstorm. But you can absolutely make it happen on purpose, and people do. A trident enchanted with channeling summons a bolt wherever it lands during a storm, which makes it a beautiful griefing tool. Slip onto someone's server, wait for rain, and convert their entire trading hall into a coven of witches one throw at a time. The fix, if you value your traders, is the lightning rod, added in 1.17, which yanks nearby strikes onto itself and spares everything around it. Creepers have one embarrassing weakness: cats. If a cat gets within 6 blocks of a creeper, the creeper nopes out. It turns and flees in the opposite direction and will not detonate. The most feared ambush predator in the game is a total coward the instant a house cat is involved. This makes cats one of the best base defenses going. A few tamed cats patrolling your perimeter is basically a creeper exclusion zone. They simply won't come near. Ocelots work too, since cats originally grew out of ocelots. One catch worth noting: if a creeper has already started its hiss and swell, the cat won't bail you out. At that point, only you, moving fast, can save you. The cat handles deterrence, not diffusal. You know the ghast? The giant floating white horror of the nether? The one that drifts around wailing that eerie, almost baby, almost human cry before launching fireballs at your face? That sound is a cat. Specifically, it's C418's cat. The composer explained in a Reddit AMA that his cat had a habit of sounding unnervingly human whenever you disturbed it mid-nap, and one day there happened to be a microphone right beside it when it got woken up and started complaining. He recorded the grumpy, half-asleep cat noises and decided they were perfect for a monster. And the cat connection runs through the music, too. C418 leaned so hard into those feline-derived nether sounds that he named one of the Dimensions tracks Ballad of the Cats. He even took to calling the cat his voice actor at one point, tweeting that his voice actor was refusing to say his lines that day. Minecraft has an advancement that you unlock the first time you breed any two animals together. Feed 2 cows some wheat, watch a tiny cow blink into existence, and up pops the reward: the parrots and the bats. It's a pun on the birds and the bees. The speech your parents mumbled at you once and then never spoke of again. Except the joke has a second layer. And the second layer is savage. Neither parrots nor bats can breed. At all. The game named its big "Congratulations on Making Babies" achievement after the 2 creatures in the entire game who are physically incapable of making babies. And the developers know precisely what they did. The official Wiki's own advancement guide actually warns you that, despite the name, you can't use parrots or bats for this one. Best part of the whole thing? At the time the advancement was added, parrots and bats were literally the only 2 passive mobs in the game that couldn't breed. So it's a sly reference to the exact 2 animals the achievement is impossible to earn with. Layered trolling. Parrots get it worst. Because they can't breed, baby parrots simply don't exist. And parrots are rare, spawning in jungles at roughly a 0.2% rate. So the only way to ever get more is to keep trudging out and finding wild ones one at a time forever. Oh, and never try to treat one to a cookie. Feeding a parrot a cookie instantly poisons it to death. A little nod to chocolate being toxic to real birds. Bats are even more tragic. A bat can't breed, can't be tamed, can't be interacted with in any meaningful way, drops nothing when it dies, and exists purely to flutter around your caves and occasionally trick you into thinking a creeper snuck up behind you. It is a strong contender for the most useless mob in the game, and Mojang stuck it, by name, into the achievement about reproduction. For the record, the parrot belongs to a tiny club of tameable mobs that can't be bred, next to mules and skeleton horses. The mule at least has an excuse. Mules in real life are sterile, the offspring of a horse and a donkey, so Minecraft refuses to let 2 of them produce a third. We dropped another Minecraft video that's literally 2 hours long. Perfect to fall asleep to if you are still awake. Links somewhere around here.